Hello, everybody. Welcome. It's another session for Leshev. Let's
Your
play
voice
the
is gonna get
game
stuck like that.
a little. Yeah,
It'd be really funny if it was.
It would. Oh God. One day I'll heal. One day I'll get there. Almost. No.
Nah, we're getting into winter season, so you can get sick again and start all over.
Yeah, my daughter, kid stuff, came back from school. Well, she was at school yesterday. Came back, this morning. She's sick now. I'm like, yay! Now we have two children to bring diseases into the house. Hey, cool. What's up, everyone?
Yeah.
Good.
Mm. There we go.
Boots with the fur. Let's do this. There you go. Even better. So, yeah. Last time on Lost Initiative, a demon lost initiative.
How long has it been in game since Koa left the crack to meet up with the guys to head to Vigil? To meet up with Aldo specifically, I guess, to head to Vigil.
Hold on.
I can tell you when he left.
If you scroll way up and chat, you can find out based on rolls
I'm not
and
doing
what
that.
the travel time was when I would booped it. God, let's see. You've been in Leshev for what, like maybe 2 days, and
Not 2 weeks, I think.
You've not been
Feels
there
like
for
it.
weeks. And it's not my fault. You guys RP too much. And then to get here was 4 days.
This game, I
Plus
will say, has
teleporting?
like quadrupled the amount of RP any previous game I've done has had.
I mean, that's what happens when you get a good, a good combo of players, right?
You
People
can't
that
hold on. In one
mesh.
breath, you can't be like, "That's why you guys RP too much," and then the next breath, be like, "See, that's why you guys are so good." You can't fucking like slap us, then smooch us, then slap us, then smooch us. That's not
That's
how
called
this works.
parenting.
Unless you're breastfeeding me, you don't get to parent me.
I mean, I'm willing.
Me
Are
too.
men nipples allowed to be shown on Twitch?
I don't think that's how you can you download milk.
Just get real close to
Is
your
that
microphone.
is that the content of the next Florida stream? What
Oh,
we're gonna get?
I
Downloading
like
milk
my milk
or
warm. Get in the hot tub, Scott.
Gross.
it's just that happening and me and Jake just looking at each other like
you say that more like you and Jake look at each other like it's my turn.
only Scott's getting paid for this.
Unfortunately, Scott's nipples are grayer than my beard. It's not a good look.
My chest hair is starting to gray. Actually, jokes aside, it kind of sucks.
Yeah.
It was very fast thinking from Solo Wolf's request, Wade.
Thank you.
Yeah, definitely what happened. Okay.
Yeah, just fortuitous timing.
All right. This yeah. It's been like 2 weeks, Wade. Why do you ask?
Because I figured we were getting close to having to make crack rolls again.
Oh, I already said 2 weeks, and you were like, "No, it hasn't been 2 weeks," and now it's 2 weeks.
Well, 2 weeks since we left the COD Gwent. I thought you were saying we've been in
Since
Lev
we-
for 2 weeks.
God, no.
No.
Yeah.
Because it was about a week's travel to go from
Hogwen to Rid, then all the way up and teleport and travel.
somewhere between 10 and 14 days, I would guess. Yeah.
Somewhere in that range. I don't know off the top of my head. We don't bullet point what day you guys arrive and leave places. That would be a good group of
I
PCs.
mean, I
DMs,
kind
and
of
viewers,
was.
You know?
I kind of was a little bit.
Keyword being was, and I never did.
I have
This
when
is
we
the-
arrived at Vigil.
That's. I mean, yeah, we were in Vigil for a couple days too, right? You were there for a while.
Yeah.
So he left from Vigil and went pretty much straight to Rid. It was a roundabout route, but he went straight to Rid from there, and he was only in Rid for, I think, an extra day.
We were only
Um,
there for one night. I think, well, he
I
might
was
have
talking
been there
about
an extra one.
Mikhail.
Yeah, he might have been there 2 nights. I think Aldo and Koa were only there for one. Because we slept on the one nice lady's floor.
Because the date
Oh, yeah.
today, if you said you have what date for Vigil?
The arriving at Vigil, like the
Oh.
original arrival at Vigil,
That's
I
not
have
helpful.
way back in Kreen 14.
I mean, I think you stayed there for
Um,
what, 2 weeks or something like that?
At least. It was 2 to 3.
At least.
That's today.
4. Well, we arrived in Leshev on the 22nd.
I mean,
Okay.
okay. So I mean, like that's almost a month between, but that's like, and you were in Vigil for almost 2 weeks, so that makes sense from what we just said.
Yeah.
If you
We did spend
arrived
a
on
few days at the
then-
keep. That's truth nugget.
and
'cause
you've
the
been there for
Hafue
2
couldn't
days, which makes
travel.
sense. What's up?
We were at the keep for at least 2 or 3 days too because of the Hafue's injuries
Mhm.
and us
Yeah.
recovering.
Yeah.
We're
I
at
get
the end of our second day in Leshev of like since after.
So it's probably been almost
arriving.
exactly 2 weeks then. Yeah.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
let's pretend you left the crack on the same day he left Vigil. Then it's been 12 days. No, sorry. You said you arrived at Kreen what? 20 what?
Sorry, in Vigil,
Vigil, yeah.
14.
Oh, Kreen 14's when you arrived?
That
Yeah,
was
the
before
first
he
time.
did the research.
That was
and
the f-
stuff. That's when we all 3 got there.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
y'all
that
left.
was the first arrival.
Y'all left like 2 or 3 days later. Like it was pretty quick. And then he stayed for another 14 days or whatever it was.
Yeah, because Koa was
Yeah.
at the crack and the whole SQ thing went down for a couple of weeks, and Aldo was in Hot Gwyn doing Aldo things for a couple of weeks.
But either way, so 2 weeks, maybe a little more. I don't know. Anyways, back to the game.
Okay.
Because you kill me crack rolls when you're
game.
not the crack.
This is game related though. When is Martyrs Day?
That's out at the end of the month.
Oh,
No, I
what
thought
was
you
it?
said it was like
Shahid.
Yeah.
That was
That's like literally there's 28 days in a month,
There is,
and the day after this month, before the next month, is going to be Shahid.
Yeah,
I thought it
basically
was
the 29th
close.
of this.
Like, it is close.
Right.
It's 5 days from now.
It is. It's 5 days away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. 5 days.
Yeah.
All right.
Like it should auto populate.
Should be out of the ship by
I
then.
I think I wrote an API to do this. So
There's nothing like playing this campaign and picturing my other character literally being captured, interrogated, and tortured during this time frame. It's just like
Well, you get free on Shahid. It's only
I think you said free
today.
lunch for a second. I was like, we get free lunch? When you
Because-
captured, you get free lunch.
being so excited to be like, wait, I don't have to pay for this bologna sandwich. Oh
I
my
don't need
goodness!
toenails and teeth if you can give me some free applesauce. I'm really hungry.
Oh god, don't get Scott started on applesauce again.
I had applesauce today actually. I'm there's
Mhm.
a brand called like Muscleman's
Here
or
it
something like
comes.
that, and they make like really good like all organic like
the
cinnamon
deep-
infused-
We
The
go
deep
over
cut
this at least
muscle
once
ones.
every
What's
6
the
months.
brand? Muscle Man.
It's like
Is that
Muscleman's
what
or
you
something
said?
like that. Yeah,
Yeah,
Muscle Man's applesauce.
yeah, something like
it's
that.
in like
yeah.
every store, but it's apparently it's
okay.
like there's some obscure brand. that's
Wait, is it in
organic.
every store? I don't.
Dude, it's all over the fucking place.
Oh, I
Remember
never
whenever,
knew because when you look at the applesauce, it's all Mott's, and then there's one like Muscleman's and one like North something, and that's it.
Yeah.
And like the Muscleman's is like there's 3 packs, and the North whatever is like 2 packs, and they're like, "You're lucky we have those," and everything else is like a sea of Mott's.
You remember when Arnold Schwarzenegger did the
Excuse
Muscle Man
nuts.
applesauce commercial? He was just get to the orchard. It was really awful.
I don't remember that, Wade. But I'm
That's because
glad
I made
you
it
did.
up.
Oh, I was gonna let you have it.
It was believable though, right?
I believed it.
Yeah.
I didn't. Sorry. No, but
Well,
no. Wait, jokes aside,
I've never seen no Muscle Man's applesauce over here, so
Yeah, but
you
no-
could have told me whatever, and I probably may have believed you.
Kiki, is it legit like everywhere? It's like it's a common brand.
It's pretty common.
Oh, okay, cool. Then you know what I'm talking
Yeah.
about. Get the cinnamon one. Delicious.
The
All right.
unsweetened cinnamon, yeah.
Yes. All right. Lost Initiative brought to you by Muscleman's unsweetened cinnamon applesauce. Let's
Apple source.
let's play the game. Yeah, it's already 12 past. So
I need to hire somebody to go through and clean up my notes for me because my notes are such a fucking mess.
chat. Wade's looking to hire
Same.
somebody to clean
Mole
up your
coins.
notes.
How many mole
I was
coins?
gonna say
are
how
in
much.
Cleveland's room?
You have to accurately clean up his notes though, based off a combination of rewatching all of the videos and your own notes in memory.
He didn't say
For how
that.
much? I don't know. I'd give like $30.
All right, like a gift sub.
That's like a tier 3 gift sub.
30 bucks or sleep that long. I think I have to take the sleep.
2 questions for you, Scott, before we move on. That
You
I
mean
meant to ask before you were gone a while before we went live. The ledger that Cleveland had that kept track of his auctions, the stuff he got from the auctions. Did he fudge them to make it look like those items were never a part of the auction, or was it like Bill's auction had 2 candelabras and I have them now?
It's a great question. that was never asked to him, nor did you see the original ledgers. You saw his ledger of items that he has or has had in his person. It never said like he never wrote down how.
Because we're feeling like a lot of people would be noticing that they're missing shit that they bought if all that was missing, and he hadn't fudged the original.
Yeah,
which is a very fair assumption. Yeah, it's a very fair assumption. You just never saw the original ledgers to confirm that way.
Okay, and on that follow up was how many and what mole coins were in the thing that we found?
Oh yeah, the mole coins. Sorry, actually, give me a second to get that one for you.
Yeah, sorry, I meant to handle that off stream, but we just
no, that's fine.
We had to hear about your work update again, and it kind of threw.
I said like 30 seconds.
Within the first 10 seconds of us saying hi to you, you're like, "Work was this whole thing today."
Oh, you have no idea, bro.
Try being a government contractor right now.
Pass. Okay. So, what do you call it? Mole coins. My apologies. So, it's mole gold and silver only is what you have. And so for the mole gold coins, you have 11 of them, and for the mole silver coins, you have 17 of those.
Those are very, very valuable to the right people, because Hinta for like one mole gold coin was like, have my firstborn and this sword. That brings us, if we were not to return these, that brings us to 13 total gold and 19 silver and 8 copper. Do you want those numbers again? Because I will lose them on this notepad.
Yes.
It was 13 mole gold coins, 19 mole silver coins, and 8 copper mole coins.
And again, Wade keeps his campaign notes on a notepad, which is not connected to any cloud. He has yet to start using a Google Sheet and sharing it with the party.
Oh well, at least it's an upgrade from WordPad because Notepad actually like auto saves and shit.
I don't know what you're talking about.
No, actually, I think he probably uses Notepad.
Yeah, I'm saying Notepad is better than WordPad.
Wait, is it Notepad or WordPad?
Well, the problem is WordPad disappeared. This is why he lost his old notes.
I hate to tell you this, Keegan, but I was able to restore WordPad.
No!
Why would you do that?
Using it.
Why would you do that? Why
you
would
have
you
a note section on your character sheet in World and Roll 20. What is?
Why,
dude? It's so long. Oh man, I'd have to scroll for at least 2 seconds to copy all of this.
Just literally copy everything out of your WordPad and put it in something else.
It's literally Control A, Control V. With a click in the middle.
Well, Control A, Control C, and then Control V.
Do you say put it on notes on Roll20? There's no chance.
No. Just literally anywhere else.
Well, I could give you like a note thing on there, but I agree that a Google Drive doc is realistically,
or OneNote. I use OneNote a lot.
Well, I was going to say, because if you do Google Drive, you guys can have a folder that's shared between you where you all have your own notes and you all have access to each other's notes, which is helpful. The problem with that is, Jake, do you have an email address? And if so, is it a Google one? Or is it still
we have
AOL?
The conspiracy. We've already had shared files with Jake.
Oh, okay.
That's true.
Oh, wait, or is it Hotmail? What was your email? Was it AOL or Hotmail? It's one of those two.
It's definitely a Hotmail.
Okay, Hotmail. Okay.
I do not have a Gmail account.
Jake, if I say G Drive, what do you think that means?
I don't know.
Do you know what G Suite means? Okay.
I have no idea what any of that is.
This is how Scott makes himself feel young. Teasing the youngest member of the call with tech shit.
Anyways, so
maybe your knees work, but you don't know what G Suite means.
I bet his knees don't work. He's had 2 kids longer than me.
I'm not gonna lie, my knees are like, I can see in the future I'm gonna need like knee reconstructions.
No,
like I can already feel that that's gonna be coming in the future.
Says he plays soccer too. He's like 41 and he plays soccer still. He's clearly gonna need reconstructive surgery.
That's true.
Yeah, my friend.
I took an injury on my last. We played like a semi-final. And I took an injury at the start of the game, and I was like, "Oh, I'll be all right." And then I got home, and I was recovering for like 2 weeks.
That's how it is now.
Yeah, it was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that first time you push yourself after you don't have like teenage recovery powers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or even just 20s. Like even in your 20s, you don't.
I count that as teenage recovery powers,
Oh,
honestly.
okay.
So, Lechev.
I was like, if
No,
you're like under 27,
I need
it's not
to
bad.
delve into this. Sorry, Wade, but I remember being a kid and jumping off like my roof. Right,
Oh my
you'd
God.
you'd fuck around. But then if I jump off a step now, I don't know. I don't know if I'm coming out of this one.
Dude, you're preaching to the choir. Listen, I could go into the I'm old now talk. I played basketball for 13 years. I was dunking in 8th grade. Dude, I gotta check the mail now and I need a 30-minute breather.
Oh, God. Yeah,
This stream is not D&D, it's humans and houses. That's a good one.
That's nice.
Oh, man.
Yep. I remember when sleeping wrong seemed like a myth.
Oh, that has never been the case for me. It's always been bad.
Nah, dude, I could sleep like fucking folded in half when I was much younger.
I'm
And be like, my arm feels weird
Dude.
for like 20 minutes.
I went to my son's school and they had those little tiny chairs and I sat in them and halfway through my back went and I was like, and I had to get up and walk. Like I tried to walk to the car and it was so excruciatingly painful. I was like trying not to let anyone know, but at the same time, like screaming within myself.
Wait a second. Jackson's older. So was
Fuck,
this
dude.
kindergarten or like older?
Ugh.
No, this was
10th grade.
this was last year.
Oh, okay. That's not as small as I was thinking. Like, because like preschool, kindergarten chairs,
No,
those are like.
but they.
Dude,
we
you need
went-
one
I don't
per
know
cheek.
because it's a school it's a special needs school, right? So they got like I think they're like younger kids to older kids. So they had the little chairs, and that's what I was trying to sit in because that's what the chairs that they had for us for some reason.
Jake,
so
I
I'm
know
sitting
you're
there in
short,
this chair,
but-
and I'm like,
Oh man, do you think it was a power dynamic thing? Like the teacher wanted to sit above?
the teacher's like 6'7".
Oh
as well.
Jesus
Oh my
Christ!
God. I don't think you need
Okay,
it.
yeah, I didn't need to do that because like jokes aside, when I was in middle school, I had a teacher that legitimately did that. Like tried to sit above my parents to like talk down to them. Like 100% went that psychological route, and my dad called him out for it. And my dad's 6'3", and so he stood up. So yeah. Anyways, it was just funny. But
I hope all 3 people left at the stream are excited to be here for the teacher Scott power dynamic chat.
no, they were here for going to Jack's school's Jake back blowout.
Jake doesn't
Yeah,
get to
that's
talk
it.
much because he like is the distant one on this campaign at the moment. So it's nice to hear Jake even just be involved.
Oh, okay, that's fair.
Thank you.
Jake, would you like to tell us your favorite story about Australia?
No.
It's not appropriate.
It's funny
for,
though, like you know what?
for chat.
I'll tangent here, I suppose. Like someone, I was talking to this person, and they were like, they're at their school, they're at their uni, and they had like a cultural day, and they all got assigned to different like countries, and one of them was Australia, and they were like, "Oh, so what's your culture like?" And I was like, "We don't have a culture here." I was like, I mean, I suppose like you got to dress up. I was like, I suppose you could get like a mullet wig and maybe like a wife beater. You know what I mean? A couple of cans of beer. Like, I mean,
Oh my
I don't know
God.
what
That
the
sounds
culture
way
is
too
here.
close to the American Midwest and South.
I was gonna say that's very Kentucky.
That's-
Sleeveless shirt, a beer can, broken down car
Yeah.
to sit on.
I met a bunch of Australians in my teens that had misplaced accents, apparently.
yeah.
Walking around Australian as fuck. Didn't even
Add a
know.
seriously, add a little meth to your culture, and you have Kentucky. Is that allegedly?
Or Oklahoma.
Allegedly.
Or
Listen,
the
this is like-
Dakotas?
This is like the Disney World of meth, guys. Like, I just live in it.
Oh boy!
Like y'all know,
this way to get high.
Australia is more or less just the shitty parts of the U.S. with better beaches. I mean, it's pretty much how
We
it
do
works.
have really good beaches, but like nobody can take that away.
No.
Okay, but I live in the shitty part of the United States, and we are landlocked. So wait, what does that say? We don't have nice beaches. We have like
We
lakes.
can't help that you picked the
There's
worst place
catfish.
to live, and
I didn't pick this. What?
You're there.
Yeah, that's not my choice. I
Go
was
to
planted
Australia.
here.
Go to Australia. You just climb into a plane. You just climb in. Don't let them know. Just
Dude, there
climb in.
gotta be some houses in like downtown Cincinnati you could go find where people died of drug overdose and their bodies are just there. No one.
it'd be
knows.
like
Go
home.
move in.
Yeah, just be like
I
home.
was like, that'd be like way too close. That would be such a small step up.
Step up.
Where do you
is a
guys
step
rank in
up.
education?
Oh God.
Top 50?
Yeah, that's barely.
I don't know. I don't know
Um,
what you.
My guess
It's
is
very
if I had to guess
region-based here.
Ohio, I'm just gonna pull this up my ass. I'm gonna guess 32. Now I have to Google it.
mm.
I would imagine, like,
Was
if you're talking like the cities, especially not Cleveland, if you're talking like Cincinnati, it's probably a bit better. But there's a lot of rural Ohio where school is probably still like lady with whip and chalkboard.
Listen, we are like
The
fighting
good old
for
days.
47th.
Yeah.
Like, Oklahoma is like fighting tooth and nail for
Wait,
47th.
are you going back to school? Why is education better here?
It's just a predictor of a lot of other things. Is all. You know.
We're a swing state, so we're not as bad as Oklahoma. We're just pretty much as bad.
Ohio's 26.
Every county is red here.
26.
Yeah,
That's
overall
top 52.
overall public in 2024 is 26.
Ish.
It's pretty crazy.
And you're what city again? It's not Alabama. It's Oklahoma. Oh my God. Guess Oklahoma.
I think I've already said it.
Oh, my apologies.
We fight for 47th.
You are 48th.
We are losing that fight.
If it makes you feel any better, you're
We
behind
want-
Doxy.
So wait, Ohio's a small step up from that?
You know what? I may have misspoke.
You guys are like-
perhaps
We're at least mid.
Oh, man.
perhaps Ohio. I was not familiar with your game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oops.
And
Sorry,
we'd probably
Ohio.
be like top 5 if you just removed the eastern half of Ohio.
You know what?
Yeah.
That's legit.
I'm gonna start telling Oklahoma stories that aren't true, mixed in with some that are true, and just have people form like just a really crazy view of this place.
Okay, a state that we've already made fun of multiple times. This
If you
stream.
say Rhode Island and you say we,
no. Better than Ohio. Better than Ohio. Coming at 25, Kentucky.
They're 25 now?
Yeah, they're better than Ohio.
you gotta set this whole state on
That's
fire,
wild.
bro. I don't know what's going on.
And the good thing is, him
Wait,
saying he's
how'd
top
that happen?
50.
Did McConnell die?
No, unfortunately.
Oh.
So the
That's mean.
with you saying you guys are fighting for top 50, to be clear, there is a 51 because District of Columbia counts for ranking. So, and do you want to know what number 51 is? Rena pulling in the rear. Arizona.
Arizona's last?
Arizona's 51. Alabama's 50. It's bad.
I guess- Arizona has what? Phoenix, Tucson, Flagstaff, and some cacti?
Just being worse than West Virginia must hurt.
Yeah.
They get a pass for having that country road song.
Oh, yes. That one song.
I forgive West Virginia because it's catchy.
We have stuff.
Oh, California? That's a good question. Where's California on here? Scrolling.
I don't know.
32. Ohio's
time
better
is
than
it? Where am I?
California.
Is it midnight? Are we done? Did we kill Beltran?
We've spent 30 minutes not. We started off at least related to D&D, and then we were like, we better side tangent now into being old and education ranks of states.
This was meant to give Jake an outlet, and look what we've done.
Where
Look
does
what we
Canada
American
rank?
fucks have done.
Canada's got to be top 50 of U.S. states now, right? Have we acquired them?
Canada? No. We're still working out the deal, and by that I mean military contracts. Okay.
They kicked us out once.
Cool. Maybe they'll do us a favor and burn down the White House again.
Quiet, piggy. Let's get to it. You don't know that reference?
I
yeah.
do.
Scott, I can't believe you don't know that one. I thought for sure.
Quiet, Piggy?
Our president said that to a reporter who asked him about Epstein.
Was that like yesterday?
He said, quiet, piggy. It was yesterday before.
Mhm.
Oh, is that when he was telling that now he wants ABC's like rights to be revoked or whatever it is, and that whole thing?
I don't know.
Oh,
Last
boy.
time on last initiative, because this is the last stream we're doing.
Yeah, this is probably it.
Because we are the piggies and we are being quieted next.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's me being a piggy.
Me go back to playing the game now.
Really? Yeah, man, that sounds like a good idea.
Cool.
Snog only redeemed a thing like half an hour ago for it.
Yeah, but
Let's
Snogger's
maybe we should-
opinion doesn't matter. So,
Okay.
all right, cool. Let's get into the game.
My voice and video are off sync.
Oh, good. Say something, Wade?
Blah 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 blah. Ha ha. Hee hee. Hoo hoo.
Nope, not on this side. So I just
Looks
have them to
looks
refresh.
normal.
All right, cool. Let's. I mean, we already played for like 20 minutes. Let's get back on track, right? So, your characters. Last I remember, you're talking to what's his fuff, and did you leave him at that point?
Aldo was going back to our place. Koa and
Mhm.
Mikhail were staying at Gemsmith's, and I forget who was going to take watch. Koa was trying to argue, but Mikhail
I
wouldn't
think
let him.
I think Mikhail won that eventually.
Yeah, so let you guys get like spell cast on you to rest or whatever it is. Okay, cool. So since
Yeah.
you guys are still there, wait, I don't need to be ethereal or like evasive of your question. If you ask him more or less like, hey, the stuff you clearly stole and you kept a ledger of everything you stole, what happened to the record of this, on the other one? I don't know if Koa would ask that or Mikhail would. I don't really care. I know Wade came up with the idea. I don't know which character would ask, but whoever it is that asks, he would be able to confirm that the note of those things would have been removed from the other ledgers. So sometimes it was just never marked onto the ledger. Sometimes it was removed after it had been marked on there, just because depending on when in his swaying that the actual auction would have taken place, right?
He's lucky no one noticed.
So
that.
so he stole it from not the buyer but the seller. Like they never got bought.
So the answer to that question is yes. No, is depends. So like, because if it never got, so some things people would have purchased, like if you purchased the whole slew, but then things never arrived, that was stolen from the buyer. If it never even got onto the ledger, it was stolen from the seller.
That does not sound like a good plan.
Well, who's the
Correct.
beneficiary of the sale? It was just the city of Leshev, right?
Generally, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mhm.
But
Yeah.
either way, still bad.
Yeah.
We were just we were trying to figure out like, okay, are these goods stolen from people who paid for them? And is Koa going to be a goody two shoes and want to return those things to them, or is it Leshev and we can argue him into the fact that we've paid our dues and they're ours now?
Well, we can always say that even though Wade was the one that came up with the idea, not that Koa is stupid, but he's not booksy. You know what I mean? It could have been Mikhail that asked the question after Koa had kind of like, gone to wherever he was going to bed or whatever, right? The room next to where the others were. And where Yellen and Manerla is. And you could have
McGregor.
asked and then kept that information to yourself. If Wade is cool with that playing out that way, then it's just for Mikhail to have and just disseminate. As
Yeah,
he
no, that's
sees.
fine. I honestly think it would have been one of those two characters. My character's not skullduggery enough to have thought of like, I wonder who got robbed, or even if they knew. Koa would just be like, if someone was owed these, they should be returned. If no one owned them, then I don't know what to do. Like, very simple Koa thoughts.
Donate them.
I don't know if he's that good. So.
Well, I mean, I ended the session with stating that I'm taking some of the stuff. So I didn't think about the ledgers, but I was taking some stuff.
You're just like taking stuff from Jim Smith's house that aren't even part of what Cleveland had. You're like, I really like this chair. Actually, that chair is. Yep, this will go great in the foyer.
I don't know. Would Aldo, like funny as that is, I don't think Aldo would do it. Aldo would absolutely pocket some of the things that are in the room. He's not doing that right now, is he? Or is he taking some because he's already
I said
leaving,
when
so he's like,
I said when Cleveland went, like when he got the spell cast on him and he went to sleep, I took some of the stuff that he'd stolen.
I am perfectly fine with that. Can you do me a favor real quick? I know that you're already pretty good with you're the one that looked through the books and everything beforehand. Can you just go ahead and roll me a perception check?
Yeah. Is there any bartenders that haven't been mentioned?
Inside the house, yes.
Okay.
You good?
Yeah.
22, cool. So with your 22, it's not just that you understood what the ledger had said and the value of those items. More importantly, it's being able to find the items, compare, even when it's small enough to pocket or carry out pretty, unnoticed, but also have it be an item valuable enough to be worth your while. And Aldo's no fool. He can definitely find things that he thinks are valuable. And certainly if it was stolen, it was probably valuable enough to grab. So he didn't have to be super selective. But with your high enough perception check, we can see there was a degree of, selectiveness that went into what it was that you had taken with you, right? So valuable items.
Especially because we can cross-reference with Cleveland's notes that said the value of the items as well.
That's exactly what I'm saying. But I also imagine you moved, you moved quickly and you did this predominantly from memory with maybe a quick cross-reference. You weren't sitting there and leafing through. So.
I getcha.
Yep. All right, cool.
Correct.
Back to the game. You take those objects and you're going to leave. Koa, Mikhail casts a spell on you and then you sleep. And I don't remember exactly how that spell works. I think you heal triple or your dreams are...
It's double.
Oh, you heal double?
Yeah, it's restful sleep. I can boop it. Hold on.
Casual, you missed some of the most important RP of the campaign. You have to actually not even watch live right now. You have to go back and rewind and watch from the beginning. It was super important. So back to thing, and then Mikhail, your character actually intends to stay up for a little while. You gathered that information from him. You're like, oh, interesting. Okay, sleep, and you cast a spell on him to get restful sleep as well. This is multiple targets. When you cast it on them, do they have to fall asleep immediately, or do they have like a short window of time to go to bed?
It says immediately prior to resting. So
okay, cool.
It doesn't have to be like right before they sleep, but it's like as they're about to wind down at the very least.
Yeah, I imagine it's literally as you guys are like parting ways, you cast that spell and they're walking up to go to their various chambers, and you ask them that last question. You give them a disapproving look, and then the thing, they go to bed. Mikhail, I kind of throw to Hugh for a second here. Is Wade just going to sleep? He's going to, of course, try to be mindful of what might happen next door in case there's any crashes, bangs, or whatever it is, so he can wake up and, So, Wade, I imagine your character, what kind of armor does he wear? Please remind me.
Lamellar leathers.
So light armor. So actually, I think as opposed to what he normally does, Koa would probably go to bed in his armor.
I think this one is medium because it does have a dex penalty.
That doesn't mean medium. Medium would have a speed penalty too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Then sure.
No. Yeah.
It's the better version of Lamellar than what I started with.
Yeah, there's like 6 Lamellars or whatever. So Wade, you would probably go to bed in your armor as opposed to the normal. It's like, I'm sure you've done this before. You go to bed with like a hoodie on or like a jacket on or whatever it is because
Koa's going to bed battle ready. He wants to wake up, grab a sword, and be ready to go.
Exactly. Like I imagine it's literally one of those, like the sword's even like above the blankets but in the bed with him, so he's like ready to roll out. All right, cool. So you're good to go. So in case anything wakes you up, you're there. And Mikhail, you're downstairs doing
more studying. He's restless, so he's gonna be looking back over the notes and things that he found that he was like obsessing over back in the manor, because he's still trying to piece together that spell.
Oh, that's fair. So he's trying to work through that. Cool.
Yeah, but he probably gets, a little too restless to just like sit still sometimes, and like occasionally he'll wander back over to the fireplace and just kind of recheck it, because that was fucking freaky. Seeing a goddamn demon show up. There's like that part of his brain that's like, okay, but is it actually gone? So he'd probably check that a little bit too, but he's not like wandering the house or anything, just those couple of things.
That makes sense. And as you're like checking the fireplace, I also imagine you're looking like where it had disappeared from, make sure there's no trace of it, make sure there's no like summoning sigils or any shit like that. You come across none of those things. One of the things I will say is, as you're, like you said, you're checking this, you're studying, at one point in time, you realize that, not your inkwell, right? But at one point in time, your quill, actually, the tip of the quill gets unfortunately too dull for you to be able to accurately use, and you don't have all your supplies on you. So you're not going to sit there and be able to like remove the blade, replace it with another one, or bring it over to, if you have like the correct tool to kind of like sharpen a little bit to get the fine edge on it. You're like, shit. So you're going to spend an extra moment to go and find yourself another...
Does it weigh less than 4 pounds?
You're going to go over and find yourself another quill, right?
Yeah, as long as it takes less than 10 minutes.
Why does 10 minutes matter?
That's how long it takes to cast Mending.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It would take less than 10 minutes. Yeah. So you go over to grab another quill because one of the perks of like having gone through and you do making the appraise check to see the value of the various things around the room is you saw that there were a whole bunch of different types of items, including a handful of instruments like quills or whatever being there, and one of them caught your eye for being particularly nice looking. So you go ahead and you grab the quill and you appraise it really quickly. You're like, oh, this absolutely stunning looking. It has the edge to it looks very fine, at least from like a quick cursory glance. The quill on it is kind of like a matte black quill, which is nice because it almost makes you think of, funny enough, in Leshev, it almost looks kind of like a crow or a raven's feather, where it's this like matte black, but it has on one side and the other side has like a nice, almost like sheen to it that has like a little bit of like almost like a purplish, like raven feathers have almost like a slightly what's what I'm looking for here, opalescent, P not P, hue to it. Either way, the thing is like is really really nice. And then so anyways, you dip the quill into you check it out, everything's good. You dip the quill into your ink and you go ahead and you start writing on the parchment and figuring things out, whatever. After some more of your research, some more of your notes, things are going along. At one point in time, you notice that you made a mistake. It's not uncommon that you make a mistake with your thing, with your quill or whatever, and you're like, crap, I want to whether scratch it off or quickly rub it away before the ink properly sets inside there. When you do so, you gotta like dab or rub away the marking just so that the parchment doesn't have to be wasted. You realize that the ink that you wiped away, it like beads and rolls off very easily. The same ink you were using before, it beads and rolls off insanely easily. Like, what the hell? And you go back and try to like rub off some more of what you had written there, or like take more tests with it, and you get concerns like, oh shit, everything I just wrote, did it like fall off the paper? And you go back like a page or two and you check, and the ink is properly settled in there, as though it's almost one of those like, I know it's been a long day, it's been stressful. Yeah. We literally battled a demon. Am I okay right now? Maybe all the flower smell and sulfur and everything's starting to get to me because this is fucking weird.
Yeah, he'd be proper fucking weirded out by that. Like, he'd probably like test it on other paper that he has and such, just like seeing, okay, what does this property follow? Is it following the quill? Is it following the ink somehow that I know I already used? Is it the page? Like, he would start like testing out, trying to narrow down what's the source of it.
Absolutely. And it definitively follows the quill. You're switching different inks because you would only have one or two inks with you, but there's definitely, you're inside of a councilman's house, so there's other inks that you can quickly dab into if you wanted to just give a try of another type or whatever. And if you try another quill, it doesn't happen. If you try other parchment, it does. You know what I mean? So it's just this one quill where it's happening. And what you realize is that when you're writing with this quill, there's like an amount of time that the ink remains, shall we say, removable. Like literally it beads up and rolls off to the point where even just testing with it, you can actually roll that ink back. Like if you're careful, you can roll it back into the well where it came from. If you care to be like super like, I don't want to leave splotches on the ground or like resource, cautious or whatever it might be, you could do that if you wanted to. Though it takes a bit of finessing to be able to pull that off. You maybe splotch one or two spaces here or there as you were trying to figure out how that works, right? But anyways, you come to the realization, like, many times, especially as a composer, many times as you're writing all of your notes, as you're doing all of your research, as you're writing your music, so on and so forth, you find yourself needing to like scratch things off, throw away whole pieces of paper, waste tons of ink, lots of smudges, etc., etc. That's not, even if you, what if you dab your hand onto it, especially if you're left-handed, if you like bump into the ink with your hands, it almost like moves around your hand or like rolls with your hand enough that when your hand comes back, it doesn't fall off. It's almost like the ink does not get smudged unless you intentionally are trying to remove it or intentionally trying to smudge it. It only plays out that way. Otherwise, it works like normal ink, right? And the way this all plays out is because you have this ink that now kind of like acts as you will for so much, sorry, the quill that acts with the ink as you will for at least so much time. Cool thing happens, very minor thing. You end up using less ink over time than you otherwise would have, which is like nice if you're dealing with like more expensive inks, which can, be a factor at certain points in the game. But more importantly, anytime you're doing any task where like the quality of the penmanship is extremely important, because like you need to do the correct kind of calligraphy, or again you're like composing music, or you're like writing notes to your character, whatever it is, you get a +2 to that roll. Any check that requires your using of this this quill, of like writing and the quality of the writing or neatness or whatever it is, you get a +2 to that roll.
Okay. Hell yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yes.
Just out of curiosity, what happens if you have a document that's written and you take the ink and you just like find a T and you mark over that T with the ink again, and then you try to remove it? Does it remove all the ink or just the ink that you just added?
That's a cute one. I like that. Ooh, that's a cute. Ooh.
That is a good question.
Ooh. Give me a second. Okay, I'll let you choose, Keegan. I was going to say that so obviously you have the universal +2 that's going on here. I was going to say that this impact reduces the cost of doing things like copying over documents, whatever it is, reduces the cost by an amount of money. I know you're not a wizard, you don't do scrolls, but there are still value in copying over those kinds of like, you know, details or whatever it is. And I was going to say that it reduces the amount of time it takes for you to do stuff like compose new music, et cetera, et cetera. That's a fun feature. Wade's proposing the ability to like modify pre-existing documents. Now you'd still have to forge what was removed, but both of those have their own unique value.
I was legit just curious.
And if you did
It was a
remove
good
it, you'd still have to
curiosity.
like match inks and whatnot. Like again, if it was a forgery you're trying to do, it would have to be like, you'd still have to do it the right way, but it gives you
I
the
know
ability
this is
to
blue
legit
marker
edit.
and this is red, but it looks legit.
Well, yeah, I would just have to use very little ink, so when it rolls off the page, if I collect it, then I'll have the ink that it was used as well. It'll be a mixture, but
Yeah.
it'll be pretty close.
Goes together like oil and water.
And then if I use that to pull up the rest of it, it'll be more and more of the original ink.
Sorry, Gemsmith. This says we own your house. This is the original title document. I don't know what to tell you.
They obviously claim forgery
Prove it.
with a sword.
Oh, man. Do love some mischief and skullduggery.
So I won't lie. I was doing this as a means to help with your character's research, spell-related stuff, composition of music, so on and so forth. This leans more towards forgery than it does the other stuff. Not to say that Mikhail's doesn't do both.
That's true. I think I'll
think you're
still
probably
take
the
the
best one of
original.
them.
I think I'll still take the original. I really like the other one, though.
I am fine with those.
Because that +2 would apply to forgeries. Penmanship
does.
is very important.
Yeah, it was just for me. It was like taking a pre-existing thing and being able to modify it without it being. It's not even a copy of a new document. It's the original document.
That's
Declaration of
pretty sick.
Independence says, "And Cheetos will be free for all." I don't know. I don't know why they put it in. Cheetos wasn't even a brand yet, but it's in there. Like, look,
they were really ahead of their time.
specifically the puffs. Was that cruel or good? I don't know, but
I thought you were gonna make the joke. Are you sure it says 5/8?
Wow.
no, man.
Yeah, I might have to steal that as a magic item, though. That's pretty dope.
All right. Huh.
Don't worry, I'll tell him it was your idea, Wade. Definitely.
I mean, it's documented here unless someone edits the.
Well,
my
you
God.
also imagine you have to like do it the right way. Well, I suppose no, because it doesn't matter. You can just like they just scratch it. It's literally like using like whiteout.
God,
That's funny.
master of misinformation.
That's funny. Okay. All right, cool. Why are you guys saying Aldo? Y'all know that Mikhail has a better linguistics. Mikhail's the better forger.
I don't think by a ton, and just
You also have more education.
the idea of Aldo having that buff to his linguistics, it does sound like some Loki shit, though. Like we are like building a demigod here.
You got to give him the spell disguise self, so you can get an additional +10. What's your disguise skill right now, Aldo?
Aldo refuses to use spells to because he doesn't need them and he doesn't believe that they're better at disguising than he is.
That's fair.
Here's
So he
also
will
the
never use
difference
it.
why they're saying Aldo. Because Mikhail would be like, hey, I just made sure the government can't claim this orphanage by altering this document. Aldo would make it so that the chef in Leshev has to get 10 spankings as part of his payment every week just because.
Delivered by.
It's in the contract, it's left vague.
Tony's unemployed at the moment.
Oh God.
That's a large hand.
That's weird that he
Tony's the
agreed to give
town's
away 1
official
gold a month to
spanker.
Tony just to spank him 10 times, but that's what it's in his contract.
Oy vey.
Can you imagine walking into Leshev for the first time? There's this big fucking orc dude with a shirt, with a limp and a shirt that says "Town Spanker." Welcome to Leshev. I'll be leaving now.
That's fine. Or let's set up camp.
Right,
See, that's the
you
kind of
guys. I
mischief
get a good
Aldo
feeling
would
about
cause,
this
though.
place.
Aldo do shit like that, whereas Mikhail would be like, yeah, this will help the party, or this will be a good thing to do. Aldo would be like, this isn't really good or bad, but it's fucking funny.
Aldo would do the funny thing between like continent altering like rumors and other shit. It's like, huh. Yeah, and also everybody's wearing underwear on their head in that city for some reason. Oh, I wonder what that's about.
Yeah, it said when you go to Vigil, you have to finish every sentence by going, wah! I don't know.
Wah!
Just like that.
Wait, can you like hire a wah guy? It's like you don't have to do it like
It's
every
like Monty Python, but instead of coconuts, you got wah
Yeah.
behind you.
Yeah, exactly. So like when you finish
wah
speaking,
man.
somebody else can say
I'm looking for the valiant few. I heard they've come here.
wah.
What? He okay? Yes. Sorry, he's my wah guy. He's wah guy. It's in the contract. I have to wah when I'm here. You have to what? And Aldo just like in a corner somewhere.
I have my browser audio turned way down, and I have the stream at 1%, and I could still hear echoes of wah.
I also heard wah. I
From
thought one of you
his-
maybe XLR'd it or something because I also.
That's
heard
what I thought too. I was like, did somebody record that and is pressing a button?
Wah! I hear that.
I
Oh,
heard
did Scott actually do it? Oh, okay. That would explain it.
That wouldn't surprise me. He's been sitting over there smiling too smugly to himself and quiet, you know? Yep, there it is. Yeah, it's him.
So we sleep, and Mikhail takes some notes with his new pen that does not allow him to reforge old documents.
This is definitely mine, right?
Is the word right by itself, like starting with a capital and ending with a question mark, a whole sentence?
Sure. Right?
I think he thinks we can really hear the wahs, but I just hear like a
It sounds like a chihuahua really far away.
yeah.
Like next door, but it's
So
like
Chad
really
probably hears the
belting
wahs,
out.
but we once again are left out, so we just think he's an idiot.
I mean, to be fair, you probably would have thought that anyways.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's especially funny when we're having normal conversation. You're doing something, you're like, oh, this is so funny. And we have no idea because you're just like, and the monster comes in and goes, and we're like, really? It dies
Wow.
of a stroke? Like, what happened to it?
Man, I bet that was really scary with audio.
You hear this blood curdling noise. Oh, yeah, we sure do.
You can in chat the real experience of being in a Zoom call with
Do you guys
Scott.
want to know what it's like to be behind the scenes as a content creator in a Zoom call?
You guys could
No,
at least,
you
go
probably don't.
the extra mile and act or role play like you can play along instead of calling me out for it every time.
Bro, it looks so silly. Like, I don't know what to tell you.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, I can't do those noises.
Stop lying.
What?
It's why are you? Okay, I shouldn't ask why. I shouldn't ask questions. I shouldn't ask why.
Please tell me why.
Can we get back to playing the game now instead of goofing off?
No,
Right.
because our leader is not leading by example.
Well, when we get back to it, we can stop goofing off.
So I totally have this pen. It is mine. It belongs to me.
Cool. So we
Only
are...
speaking 3-word sentences to make him keep fucking pressing that button.
You're torturing me.
Sure am.
Cool. So let's get back to the game. So you guys, you have the pen, the quill or whatever it is, and it has like this, you realize this. You end up spending, unfortunately, that most of the night kind of, figuring this out rather than actually doing like any further research or whatever on your the thing. But the amount of time you're going to end up making up in the long run, or at least resource you end up saving in the long run, makes up for it anyways. Fortunately for you,
Mikhail canonically hyperfixates, so that's fair.
Fortunately, nothing of note happens throughout the evening unless Aldo alters that. Since Jaaek mysteriously disappeared, can you remind me, was he legitimately going back to your place and actually chilling there with a couple of guards I think he said he was willing to take to be with him? Or was he saying that but actually spying on somebody else?
No, I think that was his plan because the Hafue is there.
Okay,
Yeah.
I thought so because I thought the original plan was for him to spy on what's-his-face, but that's already been resolved.
Yeah. I think he was legitimately going.
Dude, talk about flipping the script. Gemsmith was like hurt we hadn't told him about Beltran. Now we just saved him and his son from a demon.
Yep. Actually, I'll touch on that while we're before we get to the next part. So, for those of you that aren't in Discord but either are on Twitch or follow on YouTube, more or less a whole conversation was had about like if it felt kind of crazy that they randomly found a demon and put it out of its misery, and that's that. Yeah, it was crazy. You missed the conversation about how many layers of crazy it was, like the 18 things that had to happen with all like insane successes along the way for it to have circumstantially them resolving something that I literally put in place in the game 2 seasons ago that was intended to come out in the game in at least 3 more seasons, probably 3 or 4 more seasons is when it was going to go. I was building up to this whole plot that I was doing, and they were just like, ooh, we accidentally rolled all 20s. Ump. So yeah, if it felt a little crazy, yeah, give them all of the credit because they did the correct investigations and then crushed it with the rolls, and Wade cheated the game. And yeah, all right, back to the game. So
Between the ink and the D20, I've had 2 big brain moments.
And that's it for 2025.
More than 2024 had.
Cool. So let's you guys are the morning comes. Koa, you wake up, you feel amazing. Like very well rested. It's not the first time the spell has been cast on you, but it's been several, over a week I think since last time, or close to a week since last time. And it was kind of a rough 2 days, conversationally, emotionally, and certainly what happened, this evening, to wake up feeling so well rested. It's not until after, granted your clothes are already on, it's not until after you're like starting to do your morning workout and your clothes are still on that you realize what had happened the night beforehand, and kind of the gravity of that hits you because you woke up just so on the right side of the bed. So, obviously Koa's going to go about his morning routine, check on things, around the house, but like he just is going to be in not necessarily a particularly good mood. That's up to you, but he definitely feels very well rested from this. Aldo, obviously you were able to make your way back to the estate and go ahead and pass out, having a couple of guards watching after the estate for you. So things are good to go there. I don't think there was anything else you were doing that evening. And Mikhail, you stayed up pretty much all night long. I think all night long. So your character now has the fatigue condition, and he is only in a good mood because he found something of use to his character and is now slightly judging Aldo less for stealing stuff.
I wasn't judging him for stealing in the first place.
He pocketed a few things and said, I'll bring those back later.
That's Aldo. That's our Aldo.
Cool. So the morning comes round. I'm not sure what your character's plans were, but you do know that Yellen and Cleve and Gemsmiths were going to have their conversation this morning to kind of like work out the details, and you probably have to temp check that later on because y'all still don't even know what your plan is with that, and you probably want to have an aside about it, which you can do later on in today's RP. So I imagine after like them all waking up, and you can tell like you're not like they offer for you to stay for breakfast, but you're getting the vibe that maybe it's not a good idea. All both of you are getting like a yeah, maybe, Koa grabs like an apple on the way out or something. But otherwise, you guys are, yeah, maybe let's not stay. You can go ahead and meet up with Aldo. What were your plans for this morning? Where did you want to go to first?
Rook.
Going to see if Rook will meet with us.
Sure. When you go to call at Rook's estate, do you grab Aldo first?
Yeah, we would.
Yeah. Mhm.
When you go to call at Rook's estate, you knock at the door, and a woman answers the door. Human, mid to late 30s, based off of posture, the way she's dressed, likely lady of the house, meaning the servant of the place, a hired aide around the house. So she answers the estate and looks to the three of you and says, good morning. Your presence was expected, but wasn't announced.
Yes, we wanted to offer our apologies at missing that. The day got quite away from us. If Councilman Rook is willing to meet with us sometime today, then we would make that a priority.
She nods and steps to the side for the three of you to come into the entrance. I'll describe in a second. To which she shuts the door behind you and tells you, I will go and speak with the High Councilman and inform him of your arrival.
Thank you.
So just in walking in the place and looking around, Rook is old. He's very old. He gives the impression of mothballs, right? And walking into his house very much matches the vibe of him. The artwork in here is either itself very, very, very old for what you can see, or more likely is covered with sheets because he's not currently hosting any guests, right? So you wouldn't want it collecting any dust or anything like that. The whole place is kept, pretty darn clean because he does have a staff that he keeps on hand. But the architecture inside here, like the banister running up the stairs that are nearby, the flooring, any decor that you can see, it is definitely of a time before now and a place that's not a deer. I don't believe Rook is native to a deer. I have to double check his details. But either way, this place very much gives you the impression of being kind of cold and distant. As a matter of fact, looking around, you're starting to get the feeling like you're surprised she even invited you in to stand here, not even in the waiting room, literally at the door. You're surprised she even went so far as to extend the invitation for you to wait indoors when she walked away. Likely, it's just your reputation that made her feel comfortable enough to do so. Looking at the area that's by the door for like where you would have, say, shoes or a jacket or what have you, you can see that there's only two that are set up there. One that's clearly the councilman's. You can see it. You've seen that robe many times, or that cloak many times that he has for walking to or from the actual council town hall. And the other, which likely belongs to the woman that answered the door. No others. Likely he lives alone.
Okay.
Anything said amongst you guys, or do you just wait for a second?
No, I mean, Koa would just kind of like shrug and look around.
Don't be surprised if he makes us wait a really long time.
Probably takes him that long to get out of bed.
The first time we were in town and Aldo was on trial, and I was waiting to speak to the council about Phil and his family. I waited all day and never got a chance to speak, so nothing surprises me here anymore.
After about like a 6-minute or so wait, which isn't a crazy long time, which is nice, she eventually makes her way back down the stairs. And as she walks up to you with a small, polite smile, she walks straight over to the door and places her hand on the handle. And she says, I spoke to the High Councilman, and he informed me that he is not going to be entertaining anybody today.
Very well.
Okay.
Thank you for your
time.
hospitality.
And that.
Oh, I didn't hear what you said prior to and that.
Thank you for your time. He said hospitality, I said time.
She says, it's a pleasure to have met the valiant few. And she opens the door.
Just give a very slight bow on my way out.
Cool. And you guys walk out. She watches after you to make sure like you are, get off the steps and start making your way halfway, across the estate or whatever it is. And then she closes the door, not in like a rude way. It's not like one of those and get out of here. It's just being courteous or what have you. Watch as you guys remove a little bit in case you were to turn around or call back or anything, and then she shuts the door, and that's the end of that.
Well,
Yep.
Jim Smith called that.
Yeah. At least we know where his priorities lie. Rook.
This does mean that something will likely be said to Beltran and his family.
It's a virtual guarantee.
If we think about it, Jem Smith should help us out. Not he should as in he wants to, but he should because he should. We should have him keep an eye on Rook. He said he uses a personal courier. You know what I
We're
mean?
more likely to get that kind of help from Fox, aren't we? I don't know if Jim Smith has people around him that work in that.
Yeah,
department.
you're probably right. It was him that said it is all. That's why my mind went there. But
No, I don't
yeah,
disagree.
you're
I'm just not sure that.
No, I think you're right. I think you're right on that. I don't know if Jem Smith would have people.
Plus, I'm pretty sure that Fox and his guests had a night they'll not soon forget, so he may be more inclined to grant us a favor.
Maybe. Probably a good idea.
Well, other than checking in on Jim Smith and Cleveland, anything else we need to do before we can finally get out of here?
Oh, our guest woke up this morning. They're a little disoriented. I think one of the guard are sitting with him. We should probably check that out.
Yeah. Don't want him just running off or anything. Okay. Well, at least that's at home.
To home.
Oh, before we leave, I have to go find the guy that we gave the coins to, who's gonna go talk to his buddy about getting a price for him.
Oh, yes. We still have a few of those coins. I think I've got 5 of them.
Yeah, I think I gave him, I don't remember, 5 myself, and then I have 5 left. But
I'm sure if he's in
he's
town,
here, so yeah.
Right.
Oh, is
Or
it
he should be
the
here.
mole coins or something like that?
No, they were the
just
old
yeah.
like maybe antique coins, but they weren't mull.
Oh,
It was
gotcha.
the guy who wanted the invite into the Jim Smith dinner.
Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
that dude.
And the coins were golden or silvered.
I
I
believe
have
they were all
5
gold.
old gold coins that were found in our house.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like Lost Empire kind of a thing. Gotcha.
Yeah, that's what I got on them.
They were just defined for me as old, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Yes, gotcha. Friend will go sell for slightly more than a normal GP value. Yeah. That's so it's one of those things where they will obviously whatever it's worth. You're not going to get that full price because he's going to have to do the job of then sending it to a collector, right? You're dealing with a middleman, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like when you watch those shows and they're like, you bring it to the pawn shop and they're like, this is worth $75,000. I'll give you 32 for it. What the fuck? No.
This is a gold coin that's worth a lot of money. I'll give you 2 silver for it. Wait, what?
Right? Yeah,
The best I can do is an onion.
Anyways, cool. So, where were we? You have, you guys go to speak to the Hofue. Now there were 2 Hofue that you knew to be there, and this one I believe was I described them as wearing bits of armor, didn't I?
The only description I remember is they were covered in spider web,
Hold on.
and then they were dying.
That's right. Nope, I know who it is. Okay, I remember which one this is. Cool. So when you go and see when you go there to speak with them, they are in fact awake. Aldo, did you do anything prior to that when you noticed that they were waking up? Did you leave anything with them, or or did you just like left?
Oh no, that's what I said. Oh wait, are you talking about the Hafue?
Correct.
Yeah, no. Remember how we had guards watching? I just had one sit with him, really, just while I collected the others.
Gotcha.
So
Well,
he's probably up and being fed, but you know,
Yeah.
he has somebody watching over him.
So when you go back to your state, like literally, you remember how your state, it kind of like opens into like the living room because it's a different design than a lot of the other ones. Kind of opens up into a large living room area with a fireplace right there. You can actually see that the guard is inside there, and they're standing over near, kind of like bent down by the couch, and it looks like they're doing something with their hands. You can't tell what it is until you get closer that you can see that the Hafue is actually sitting up in the couch. They're just too short to have seen them over the back of the couch until you had, walked a bit closer. And they're actively eating something that it looks like the guard went and got for them, probably from your kitchen or your supplies or whatever it is. Looking them over, their skin color is still a bit pallid, right? It's still a bit off, but they are, and of course they're very emaciated from how you would imagine a healthy Hafue would look. And it's not like you guys are traveling around with a ton of Hafue clothing that you could have so it's you were able to get them something along the way just to have them inside some degree of clothing that wasn't just like the tattered mess that they were in, because obviously you were doctoring them, right? But either way, they just look emaciated. Just they look like skull and bones inside of whatever clothing you got them. They almost wear them like they're wearing their big brother's clothes, sort of a situation. They just do not look healthy. And so as you guys are coming in and you're close enough that because they can't, easily turn around and see, which as you come around the couch enough that they can actually turn and see you with the narrow degree that they can turn their head and their eyes, you can see the Hafue looking at you. Their hair is a bit longer than they probably keep it. It's definitely a lot shaggier. It's not like they've been properly bathed. I imagine Mikhail went so far as to sponge down them down enough to make sure that wounds were cleaned or so that they didn't reek. But it's not like Mikhail is sitting here playing, nurse and giving them full sponge baths or anything. It's not, what he does. And his mind is on 1,000 other things, anyways. So you can see definitely they're a bit dirtier. Their hair is kind of matted and almost what's what I'm looking for here, like dreading up, if you will, because of how long they've been in there. So the Hafue looks to you guys and gives you kind of a weak look, not of recognition for you, until Mikhail finally steps forward and comes fully into view, because of course Mikhail, seeing him awake, would immediately want to go and get into that, let me check on him, check vitals, make sure he's okay. Not I'm going to immediately grab my finger onto his wrist for his pulse or trying to light in his eyes or anything, but immediately go over and start trying to check his senses and how alert he is, or basic things like that. So as Mikhail kind of steps forward and he looks at Mikhail, there's 2 or 3 seconds where he's analyzing Mikhail as he approaches, even leans back as Mikhail kind of gets a bit closer, not overly fast, right? But cautiously. And then finally recognition comes across his face. So the first time he's opened his eyes, just the first time he seems truly alert and aware of his surroundings. And he sees Mikhail. And then he says, I wish I had my voice from last week and the week prior. He says to you through a hoarse, weak voice.
What a weird wish.
Yeah, I know, right?
Right.
Because my throat's already killing me right now. I'm I should go up and make tea. Because I had coffee earlier. It was my first time having coffee on stream in forever.
Wow.
Saying some weird shit.
Tea for the honey, not for the tea. I hate tea.
Great.
You can't put honey in coffee.
So what's the dude say?
Sure you can.
It's gross. He says, you. I know you. He says as he recoils. By the second time he recoils from any attempt you have to reach out to touch him. I don't know if Mikhail would continue to try or would kind of relax for a second.
He would just chill. Just wait. Let him get through his thoughts. He's not going to try to touch him if he's pulling away.
He said, you. I know you.
I tended to you. You were stuck in a very bad place, being eaten by spiders.
Spiders?
At the ruins.
Thinking for a few extra moments.
You're far away from there now.
Oh. Wait. spiders. And then like eyes kind of like widen a bit and like looks to the side and says, where is it? Yahi. Yahi. Where's Yahi?
You're the only one we got out.
No, Yahi. He's like me. Afue.
You're the only one who made it out.
Looks at you like analyzing your face, trying to make sure like understood. And then after like a solid 2 seconds, it settles in and he like settles back. And as he does so, whatever plate or bowl he has in his hands tumbles out of it and, hits the grounds. Luckily, you guys don't have anything of fine dish. Like it's probably like, wood or thick enough stone that it hits the ground and it tumbles around, making a clatter and makes a mess on the floor on the carpet you bought. But otherwise,
Gotta kill him.
Doesn't break it or anything like that.
I'm sorry. Nothing I say is gonna make it better, I'm sure. But you're here now.
Oh, no. Yahi. Oh. So he's...
We don't know exactly what happened to everyone. All we know is we got there, goblins were everywhere, and you were a spider's web. Cocooned.
Just to refresh my memory, sorry to interrupt the RP. We did see the other Hafue was one of like the clearly dead ones, right?
Oh, did we see that?
Because
I believe
we
so,
pulled open, yeah.
Mhm.
I rescind that then.
Mm-hmm. But it was one of
We
those like
didn't-
likely not eaten by the spider. Like it was probably. I mean, I don't know if you guys have all those extra details, but yes, dead. Because not like the spider got everybody. You have to imagine
My thought was they like suffocated or something, and
Okay, then I
they
think
didn't look. Yeah,
we don't know what happened to all of your companions, but unfortunately, it is likely that there was another Hafue that was dead.
there's not many of mine around. He looks and says, looks across the place and says, "Whose estate am I in? Who is it that you serve?"
we're the valiant few. This was gifted to us.
He looks a little confused.
You're in Leshev.
A chef. That's far.
You've been out for a while.
That's very far. It's on the other side of the woods.
Yes.
It is.
Why was I brought all the way here?
Because we had business here, and it's a long story. But we got you here safely, and it seems you're recovering.
Looks confused and says, "I thank you for saving me, but would it not have been easier to have left me at the Chantry on your way to Leshev?"
We went straight here.
Through the
There's
forest.
an
So when you say straight here, that doesn't click. When Aldo is through the forest, once again, just like looks like they're dizzy, like they're confused, and so much thinking is like making them dizzy. And it's like
there's
that's
a secret path.
oh, huh. Okay. And the others. You said you saw no others alive. Did any others escape?
Was he one of the ones
It's-
that attacked Kethrel? This guy?
Technically speaking,
Presumably.
yes.
Yeah.
Yamail, Niza, Oshun, even thanks for a few extra moments. Dwayne, anyone?
Koa stays silent, but
Dwayne-
like looks at you two whenever you say Dwayne.
He says, Dwayne's alive. How do you know him?
He like thanks for a few extra moments. Dwayne,
I know how he knows him.
Dwayne's alive, and the others, Oshun, Niza.
Not that we know of. No.
Sits back, looks contemplative. Mikhail, you might have to prod him again.
Who was the other Hufue again? What was their name?
Yahi, Jahi.
Oh, J. Okay. He waits a tick and then he'll say, Dwayne, you know him?
Says, was with us.
What kind of job took you into a place like that?
Kind that was supposed to pay. Could have retired. We were just there, scouring the ruins, but those places have been picked over thousands of times over hundreds of years, so it's an easy job. You show up, you grab rocks, you bring them back, and people tend to get excited about it.
So you've done this a few times before? Same place?
No, never here.
I thought they had been here twice. Am I
I
remembering?
think
I thought
there
they
had
came here
been-
with Dwayne, then they came back to get the sword. But maybe that's two separate. Maybe it was all one trip.
All one trip.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you remember who hired you?
Thanks for a few extra moments. Someone with money, Hodgwen.
I think that much is clear if you were going to be able to retire off of it. You didn't
Yeah.
get a name?
Oh, I'm sure I did. Did you get my frowns for a second? My brother's notes.
Could be.
He kept
so.
track of a lot of those details. He would have written it down.
I don't think we did.
Hmm.
Yeah, he'll just say, I don't think so. There wasn't a lot of time.
Oh. I'm sure I do. It's not coming to me right now. He says strained.
Maybe some easier questions. You named some other companions, but we don't know yours. Oh, I'm Mikhail.
Oh. Apologies. He says, Erlan.
Koa.
Aldo.
I expect it. Billy, good to meet you.
Jeribald.
Yeah, you play that.
I play the flute. That's what I do. Me, Jeribald.
Go on.
My brain turned off. Do you guys have other questions?
How are you feeling? Can we get you anything? I can't imagine after what you've been through that you feel very good.
I don't know how I'm alive.
Me either.
Hmm.
Especially considering you dragged me 100 200 miles across those woods. Clearly not anywhere near as long as that, but 100, 200 miles across those woods. And not even to the Chantry. I don't even know how I
I've
could have
trained at the
survived.
Chantry pretty extensively.
They look at you confused. Because, no mask.
I'm not a member, but I've practiced quite a while.
Didn't know they trained.
I had other things to offer as well. Things that I've studied on my own that were also useful.
Looks around the estate one more time and says, yeah.
We're obviously not here all that often.
You say that in like the one room that's decorated. Not even well, but technically decorated.
Yeah. So when he sees the rest of the house that's like 10% furnished,
I mean, he woke up instead of a bed worth 25 gold. And then he was brought to a room that's actually decorated. And he's like,
wait. Whose room is he in?
I was kidding. He wouldn't have woken up in Aldo's bed.
I was gonna say
Okay.
that's the only room
I
that's
was-
25 gold.
It's gonna have to be a little salty if the fucking Fue got to be in Aldo's bed and Mikhail doesn't even get to touch it.
Dude, the Hafue was on a bedroll in the dining room.
He's
Because there's no
sleeping on the
dining room
couch.
table.
He's where he woke up,
And not even on the couch. We're like, it's a little dirty.
Go ahead, Keegan.
Uh, shit, what was I gonna say? He says how he's alive. Oh yeah, he's trained at the Chantry. Say, so I kept you stable. It was a long recovery. We had to be very careful.
Will I keep recovering?
Yeah.
I feel like Mott is creeping behind me.
No, you're past the worst of it.
Compared to how you looked a week ago, you're quite well recovered.
Honestly, it got very close. You likely still feel their presence because most people don't get that close and come out of it.
Thank you again.
Was the right thing to do.
I made a mess of your floor.
What's
That's
on the
all right.
floor?
You clean it up.
He spilled his food.
Oh yeah. That's all right. You'll clean it up.
Koa looks to Mikhail like, dude, you can just waggle your wrist and do it.
Yeah, I could.
Nice. Aldo smiles, noticing that.
Koa looks at him like, you're really gonna have this guy who can barely breathe clean the floor?
He doesn't have to do it now. But no, he pointedly
You want to
he
get the
kind of will
stains out while they're
glance.
fresh,
He kind of glances at Koa, but then pointedly looks away. He's not smiling. I am. I think it's funny, but but he'll say, he's like, look, you probably have, you really haven't had a ton to eat, but you're probably strong enough to keep a bit more down now. So maybe we'll get you some food, something to drink.
Do you have any other family around?
It's been me
Anyone
and my
close?
brother.
Right. Well, I think you should stay in the shed for a while and get your strength back and all that. There's employment opportunities here too.
I'm not sure there's much I could do for work. I don't have anything of mine.
Well, they're hiring almost anyone as a town guard these days, so
He's expanding rapidly.
Doesn't respond any beyond that.
Yeah, Mikhail will leave to go grab some kind of food. probably just rations at this point.
Koa will start cleaning up the floor. And shoot dirty looks at both of you whenever you make eye contact.
I'm not in the room.
You will be with the food.
Okay. So the guard that's standing there, after you guys like start to go off to do other stuff or whatever it is, he'll actually say, "I'll put in a good word for you when you recover." Thanks.
Shane. Oh, there we go.
You know, if you guys don't clean up that mess, that's gonna happen, right?
I just
You're
said
gonna have
Koa's
mice in
cleaning
your
it.
house.
Did you guys?
Did everybody miss that? Yeah.
I was like, Koa's cleaning up the mess while shooting the other two dirty looks.
Gotcha.
Because Mikhail could have just gone, done.
Yeah. But then he'd know I have magic.
But then,
After
yeah,
Koa does it, the guy knocks over his rations or something. Next, stomps them into the ground or something.
Koa breaks
Just
his
starts
leg.
peeing.
no, I mean, like, but like, if you just use magic to solve all your problems, you don't appreciate magic or existing in the real world. You know,
These
you have
two
to,
fuckers don't appreciate anything.
It's like if you only ever pay somebody to mow your lawn and you never mow it yourself.
That fucking smile said
You
it all. He
understand-
could literally was just like, yep.
All right, go ahead. Y'all walk away, so he's just gonna probably pass back out.
I mean, y'all eventually bring him food. Probably doesn't take that long. I don't
Sure.
know if people are still in there.
You guys can go and do your other 1 or 2 RPs you have left and come back and talk to them again one more time if you want before you leave, but individually or together doesn't matter to me.
Well, I guess whenever we're grouped back up, Mikhail will say, "You still need to find out what went on with Kethrel."
Yeah, but asking him that question right away seemed a bit adversarial.
Yeah, that's why I chose to wait.
We also need to find him somewhere else to go. Not staying here once we've left.
Well, apparently Jim Smith will have an open room soon.
That's
It
true.
might be a tough sell, though.
That would be a tough sell. And I don't know that I want him close to Gem Smith either. I still don't have a read on him.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Other
Other than
bit
hurt.
of sarcasm.
I mean, he could just be a regular person, I guess. Just maybe a little opportunistic. Easy to push into situations he wouldn't get into normally, but he could also be a lot more conniving than that. So,
You know,
Well,
you
that's
could
why I
have cleaned up that mess
suggested-
with a flick of your wrist. I didn't have to sit there and scrub it out.
you didn't have to do that regardless, Koa. I don't
Yeah, we did
necessarily
tell him
want
to
him
clean
to
it
know
up.
I can cast spells.
I didn't really
Yeah.
want to leave a stain on the floor of the carpet we just bought. But, you know.
That's fair. I accept that. But
Anyway,
could've
I
cleaned
think
stains.
if he can get a job, once he gets a little bit better with the guard, we can have Tariq partner him up with someone, keep an eye on him, you know what I mean? Really figure out what type of person he is.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe he can partner up with, what's her name?
Trinity?
There, that's it.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. I kind of get the feeling that she'll be closer to Tariq.
Well,
She's getting promoted?
she's one of the few that weren't involved in like the Keef distribution, so you wouldn't want to partner him up with one of the new guards. It'd have to be one of the old ones that we didn't necessarily find anything out about.
Yeah. Promotion would be nice, but nah, she'd be a good candidate. She's a good person. Attentive. A bit quick on the trigger though.
I'm just curious if we find out what if it wasn't Beltran that hired him. It has to be, but what if it was his family or someone else we don't even know is involved?
What are we talking about now?
Who hired the Hefue to go up to Wraithblade?
We know that. wasn't it? Because
Yeah.
he had meetings with Went, who
It was
told us
Went.
about it.
Oh, was it? When?
Yeah. Yeah, it was.
I guess it's
I
better
was
to get
mostly
confirmation.
Yeah. I was mostly asking to see how he
Good lie.
how he presented it.
Oh,
And,
right, because
yeah.
went met with all of them, including Dwayne, and sent them up. Right.
Yeah. Wanted to see if he'd lie or if maybe if his memory was not quite as good as it could be. But
Right.
Oh, speaking about other matters, though, there is the matter of Cleveland. Mikhail, I didn't think about it a lot overnight. Like,
yeah.
I didn't have you to help me sleep, nor would I have wanted you to. There was too much going on. So
I
I've
slept
had some
great.
thought. That's good, Koa. I'm glad.
Me too. Needed it.
Yeah, you did. You definitely did. What was I talking about again?
Cleveland.
You've been thinking about the Cleveland
Cleveland.
situation.
That's right.
Mhm.
I do think it's necessary for him to be out of Lishev. I don't think he can stay here. However,
Yeah.
the more time I take to think about it, I am loath to bring him with us and have him work with Elliot or something. The more I think
Yeah.
and the stories that I can remember, there's just something about dealing with those creatures. I'm not sure we want him that close right now. We want to help him, sure, and I think helping him, he needs to get out here. I'm not sure if having him, shack up with Elliot and Ashanti there is the right choice.
What do
Mm.
you mean? I understand the working part, but the part about the stories and the demons, is there some
Well, you heard him. You know what I mean. They prey on you, and they've made him feel as though he can, enact his change, and what that entailed, right? And while we stopped it before it really went very far, I just he's susceptible after all, right? And to bring him around the stuff that we're dealing with so quickly after, probably not beneficial to us.
well also I'm not sure going back to the crack would be his favorite spot.
Yeah, no, I definitely knew that. That's why he was never coming back to the crack, though, right?
Yeah, I think Herod maybe be the place.
Yeah.
But where
The Gemsmith's from Peridel originally, right? He was a Metahina. He got his name, however he got his name. He must have family still there.
He
Maybe
might, but
Cleveland
do
can
we
go there for
just
a
want to
while.
send him to the rest of his family? I mean,
Well, that's the thing, Mikhail. That's what I'm not sure about. What's best for Cleveland may also not be what's best for us.
yeah. I think we err on the side of what's better for him right now. I mean, it'd be good to have allies, but like you said, he's susceptible. Not only that, freshly conditioned. Maybe still in ways we haven't seen. Yeah,
seems
Are there any
to do both some
temples
good
or
as
anything
well.
in Adir?
sure there are.
I mean, temple is large,
Yeah.
right?
That's what I'm talking
Mhm.
about. I'm talking about a temple, not like a shrine. I'm talking about a temple because I'm thinking like closet demon. Like Aldo's heard that probably in Peridel or Goldaria, like something like that, where there's probably been a bigger center of worship.
So you have seen one temple so far. You loved it. It was your favorite place ever.
Yeah,
They're not taking him to
I'm-
Vigil.
And then
Nope.
the only other town that you haven't visited yet was Drazstone. So potentially there's a temple there, but there isn't in any of the other towns.
We've
you
not been to
typically visit.
Varen.
You haven't been to Varen either. That's a good point. But so no temples in even Hodgwen. Hodgwen, the closest thing you have to a temple is effectively the Chantry is like a cult to Isara, right? But there's no like proper temples there.
Right. Well, if there's no temples, I'm just trying to think. We need more information on really what those creatures can do. Like I said, I only remember the stories, and while it was enough for me to, after seeing that thing, to be able to piece some things together, all I know is a story. I don't really know much about it exactly and how it affects him in the long term.
I
More
mean,
than that, I don't know how. I'm worried. I don't know if I don't know if this thing is solitary or, maybe it was solitary, right? It was only it in Cleveland, but what if there's more wherever it came from? I don't know. That's why you need to be away from here.
I know I last night compared Cleveland's situation to Beltran's, but in the last month, I've spoken to an Iophanite and now seen a demon face to face. It makes you wonder if maybe Beltran is working with a demon of some kind himself with how terrible he is. Or all of this stuff with Orsugo. Things that seemed so impossible. And all of a sudden, the curses themselves were so much. And now... what else are we going to confront that is beyond just the cruelty of man? But other planes and related to gods and devils.
Yeah, that's one question. You know, kind of related to that, we did see a demon, which is still kind of surreal. But you know what else happened? Aldo killed it. He killed it with a crossbow.
They were probably two of the best shots I've ever taken in my life. I don't know how I did that. I'm gonna be honest.
Before you did it, I would never have thought someone could just shoot a demon. What, twice?
Yeah.
And it's gone. It fucking melted.
I mean, maybe it wasn't a very powerful demon. Not that this take away from what you did. It's amazing, but it did decide to show itself as a frog or toad.
Well, yeah, that's just to blend in. If it went around and flapping big bat wings and looking like a weird, tiny, shriveled person, then everybody would have shot at it.
Chosen like a plains cat or a wyvern or something, or even just a bird of any kind would have been cooler than.
It didn't want to draw attention, Koa.
It'd be a cat. Why a toad?
You also know Cleveland reacted to the howl of a wolf. That could have been coincidental, or anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I was going to bring it up in a second.
Sorry.
Koa's disregarding that because it's just like that could be coincidence, and we know it was a toad.
Yeah, but yeah,
he's also trying to justify the fact that Aldo killed a demon and he didn't. So bit of
wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
No one else could have.
He's 18,
anything.
dude.
Wow. It's one of those like, wow. How did Billy get married? Ugh. Like you can't just celebrate Billy.
There is some petty teenager in Koa, despite him trying to always preach good.
Fair. Koa is still like 18, 19. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'll give you that. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
The toad is unassuming. I mean, it only did the wolf howl thing whenever it was trying to intimidate Cleveland, which it worked.
I'm just saying, if he had a pet rat or a pet mouse or a cat or something, it would have been less assuming than a toad. That's weird to me.
It worked. What it did worked. We have to remember this thing is... I don't think they age like we do. I think that thing's been around forever. Whatever we think, however strange its plan was, it was effective. Being a toad got Cleveland's attention. It was weird to us, but not enough to like really scrutinize it. Just to be curious.
It is an amazing feat to have said you've killed a demon, Aldo. That is an impressive feat. Whether it was a toad demon or a wyvern demon, a demon. I don't think we'd ever seen one before.
No, and it's dead. Like, hear me out, okay? So for all of this insane stuff we're learning, that angels will come talk to you, that demons will try to take over your friends, they're not beyond us. No, I'm not saying we go out hunting demons. I'm just saying, like, the rest, we didn't even have to do anything, and Aldo took one out by himself. we're not as helpless as in the face of these types of things as it might have seemed before.
It was lucky, but you're not wrong.
I would never have thought a bit of luck would do that. Not without seeing it myself.
I mean, I saw what it looked like in the fireplace, but you said it was completely invisible in the chimney, right? You couldn't actually see it?
No, but you could see where the smoke was
Well, right, but
twisting around it, right?
you also were standing in fire, looking up a chimney at something you weren't meant to see. I mean, you did kill it, but it probably also, like, didn't expect to be found and or seen or shot at there, right? That's a weird place for a normal human
Yeah.
to look.
Yeah.
If it had come after us and fought us rather than you just didn't really have much of a chance to fight back in that scenario. So I don't really know what it's capable of. I don't want to overestimate our abilities, but even the strongest people I know, you hit them in the right spot with an arrow, they're not going to fight you very long.
No.
That's true.
But
If I took an arrow
just-
to the eye, I'd probably be dead, and I'm relatively a good fighter.
I just wanted to point it out because
You're not wrong. I just don't want to get too cocky about it, which is a challenge for me, actually.
oh no, I'm always pretty measured. Really,
It's a
just
demon.
being
It's a demon. An actual demon. Aldo, you don't even believe in these things. You killed one.
you knew what it was.
I mean, I've thought on it. I don't believe in the gods, or at least the way that people view them, right? But these are just, I don't know. These could be just creatures of their own right. You know what I mean? They don't need to serve, gods or whatever else. They're just things.
It basically melted into oblivion in the fireplace. I don't think it's just a weird bird.
Magic is strange. We've seen things Mikhail can do, and I shudder to think of the things that goes on the Arcane Congress, right? We don't.
Yeah.
It's something way beyond us. That I don't.
Even the things we've seen Novocaine, Niptuck, Nankaro do.
Jesus
I had no
Christ.
idea what you were going.
I was
I had
so
to get
lost.
there. I had to get there.
I was like, Novocaine Niptuck? What is going on?
I had to get to his name. I'm sorry. That's a way of thinking.
Can I make
Don't
a
know.
character that's like nickname Nova? The name is Novocaine Niptuck. So it's my new gnomish character.
You
Oh,
can't.
hello, my name's
Sure.
Novocaine Niptuck.
Are you ever
Pleasure
going
to
to
meet
play
you.
in a campaign
but
as a
damn
player
Shun's
again?
not a serious name.
No.
Great name.
You want me to run another campaign, Scott?
So I can play
Play
a
a gnome.
gnome named Novocaine Niptuck.
Yeah.
He's gonna be a hold on,
He'll
what's
be
that
one
word?
of Bob's boys.
What's that? Help me out here, Keegan. The only good alchemist archetype.
Oh, fuck. No, shit, I don't know.
The one that allows you to,
There's-
like, mutilate people with your scalpel.
Vivisectionist.
Oh, the
Vivisectionist,
evil
yeah.
one? Yeah, Vivisectionist is fucking crazy.
Novocaine Niptuck, the vivisectionalist alchemist. Come on. That's legit like a good. That's fun. All right. Yes, now you have to run another one so I can actually play Novocaine Niptuck, the vivisectionalist.
Nice.
Yeah, unfortunately, everybody will have to listen to Scott be a gnome.
Look, my voice
Gnome
isn't healed enough.
McCain?
No. I can't get
can't
those
even be
higher
mad at that.
voices right now. Like my voice is still too fucked up to
Okay, Gnome McCain. What's another race that we could use for Sarah Palin?
Sarah Palin.
No, Ninja Sub-Zero. So Vivisectionist is an evil archetype that is very mechanically good.
No, it's not evil.
It is evil only.
It's not
It is
technically
only.
evil. I don't think you're no. You are,
Vivisection is. Do you know what Vivisection is?
it doesn't matter. Pathfinder, Alchemist.
I don't think it's alignment locked.
This hypothetical character is so important right now.
It is.
It'll be
You
very
guys
similar
are-
to how sneak attack definitely critical or multiplies on critical hits.
Where's Vivi? Vivi. and it says
You said the RP.
evil. This is vivisection studies bodies to understand, to better understand their function. Like a chirurgian, a vivisectionist's goals are not related to healing, but rather to experimentation and knowledge that most people would consider evil. The knowledge is what most people consider evil. First of all, who cares what the plebeians of the masses feel?
But some consider it to be unnatural.
It's the knowledge that they consider evil. The experimentation, I'm sure, is fine.
Yes.
Gwen's dad was right. Gwen's dad was right, everyone.
And flaying living creatures while they're still alive. Absolutely okay.
You know, it's actually kind of funny because Scott, Gwen's dad, is defending Gwen's dad's experiments right now. Weird.
It is a bit weird.
Interesting.
I don't like it. Disassociate.
Okay.
All right, where were we?
The magic that Nankaro could do also, compared to being barely able to talk the first time we met him, to clearing, teleporting, putting us in 2 locations at the same time. I mean, from what I know, that sounds relatively godlike.
That's listen, I'm not saying what he did wasn't incredibly powerful. It's things in the realm of theory that mortals could accomplish. I don't know how many have, especially without the...
How many gods have mortal brothers or sisters?
Hey Scott, how many gods have mortal siblings?
I mean, you ignore living. It is theorized that what's her name? Lady Erevel Dark Eyes was a human girl that caught the attention of the gods and was elevated to divinity, right? Like, that's part of her story. It's very possible that ages ago, when she was immortal, that she had living siblings. I mean, supposedly Jesus had siblings, right? I'm pretty sure, Mary finally got,
Yeah, I forgot she had twins, and no one talks about sneezes. That fucking guy.
It's Brian, actually. Brian from the chamber next door.
Yeah, Brian the brother. Yeah.
It's like have you seen Not Another Teen Movie where the two guys are like vying for the main character's affection? Like the one guy's like, "I love her," and they're like, "Go on, young man, cut in front of us in line." And the next guy's like, "There's a girl that I love." "We already heard that one, asshole!" And they start like throwing shit at him. That's literally like Jesus and his brother, except for the ending.
Yeah. So Stonka, the weird twins are siblings, but they're
gods.
They're gods. He's asking, what gods have mortal siblings?
I mean, Koa doesn't actually know.
You wouldn't know, right? Because like gods have been gods for longer than you. Oh.
Yeah.
There's kind of a what's the word I'm looking for?
Like
hypothetical question or whatever. It was like a rhetorical question.
Oh, okay. I was thinking more like a nod question, like the questions you ask about like biblical stuff, and they're like there literally is just no answer for it.
Yeah, I mean, you guys, if you know the answer, feel free to give it. But Koa's kind of like, he himself has acknowledged he's the martyr's brother, and that's kind of like probably a god. So he's annoyed that Aldo still doesn't believe after all this.
Jen, stop doing my laundry.
No.
Go ahead.
I don't know. I mean, in theory, I guess you could say maybe Lady Erevel could have while she was mortal, if she was mortal.
Simply,
she's pretty contentious.
Nankaro seemed pretty convinced by the story that he was the martyr's brother, which we've seen him do incredible things. It just doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility.
Oh, that's what you're getting at. Well, I mean, but Aldo doesn't believe the martyr's a god either.
Yes. I have a bit more favor on our side, if you would.
Well, doesn't mean that her power is being disregarded. Just and he looks at you, Aldo, like just the idea that what we believe to be a god may not be what we think it is, right?
Yeah, you could say that.
I suppose a title is a difference in opinion, but a lot more powerful than most of us could ever hope to be.
Yeah. Which, I mean, who knows if we'd even want to. But
Or
should you
doing some
imagine?
good and cleaning things up around here, sure, but for the responsibility you would feel, I can't imagine.
I mean, shit, we can't even walk into town without everybody asking us if we're going to take on the people that just wrecked the entire town guard. You imagine if people could send prayers to us?
No, that would be a bit disruptive of our daily routines.
Yes. Could be in the middle of anything.
I'm thankful someone has to knock on our door or send us mail in order to get our attention. Having access to us like that would be, like us in the real life with cell phones, would be something unimaginable and terrible.
Yeah. Anyway, we were talking about Cleveland. We should speak to Yellen. I think that's we shouldn't have just make this plan ourselves. He should have a say in it.
I am glad that you two aren't just considering what might be best for us in the long run, but what's best for Cleveland. I still will say something that I feel is wrong about no responsibility being taken for the things done wrong here, but if the thing that was responsible is dead and Cleveland was just another victim, then I suppose I have to admit I'm not sure what culpability or what he owes. I don't know.
Frankly, if there was a sensible, accessible way for him to do that, then it wouldn't be so big a deal. But
it would raise questions if a counselor's son was throwing rocks to help builders or something. I get it. I just feel bad for those that were wrong. That's all. Including Cleveland. But where do we take him?
That's what I think we discussed with his father.
Do we know anyone who would be good for him? A friend to him?
I don't know.
Mikhail just shrugs.
Let's
but his dad might.
Let's go and knock that off the list, hey?
Yeah.
Nothing else to do right now.
I can't say I'm a very good judge of character, considering he just stops there and nods to go out with you all.
That was his way of saying considering, and he didn't want to say I've traveled with you guys for as long as I have.
No, he was thinking the fact that he was engaged to SQ, but yeah.
Oh, I guess that applies. Pretty much every decision he's made. Yeah.
Barbarians.
Yeah.
What? Phil was one of the lashes?
What a twist!
That's actually, he wasn't hitting his quota. That's why the others came for him.
They sent the shittiest bandits after him. We were just trying to send a message. We weren't supposed to actually shoot him, you fucking idiot.
I just wanted to kill his wife. Ugh. Things went awry.
He was the actual
missed,
member.
And I hit him square in the chest. I don't even think I rolled. I just he just died. It's crazy.
You guys ever just magic missile your crossbow shots? What? What'd you say, Ted? I don't know. Sorry.
Yeah, it did 1d4 plus 1. What's an NAN mean? Number of times. What is that?
But you're telling me you killed a level 3 merchant with one arrow? You didn't have to roll to hit?
Yeah. I didn't know it was that easy. I gotta start shooting more people.
Wait, a level 3 merchant?
And then Koa kills him.
Guy works out.
He just works hard.
All right, who's home at Gemsmith?
Yeah.
Yes. So you guys are, spending a considerable amount of time away from there before finally you go back to Gemsmith, probably, mid-afternoon. Like a 2:30 in the afternoon to give a good amount of time for him and his son to speak, right? You want to give him that wide berth. And then come back later on in the day to check in on them. So the door opens up. The gentleman of the house is there and says, please you're expected. You look as though you haven't changed since you last came. The three of you hungry, he says, shutting the door behind you.
Yes.
You certainly keep busy your entire time in Leshev. Walks you after you're done changing out your shoes and everything over to the sitting room and says, the counselor is currently occupied, though I imagine he will be available shortly. If you would like, feel free to tender to yourselves, he says, gesturing towards where the beverages are stored, and I will put together something for you.
Thank you. That would be excellent.
One more thing, he says. One more thing. I do apologize. The room is a bit of a draft to it. It is a bit of a colder day today, but we didn't feel as though it was appropriate to set a fire. Not yet, not unless we're burning that area until it's been finished being properly cleaned would bring one of them back.
That is far beyond my knowledge.
He gives you a look like trying to hold a straight face, but he's right there with you, you know?
Yeah.
And he says, indeed, the counselor thought it'd be prudent for us to take any precaution that we can to safeguard against this kind of a situation.
That's probably the wise decision. The wisest decision.
It is not a situation I would even believe if I hadn't witnessed it.
Please make yourselves comfortable. I will get things together as quickly as I can, and I do apologize for the delay. And, kind of goes off, and we'll go and get you food or whatever it is. You can imagine your character is going to stay here for a little over an hour. Long before that, the gentleman of the house will come back and deliver to you, foods or whatever it is that you can eat. Maybe you pour yourselves a drink or don't. It doesn't really matter because nobody's going to get schmammered in the interim anyways. Any additional RP, or we just jump cutting to when Yellen finally is available to come and speak with you?
Nothing from me.
Same.
No additional investigations or anything beyond Mikhail, of course, going over there and being like, ugh.
No, Mikhail
investigate his liquor cabinet.
will write on one of his pages, just at the top. He just writes 2 shots on the devil and slides that over to Aldo. He's like, lyrics aren't my thing.
You know what's funny is like, as chat pointed out, technically there's 3 shots and holy water. So
it also was technically a demon, but people aren't going to care about that. It's 2 shots on the devil. It's catchier.
You can compose a song and be like, 1 shot, 2 shot, 3 shot, 4.
Was there 3 shots? I thought it was only 2.
Holy water, demon on the floor. No?
I think it was 3 rolls and 2 shots, wasn't it?
There was 2 shots, and then when it was like dying on the floor, Aldo walked up and shot it again.
And then he poured holy water on it.
Yeah, put a plug in it. Yeah.
Yeah. But I mean, technically, it was still squirming and making noises and whatnot when he shot it, so you could argue. Mechanically, we all know out of game that it was 2. But, anyways.
Aldo folds up the paper and he says, I'll see what I can do.
He folds up the paper and hands it to GPT.
Just feeds
see what you can do.
in.
I'll be busy for the next 5 minutes. Continue to RP without.
Now, here's the question. Do you use the free version or do you pay for it so you can make yourself your own, what are they called? Not agent.
I've been told
GPTs.
it's apparently not to be discussed on, so we have to move past all.
Patty Cake, how you doing? Hi, Pat. How are you? What's up, man? How's everything going? I hope well. Oh, actually, I have a story. Shut up, everybody. I have a story that you might like. I was out to a cafe. Was this yesterday? Day before yesterday? Something like that. And I was just grabbing like more beans for the house. And while I was there, I got myself like a latte. And I was sitting and I was drinking my latte, working on my laptop. And there was this cute young couple. They must have been like in their early 20s that had a newborn, a week-old baby. So I was talking to them, and it turns out that their son's name was Milo. And I was like, oh, that's so cute, da-da-da. And then I went back to work for a while. And then before I left, I bought them from the cafe like a like a little onesie for the newborn. I don't fucking know them. I'll never see them again in my life. But I bought them a cute little onesie for their son just to like congratulate them for their baby. But I was just like, oh, Milo. But anyways, all right. Back to how dare they? Nobody ever before has used this name, and it shall never be used again.
Gotta kill him.
Oh Jesus!
Just the parents.
Oh, okay.
Was
And
there
then
an old
adopt
movie
the
called
son,
The
and then you.
Adventures of Milo and Otis?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought it was just Oats and Otis, or Oat is and Oat isn't.
I never know when you're being funny, dumb, or old.
The answer is yes to all
When
of
all
those.
three of those collide, I just have no
That-
idea.
You know what? That's pretty accurate. That the answer is yes. Except for the funny thing.
Listen, you could have slipped it in there. I wouldn't have known. And then boom, another Milo. All right, so let's back to the game.
Okay, what about
Characters
2
lo-
shots for the Hearth Fiend?
Okay. No, that's cooking. All right, I wrote that. This is how Mikhail gets hit songs.
It's such a great drinking song, though, if you just put like 2 shots for the whatever we want to call it.
For the something. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Is like the 2 shots part is.
Dude, imagine a tavern hiring us and we're like, yeah, we're going to play a song called 2 Shots for the Hearth Fiend. Grab your 2 shots, everyone. The bartender's like, oh, yes, please come do. Not that shots are
Yeah.
expensive, but like,
Gotta watch that fucking bartender though.
yeah, I'll never trust a bartender again.
Turns out like you finally cure Gwen, and she's like, but I'll never use magic again. Instead, I'm going to start my new career as a bartender.
I mean, she's already a liar, man. What am I supposed to do? Believe her now?
A liar?
Yeah. Her whole like, I'll never use magic is alone with Mikhail. Mikhail, should I use magic? I will never eat goop again is actually the fucking slumbering queen. Like,
He's got you there, Scott.
But she didn't know she was doing that. Not the Mikhail part. She knew she was cheating on you.
Yeah, she
But
didn't.
Mikhail
know.
was cheating on with her.
they're not even married, and Koa's got
What?
so many excuses for irreconcilable differences. It's crazy.
Can we get back to the game now?
She's not herself when she's ooze hungry.
Have a Snickers. I couldn't think of any like having oozers.
Ew.
Yeah. Back to the game, please, for the love of all that's good and holy.
We were already there.
Yeah, and the art is like, I'm out. All right, so you guys are there. An hour or so passes when finally Yellen comes into the room. You don't need to roll a vibe check or anything like that. When Yellen
Okay.
comes in, you can clearly tell it had been a long and emotional day. He's worn. It's one of those days where he looks like he is going to pass out or what have you, just from being just so worn from probably yelling and crying and kind of like working through everything that he had with his son all throughout the many hours of the day. His adult son, of course, for the many hours of the day so far. It's about 3:30 in the afternoon when he finally comes in. Composed, of course, like, standing there in the way that you would expect a practice, counselor to be or what have you. But, you can see how worn he is. And he comes in and he says, my apologies for having kept you waiting for so long. I hope you don't mind.
No, obviously. No, it's fine.
He says, thank you for being so gracious. And I'll go over and pour himself a drink and then go over and sit down. And he tapes to call it a sip is an overstatement. It is more of a taste to the lips. And then he places it down in front of him. It was almost like grabbing the drink for himself was more practiced. Like it was like a rote action for him. But then by the time he went to go take his sip, realized maybe now is not the right time. And so didn't take the sip and puts it down. And then he sits there and almost like the momentum of the start of his kind of interacting with the guys is lost as he's staring into the fireplace.
I imagine it's been a difficult's not even a strong enough word. I imagine it's been an impossible day. Yesterday was hard enough back when it was all just about Beltran. When we came in to talk about that and things. I'm sorry for everything that's happened. Glad that we were able to help. I should say Mikhail and Aldo were able to help Cleven and how they did, but if he's told you everything that I imagine he's told you, then beyond what I've already said, there are no words.
I'm disappointed.
A fair feeling.
To have been so easily tricked. To have been so easily manipulated by a toad. I know it was more than that, but still.
I mean, it looks like the other two. You two had said this thing has possibly been alive since the beginning of creation. Obviously, it's got practice and knows. It knows how to get to people. In Cleven's defense.
In Cleven's defense, do you know what defense Cleven took? He took the argument. He has been through a bit. I will not deny that, of course. And again, my debt goes to the three of you, specifically you, Mikhail, but all three of you, especially you, Mikhail, but all three of you for having saved him from what untold horrors he could have gone through. But putting aside the complexities around that one scenario, he complained about being ignored. He complained about being left aside. This is a man, mind you, not a boy, as I unfortunately have been treating him for so long, who has been given every opportunity. Every opportunity. He's not starving on the streets. He's not left without the ability to make conversation, friends, love. He could have found love by now if he wanted to, but he doesn't choose to do those things. He whines from having been born onto a silver platter that I have given to him. How difficult his life is. Again, putting aside that scenario, and I will not deny that. It's why I'm willing and able to forgive him. But listening to him whimper and whine about being forgotten, I worked so hard to provide this life. And he knows nothing of difficulty. And then he just throws it all away at the first rotten smelling frog that whispers chaos in his ear. He set fire to the fox's estate.
Koa just nods.
You've never seen
He
Yell
did.
and Yell or anything like that. Go ahead. Aldo.
He did. There is a little more to it than that. You know, these things can be persuasive isn't the right word. It conveys what I'm saying, right? It preys upon people. It knows what they think, you know, how they are, the best avenues to influence them. But you're right. Cleveland's had it too good for too long. And there were some terrible, horrible things that happened to him, and you know, that obviously should not be forgotten. But what we came to talk to you today was we don't believe Cleveland should remain in Leshev for a while.
Where is he going to go?
Well,
Good.
Thinking
that's
Forvin,
why we wanted
prisoner
to
exchange?
talk to you. A prisoner exchange?
Forvin, that we've been trying to take a couple of their prisoners for some time. Perhaps they can take one of ours in its place. Have him a bit out of reach. That might not be a bad idea.
We
Referring
not-
to Cleveland as the prisoner?
We weren't going to turn him in.
He sits back. Go on.
We debated for some time, and as a group, we came to the conclusion that we don't think Cleven is a bad person, and we don't think he is responsible. We think the Quasit was responsible for those things happening. Cleven has been a victim twice over. One who made poor choices and fell prey and allowed himself to, yes. But things were stopped before they escalated to the point of no return. And you're a good man, and you're a good counselor. And all the things that would change, and Cleven being in prison, and perhaps you losing your seat, those are all things that would make Leshev a worse place. And we don't think that that is the best thing for Leshev. So we thought, he looks to you both as he says this, not condescending, but he looks to you both, just showing I'm saying us as a group, even though I kind of disagree. That getting Cleven out of Leshev, and perhaps around some different, or I don't know, a new environment, people that he could befriend, things, a new life, at least for a while, would be good for him. Also getting him away from all of these things. The one stipulation I don't know the answer to, that we don't have an answer to, is what happens to those that were wronged by the Quasit in Cleven. But locking him up and removing your seat, those two things don't feel right.
One of those is speculative, though unerringly accurate. That seems wrong. The way that we fight back against this creature is to ignore what Cleven had done. No recompense for his actions.
But what is the right answer?
I don't know. Koa, I
mean,
you were speaking to a father and telling him that his son doesn't have to live out the next several years or the rest of his days behind bars. Of course I want to jump at this opportunity. But is that because he's my son, or is that because it's the right thing to do?
I like to think that we've established, at least the three of us, and working with you quite often, have established a reputation for trying to do the right thing. And the three of us disagree quite often. Figuring out the right thing is not easy. It's not as simple as I wish it were sometimes. Sometimes I think I know the way, and these two convince me otherwise. Sometimes I convince them otherwise. It really depends. There are always pros and cons to things. But in this situation, I do not think Cleven had evil intentions. I think, for whatever his reasons, he was in a weak state of mind and found a very powerful entity, a demon, something we weren't even sure existed, that corrupted and controlled him and convinced him to begin to enact this terrible plan, which thankfully did not get to be fully realized. The true culprit is gone. Cleven deserves a second chance. I like to think. If he screws that one up, no promises, but there's been enough loss from this thing. More loss doesn't make things right. I don't know how to make things right. They should be made right in some way, but I don't know how to do that. Cleven being in jail doesn't fix Fox's estate or the bridge any faster or whatever else he's done. But we don't know where the best place for him is or who would be a good person to help guide him.
I find myself in a strange position as the person in this conversation who has the most authority. Making this decision should be mine. But I am too entangled in this. I honestly think the best way to know the correct path forward is to get another opinion, one that is neither mine nor yours, because we're all too close to this. Unfortunately, anybody that we tell, that's just that many more people that need to keep it to themselves, or whatever hints they give away over time, and whether or not we erode any possible good or staying of evil, or however you want to phrase it, by not informing people. The more we get involved, the more likely it is it comes out, and then all of this just worse than we're trying to, than would be if we just let it out in the first place. I don't know who this other person would be, if there's anyone. Perhaps the constable, perhaps another counselor. Maybe no one.
It would put you in a potentially compromised situation to trust someone like that. They would have the ability to hold it over you. It would have to be someone you trust, very implicitly.
Counselor, if I would have came to you with this story, and it wasn't, it was about someone else, it didn't happen to you, would you have believed it?
No. I mean,
well,
that's not true.
It is. It's you went with it so quickly. That's how you feel, and that's how everyone else feels, and will feel.
We have a very strong reputation, but telling people that a demon burnt down their building, even from us, feels a bit far-fetched.
I'm going to be honest, I feel like we have a recommendation, but the ultimate choice lies with you. And you need to make that choice and make it right with yourself.
It's not... I should not be the one to make this decision. You're asking me to decide between the town and my fatherhood.
I think what we ask is you make the best decision you can for both. I apologize for bluntness, but in coming up with the plan to take Cleveland out of Leshev, I was not taking your fatherhood into consideration, more so you keeping your position as a member on the council. I know you said that's not a direct thing to get you out, but...
You're not wrong. It would paint a very large target on my back. And there are those in the council that are as fine a marksman as Aldo here. I guess it's a good thing I got you that crossbow, huh, Aldo?
Things have a way of coming around.
Yeah. Fate certainly played its hand there, didn't it? It's a weird outcome.
So, Yellen, you're torn between the two realities you inhabit. Obviously, you're the father of Cleveland, and you're a counselor in Leshev. Give us the two sides. What's the best course of action as a father? What's the best as the councilman? And we can maybe try to find out what the middle ground is, or which is better.
Should have braved that winter storm and brought her to the Chantry before the sickness got too far. And it was too late. His mother would have known what to do. But unfortunately, she hasn't been here for years. What do I think is best for Cleveland? Perhaps I should have listened to my brother's advice and took a more heavy-handed approach. His 2 sons both joined the military. I don't know what's best for Cleveland. I love my son. I do. I truly do. And he truly is gifted in his own way. He's difficult. I don't really get through to him as easy as even you do, Mikhail, and you've known him for, has it even been a year? How many times have you even spoken with him in that? And yet the 2 of you have a bond that seems closer than the one I have. I mean, in the name of the gods, you were able to see through this rouse, and you came through a handful of times, despite him literally living in my, under my roof, in my own home. And it's not exactly like I'm preoccupied, that I'm busy. You come through with a few dozen tasks amongst your hundreds to work through before leaving town again. So clearly you have a better bond. Maybe you know what's better for him from the perspective of kinship.
Mikhail's already shaking his head. Says, "No, it's a different bond. Okay, I have friends I know aren't as wise as my father, but there's times I listen to them over him anyway, because they're not him. Doesn't matter how good his advice is or what he's been through. It's just different. Sometimes you listen to your peers, even if they're peers you look up to."
Well, to answer your question, I don't know what's best. But I've kept him home for so long. Maybe him leaving would be better. I mean, last time he left, he made a new friend. He said it the closest thing he can make to a joke, given the scenario.
I think we made a comment like that too yesterday. Still lands about the same.
As for a counselor, a lot of destruction was done, whether it be some between people's relationships or physical damage, various elements that I don't even understand all of it inside of his records there. I'd have to really delve into them. I spent more time speaking to him than I did reading through them, but there needs to be correction, for these to whatever degree that can be done. If he were to take the fault, it'd be understood what the cause of this was, and there could be explanation, and I imagine to some degree understanding or even sympathy, if not pity, for what had happened, and we could correct some of the chaos that he started. There would be some fallout for this, but at least we have a path forward. If we just were to sweep this to the side, then any correction would have to be interjected in whatever way I could without the resources of the counselors to push into it. There's complexities around everything that he did, and again, I don't even know what all of it is. Certainly I can't go walking up to Fox and offering him hundreds of gold to rebuild his estate, could I?
No.
You certainly could, but would be the right action.
There needs to be some corrective action that's done. Or he takes a moment to think. Or I suppose not. If nobody knew anything, if he just left with the valiant few off on some adventure and things that just means that all that suffered because of his actions don't get.
Who suffered? Like, just go through this with me, right? Because all we know that he's done is there's been a few bribes and a burnt down thing for Fox. Sure, Fox suffered economically, right? you know. But what real, like, we got to it before there was any real harm done physically. So who suffered?
I don't know. And
We can
maybe
tell you it doesn't get any worse than what it seems like you've already heard. The
I,
fire.
I if I if he's walking, I don't think I should know. But
I agree that the property damage and other damages he's done are damages that should be taken seriously. But assigning all of the blame and saying he's getting off without paying for it, and I think all of us in this room agree the closet is the main culprit, and the closet
Yes.
did this. And it did not get off scot-free. Now, how to make amends? Let's say the Knolls had come in again and burnt down Fox's estate, but the Knoll died that did it. How would that be handled as far as repairing Fox's estate? Would the town step in, or would it be his
Tough luck.
responsibility?
it would be up to the council to vote on such a thing.
So we report something terrible like a demon attacked and has been killed, leaving out Cleven's involvement with it. Would
Any
that...
amount of truth is going to start investigation, and it's not a good idea. As it is, the Knolls have already taken blame for the burning of Fox's estate, if we're using that as an example. I honestly don't know the details around.
I thought, out of game, I thought it was the one adventurers group that got blamed for it because it was around the time.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say Knolls. I meant to say the bandits.
Okay.
Yep. I correct that to bandits. You are correct. Bandits. Da. I don't know what corrective action the council is going to take for Fox on his behalf, or if he's going to absorb this himself. There was, as you can imagine, the tail end of yesterday's meetings. I was not exactly paying attention.
I find myself in a difficult position with this because I agree with you that some sort of reparations being made seems like the right thing, but also the true one responsible is dead. And for it all to fall onto Cleven and or you also seems wrong. And if he's locked up, he's not doing anything to help or repay anything anyway. So
I think if we're still on this subject, that there needs to be some kind of amends made or some kind of penance. I think the focus should be on what does it serve, right? Who is this for? If we're not revealing all of this to the people, which I lean heavily toward, then any penance served is for Cleven to, I guess, pay for it himself, for him internally, to know that he's working towards some kind of redemption on what he's done, on his part in things. If it serves that, then it doesn't have to be here. It doesn't have to involve charity work in the streets, throwing money around, any of that. It just needs to be work. It needs to be something difficult that he has to commit himself to.
Do you know how I came to be a counselor in the chef?
We only know little bits of your story.
Successful gemsmith, hence the name, and so on. I'm not from a deer, as most people are not. I was the youngest of my siblings. I showed you the story of my brother. He's my closest sibling, older than me. We have several sisters above us, and the eldest sibling was a brother, though he has passed. I didn't know my siblings for many years because, as I said, I was the youngest amongst them, and I'm from Paradel. The name Gemsmith is not coincidental. It was one earned. Because for much of my life, I didn't have a proper family name. It was stricken from me on my 20th birthday. After I married, to which I was not welcome to take her name, because I was not welcome to have one yet, we often talked about the time that we would start our own family. Eventually I earned my name, my position, and what have you, and I could have stayed and raised my family in Paradel, but I didn't want my children to go through what I did. And as luck would have it, I only ended up having one child. There weren't those pressures of back home to have as many as possible. Cleveland would have been my only child, and so therefore Cleveland would have experienced the same fate that I did. On his 20th birthday, losing his family name and all ties to his family, and having to earn his own place, make his own name, otherwise never be able to return home. Again, I moved from Paradel and came to Adir so he wouldn't have to suffer that. But much like everything else that I've done for him, given him the position of overseeing the auctions which he stole from, giving him other responsibilities along the way, removing various tasks from him, raising him in the way that I thought would make him a better man. I think, unfortunately, I overlooked the benefits of my own upbringing. I learned the pain of struggle. He has gone through travesty, and I'm not suggesting going something so extreme as to be a metahina. That is a loneliness that I wouldn't want to wish upon my son or most other people, if anybody. Maybe Curve Rock. But the...
Koa like chokes for a second when he says that.
Right?
The idea of something like that wouldn't be necessarily too far off what he needs as an awakening. To both understand himself and to fight for what he is capable of doing. Because he doesn't know what he's capable of. He leans on everything people have given to him and complains about it. You're talking about taking him away from here. Where are you going to bring him? Hodgwen or wherever it is you're held up doing this tasks that you're doing? You'll give him some small responsibility and he'll shirk those responsibilities. He won't grow. He won't mature. He never has. He's always right. Everyone's wrong. It's their fault. I'm not talking about the Quasit. I'm talking about the one that was so easily bent by the Quasit. Eons of training or experience or what have you aside. He was tricked by a toad.
Dylan, maybe before that he agreed with you. Maybe that's what he saw himself as too. He kept harping about change. Maybe some of that was for him.
I know where you're trying to go with this, Kiken. I don't know if you were intentionally stopping there, or if you were trying to find the next words. I know the avenue you're going. You're saying more or less like this was him finding himself. This was him trying to, to summarize what was told to you last session, what you read in the book. This was him trying to make a positive and goodly impact on the areas and to be forthcoming with like his own approach, and as opposed to just playing second fiddle or fifth fiddle really the whole time. Haha, flute dude. But but to convince him in the scenario, I'm gonna have you roll for me a diplomacy check.
Okay. Yeah. It was definitely that. And I like the idea of Mikhail not having to say it and letting Jim Smith come to it on his own. Cool.
I don't know if everybody else got that. That's where you're going. So that's why I was summarizing. Holy course you rolled that 20, got a 32.
I think we're all convinced.
Oh my god.
It dawns on all of you.
The gods
the
are eating
real
popcorn
closet
and
was-
they're all like, yeah. The other god comes running into them. What I miss? You don't even know. You don't even know.
All the gods with daddy issues are just sobbing.
Nankaro's in the same room with the same walls and nothing else. Like,
Yeah, we did it. My team.
Oh, oh my god. Everything with this scenario around Cleveland, the dice have told the story. Oh my god.
Clearly.
So you say that, and more or less just say, he's already learned that lesson and he was trying, but it's not that he did anything wrong. It's that he ran amok, led astray, played a fool, like he was very much guided off to accomplish his path that he was trying to do in a very terrible way. So I see where you're going. You say this, and there's like a moment where like he clearly is waiting for you to say the next thing. Then he like starts to internalize, opens his mouth like he's going to say something, then closes his mouth and purses his lips and thinks a bit longer. Eventually, he literally reaches down and finally grabs his glass of, what did I say? Whatever he's drinking this time as opposed to what he
apple juice.
No. And Aldo would be very disappointed. Eventually, sits back and takes like a proper draw of his drink and just sits there thinking. Unless y'all interrupt, he does so for like a solid minute and a half. Before he takes another sip to clear his throat, it clears his throat and puts the glass down, leaning forward, and says, I've made my decision. Again, Mikhail, I don't think you understands what kind of bonds the two of you have. I trust you in this. But if this is the way that we're going to do it, it has to be done so completely. Marilla doesn't even know. She's aware that something happened, but she doesn't know about everything that Cleveland was a part of. She knows that there was a danger in the house, and I told her to inform her after she was feeling better. So she doesn't need to know what happened with Cleveland. Okay? Obviously, gentleman is aware of the scenario. I think we ever named that. Is aware of the scenario. As am I, Cleveland, and the three of you. That's 6 of us in total. This is something that would hopefully go to our graves with us, not something that you can go and sharing with others. Everybody looks at Koa. The gods stare at Koa. That we can share with others. And we need to remove all evidence. Everything that he stole needs to go with you. Everything needs to be just cleared out. We need to remove all evidence. If by the fires of that hearth, this thing has come, by the fires of that hearth, that thing will be buried. We'll burn the ledgers, his notes, everything. If this is the path that we're going to go, we need it to be completely cleared out.
I don't disagree.
This is an incredible shame that I'm going to have to carry with me. Knowing that I've made this decision. Questioning whether I made this decision because it's for my son or because it's actually for the good. And I will talk to the gods about this. And hopefully they'll actually listen. But considering they always seem to bend their will to your cause, gesturing to not you specifically, but like the royal you, then hopefully they're doing so here as well.
One can hope. Well, he'll need to understand the weight of this decision.
As you said, Mikhail, if it comes from me, he just lets it sit there.
He kind of looks off for a second. There's that like, okay, yeah, those are my words. You got me.
Had you rolled a 40, you wouldn't have had to take the responsibility, but only a 32?
Yeah, what a fucking scrub.
Yep.
You'd hero pointed beforehand.
Yeah, Jesus, come on,
I
man.
used my other hero point
Oh.
the next session after I used my other one.
We each used one last session.
Yeah, we did. But he kind of has that like, okay, like you got me, use my words against me. Says, I understand. It's much of this is to give him a second chance, so it's up to him to make use of that. Much of your legacy is in him, and if that's too much pressure, then I guess we'll find out.
Well, let us not waste any time. If you're going to be taking those supplies, it needs to be under some sort of cover. It doesn't seem to be so much that it couldn't be carried on the saddlebags of a horse or two, but I didn't know if you were looking to, if you have the extra capacity to do so, or if to keep things more hidden from the eyes of the guards, if we should have a cart or wagon that you can use to pull these things out of town.
Dear God, we don't have 6 years to get back to Hod Gwyn.
No, the cart was fine.
Yeah, you could bring it onto a
Not
ship.
the wagon.
You could bring it onto a ship, but the issues of the ship is that boxes could be looked into unless a coin was delivered to keep it quiet.
Mhm. Yeah, it was quite a bit of shit too. This is me just thinking.
Mhm.
I don't know if, I don't know if we could carry it all just on the horses.
It's also just like some things are just larger, so just like you can imagine. Think like the end of the first
You can't
mummy
put,
with
like,
the
a
guy
desk
filling the
on-
camels, so you have like the things hanging out the bags or whatever. You know?
Yeah,
So
can't put like a whole ass writing desk on
Yeah.
on
Or
a
like-
donkey.
or like a
Just tie it to
candelabra
his
or something
back.
like that. You know, like
So, yeah, a cart could work. Something to cover it.
according to Scribbles, Bob's your uncle. Does that make you Bob's boys?
Deep down, we're all Bob's boys, I think, is the lesson I
That's
learned.
true.
Oh, okay. Fair enough. Fair
Yeah.
enough.
As long as you keep Bob in your heart.
Like in the God hierarchy, Bob is on top.
I thought Bob is a power Bob.
Standing there. No, he's just always standing there,
Okay.
towering above.
Moving on.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Yeah, a cart will do. Cart and something to cover it should be enough.
I'm so sorry. Back in the meta, I just realized part of the song about killing the devil, you have to talk about cleaving it.
Nope.
No, you gotta cleave it low. Like come on. I mean, if you don't
so that the
have-
song can get back here and you can have Jim Smith be pissed at us for being like,
I
wink and nod to your greatest shame.
I mean, come on.
Look
like,
at that.
you-
Remember what your son did? We said cleave.
It's not about. It's not about. It's
The
not
DM
about.
told us it'd be funny.
not
if he
about
was sitting there doing
yelling.
his raspy laugh and
It's a-
coping.
It's about Mikhail.
Why are you so upset?
We'll put it in our
Mikhail's
stand-up
legacy.
routine.
Mikhail's
And there
legacy.
I was, cleaving a demon.
But like when the story eventually comes out some years in the future, Mikhail's gonna like after Mikhail dies, and they're like, oh, look how deep his works are. You know, he's gonna have like those fanboys that are just like picking apart every lyric ever. You know, like no.
This is
It
where
doesn't need to be
Mikhail
deep
burned
at
all
that
the
point.
evidence of those crimes to write his song. That's so deep.
They'll be like, okay, but I don't think you guys get who Mary is as compared to the little lamb. All right, like his work's just way deeper than you think.
Who is the actual rap
The
artist?
star that's twinkling, it's all of us. Okay, it's all of us.
No,
You're going
What I
nursery
heard
rhymes.
is that the demon's actually an allegory for his brother, because he and his brother had this big falling out over a girl at university or something.
So who is the rap artist that actually wrote
Hey.
like the lyrics to the song was 100% the crime that they committed? And so even though usually you can't use lyrics of a
V?
song,
Oh, the one who actually got.
yeah, they actually
Uh,
got like they actually like legitimately like stole money, stabbed somebody, went up to the correct floor. Even said like went up to the 6th floor of the building, knocked twice. It's like everything was like eyewitness accounts that all that is exactly what happened, and it was 100% in chronological order the lyrics of their rap song, and so it's like the lyrics of a song were actually used against him as evidence. And it was like, what?
I don't know.
the
If I did it in Among Us once, I got caught killing somebody, and I literally just confessed to what I did. And everyone's like, "Well, Wade's just adding flavor. He didn't actually do it," and they let me live. And then I killed someone else, and then the next me I was like, "Well, I did this. I went down to electrical and killed this guy, and ran off because I saw someone approaching." Like, okay, man, he's just throwing. And then I ended up winning and being the killer, and everyone was like, "Wait, what? I told you guys the truth the whole time."
Well, let's just say that your friends are dumber than that judge.
I can't argue that.
There you go.
Yeah, Key and Peele definitely made a sketch of it.
Did they? Oh, I missed that.
There's been a lot of sketches with that as the core of it that have been pretty funny.
Yeah. All right, but back to the game here. Okay.
I know what you're talking about too, but it's gonna bug me if I keep thinking about it. So that solves that, but now the matter of where he goes and what he'll be doing.
Well, unfortunately, Paradel isn't an option. Unless it's through. He could carry his surname long enough and well enough to travel through Paradel, but if he were to try to settle there and any amount of paperwork were to be unearthed of his true heritage, it wouldn't be easy to do, but it is possible, and the people of Paradel tend to be a bit litigious, or at least the magistrates are. And then he can be stripped of his name, and you get the idea. So it would either have to be staying within a deer or to somewhere beyond. And I can't think of many places beyond where I'd be willing to send him. Caldaria, I suppose. Malta's not exactly a nice place, is it? Nor is Jovance. Ascaria would just be handing him a golden platter.
I thought Malta was a good place.
Yeah.
He says?
I heard that people in Malta were good. I thought it was a good place.
Oh? I had always heard otherwise. He says, shaking his head.
Koa's now like, did Gwen lie about a Malta too?
Well, he explicitly said that he's from Paradel, and Paradel's been at war with Malta for decades. So, like, he could just have propaganda in his mind. You know?
That's fair. Koa's not thinking that.
Yeah. It's like he's ever been there.
Dwarven's too close. Hod Gwyn's too much of a mess. I don't know about Varen, and I don't think he'd fit in with the free folk. That leaves Herod.
Herod. It's the only other place we know relatively well. Have some allies in. Still quite close.
Gentlemen, perhaps I shouldn't be a part of this deliberation. I can't be a part of where he goes. Am I going to call favors and giving him another down pillow to rest his head?
No, that was Forvin, Rasman. where the kidnap happened. It was before I got to Lashev. We haven't done a lot of like on-screen stuff in Herod, but sorry, in response, we'll say, okay. Well, you should know where he goes. Where he ends up, at least.
Indeed, but that could be told me in a letter where you can inform me in the morning, you collect everything and leave. The plan is to still leave in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Then I'll have to get things underway. Move quickly to acquire you a cart for you to transport these goods.
I understand, and that works fine for us. We will figure out what is best, the best that we can come up with. I hope you do not think less of me for what I'm about to say, but I can't let this matter belittle the importance of the gem that we left with you. I hope that Hint is still able to get that and bring it to us, because that is of dire importance.
Truth be
And-
told, throwing myself into my work would probably be a good thing.
I apologize for even bringing it up, but
I understand that this is one of many things, as I said to Mikhail before. It's not exactly like I've been preoccupied. So they can't compare how busy I am to the three of you. I understand.
We'll really have to bring you some good news next time we're in town.
I'll just be happy to know that a demon no longer lives in my house.
hopefully the next time we speak, there will no longer be one in Hot Gwyn either.
Shakes his head and says, first my chef, then a pet. Who knows what other horrors are going to be crawling their way into my home, ruining my night's rest.
This whole fucking time, I've kept having like mental jump scares that was like, he's having another kid. Like, oh yeah. I don't think now's a good time to tell him.
It'd be terrible to have another child. Oof.
Perhaps,
Mhm.
perhaps with Cleveland being out of the house would be nice for Marilla and I to have some alone time and
Yeah.
really be able to enjoy my quiet estate.
Yes, at least for a few months. God damn it.
You come back and
At
the
least for a
estate
few
smells
more
worse.
months.
What is that? Baby diapers.
Well, technically, Mikhail, you could just be like, hey, remember how you said Paradol was a bad idea? Technically, in a few months, it'll be fine.
You're just like, it's not a hell I'd wish on anyone but Curve Rock.
Well, it's when the baby turns 1 year old, the next oldest no longer has to suffer metahema. So, technically. Good.
Yeah, I'm definitely not going to tell him he's having another kid right now.
Oh yeah. I just didn't know
Yeah.
if you guys had any response or anything. Cool. Well, it
No.
seems like aside from us kind of like dwindling RP happening here, I imagine your characters have kind of like some finishing that we don't need to go over. And eventually he's going to be like, well, let me take care of the details of getting these items collected for you and put into a cart or what have you to be transported. I believe the three of you own several horses. Are any of them trained to pull a cart?
I mean, they've pulled a cart before, so
Yeah, the answer is yeah. And so he'll kind of like get up and
know if they're trained.
leave. And he says, I'll go as far as to speak with Cleveland one more time to inform him that he'll be leaving with you. That he'll be staying with you indefinitely. As for where that is and what that entails, I'll also leave that with you. Kind of like after that, you guys kind of like part your ways. You gather your things, you leave. Not seconds later. You can imagine some time passes. Eventually, you go.
We do know one ass that can pull a car. Leaving.
that would truly be a slow fucking cart.
Oh, gotta
There's
cross the dangerous
no
bridge,
way.
Cleveland. Cross the dangerous
There's
bridge.
no way he is rife with like full body strength to pull that cart. We may as well tie the cart to like a big rock and just keep throwing it as hard as we can, hoping the inertia pulls us along.
He drags us all the way to the crack, and they're like, "All right, this is where you're staying." We just put him back up where he was chained. Good night, Cleveland.
Just lift him up under both arms.
That's where that guy really tore into you, huh? See you tomorrow.
Oh god. I mean, if you're gonna make him like be a prisoner, having him play out a sentence inside of that cell would certainly have its impact.
Yeah.
Grabbing his
That would
knees, rocking back and forth, begging for his Toad friend back. There's no place like Toad. There's no place like Toad. There's no place like Toad.
He's
That
like,
would
"Wait,
certainly
why are
be
there
a
two
good way to
members of-
turn him back to the devil.
Why are there 2 members of the Chantry and then more of Wentz and Beltran's men here?
Hey, listen, that devil was bad news. Now get in the cage.
Thank
All
God
right.
we killed that. Wow, we're the good guys. Strap here, chain here, iced you up. Well, there you
Yeah.
go.
High five for heroism.
Occasionally, guys actually just like was it Aldo uses his disguise check to dress up as Tor, and he like runs out of it like.
Jesus. Why are we doing this? What's happening?
Because we're fucked up.
Oh,
Uh,
because we're all
yeah,
happy
I
that I'm
don't,
almost done healing.
I don't think I have anything else for Jim Smith. He's gonna go
Same.
talk to his kid.
Yeah, you guys leave. Is there anything else
Somebody
around
leave, and I'll
town to
be
do?
right back because I've had to pee for like 10 minutes. So, Koa,
Have fun. Don't die.
I'll
Yes.
shortly
Speaking of
soon make
gems,
myself honey tea. But go ahead.
speaking of gems, I need to find the coin guy. Is he around?
Yeah. You'll be able to find him before the end of before you leave, so that's not an issue. We can go through that right now. When you come up with him, you speak to him for a little bit. You can actually see that he is doing okay. You know what I mean? He'll, kind of like one of those. He saw those hunter people, like it's what he refers to them as like those hunting bandits. He saw them. He avoided them a couple of times. That he would catch their gaze, but they wouldn't go after him. But he was like, whew, won't lie, they were intimidating. There's a call to arms to defend against the place. I wasn't a part of that shit. But anyways,
Yeah.
you had given him how many coins was it?
I gave him. Where is it? I think I only gave him. Yeah, I only gave him the one
How
because
many
we
did you
didn't
have?
know how much the value was going to be. I have a total of 5.
Oh, gotcha. Okay, gotcha. Give me 1 second. Oh, I did that wrong. Okay, so he
Because we were
says,
trying to establish, like, okay, can you actually find the coin collector person and get a price?
he says, I had to haggle with him for a bit. Make sure that he wasn't screwing you guys over, making sure, we use my own RP brain is kind of like being dumb for a second here, but more or less he's just being like trying to be buddy with you to ensure like he's able to be invited to places where he can rub elbows with people that matter. That was kind of like the whole situation he was trying to get into with you, right? Like that was the angle you took with him. If you don't recall this, Keegan, literal real life 5 months ago or whatever, you RP'd with this guy before. It was you were more or less like, hey buddy, yeah, I'll invite you to the parties and get you into the fun stuff if you help me out. So him kind of like rubbing that way. He's like, I had to negotiate with him for a bit. One point in time, things got a little bit ugly, but we were able to figure things out. He's willing to buy that, that coin off of you for 15.
Gold?
Yeah. Apparently, it's important. It has something to do with Taziendale or something. It's of significance to them, and some old coin that the markings are important to them. So yeah, he's buy it for 15, but then he'll take it up north and he'll sell it proper.
Okay. Do you say anything about the other 9 of these we've got?
Oh, that was 15 each.
Koa's peeing.
He says, "Who's Koa?" Oh, Koa.
He's got the other 5.
He says,
I've got.
I don't have that
He's got the other
coin on
5.
me right now. He's
Right.
like, I didn't want to go ahead and sell anything. I showed it to him. So if you want to leave them with me, I'll get that taken care of, and we can do the transaction. I'll have it all waiting for you when you get back.
I'm definitely in. I'm assuming Koa will be okay with it as well.
He says, do you only do work around Leshev, or y'all are spend some time around Hod Gwen too, right?
Yeah, we go through there. I was like thinking, did we tell him that? We did tell him we were on our way there. But yeah, we'll be going through there. We're actually about to head east at the moment.
I'll be honest with you. The idea of walking around with that much coin is not exactly a wise thing to do, not unless you're having me spend some of it to keep it safe, right? So perhaps maybe instead I finish up this deal down in Hod Gwen and get you a writ.
That's not unwise. We've had very unfavorable interactions with the bank.
I mean,
Opened accounts, our money was taken right out of them.
so you wouldn't want the writ, you'd want the coin. I can do it for you. It's just a lot of coin to be carrying at once. I mean, you said that you had 10, right?
Yeah.
He spends about 7 seconds thinking and says, whew, that's like 150 coins.
We'll take a writ. A writ's fine.
I was gonna say, as you know, I'm gonna be jingling all over town with that kind of weight on me.
No, it's fine. No, a writ will work. It's too much to carry around, especially out there, especially what's going on with the guard.
Koa comes back, and you hear, especially what's going on out there, especially with the guard. He goes, "All right, then, I'll have that finished up. I'll get the writ for you. If you're around Hod Gwen when when things are done, I'll make sure I hand to you there. Otherwise, it'll be back here waiting for you. You mind if I keep it on my person, or you want it held by somebody?"
No, you've done good work so far. You look over at Koa and say, Koa, those old coins, 15 each.
I have 5.
Yes. And now we're going to give them to him so we can get what they're worth. Right?
Koa
He's
will
already
hand
got his 4
Mikhail
in
the
hand.
5 coins.
Yeah. All right, yeah. We'll hand those over. Let's send Cleveland with him. Yeah.
Did we roll a sense motive or anything? Is Scott about to screw us again with money?
Their bartender around?
You guys are outside of a tavern, but it's closed.
Not that I don't trust whatever just happened, but I don't trust whatever just happened.
Well, I had already gotten a beat on this guy before, so that's why I'm not doubling down. But you can sense motive. That's fine.
He wasn't even here for the conversation.
Yeah.
Sure, for the last part of it.
I'll just defer to you.
Yeah, I give him the coins. I say, the only part you're not going to like is we're going to get a writ. If we're down in Hod Gwen, he can get it to us there. Otherwise, we'll pick it up here. So that we got to go to a bank to get the money for, but it's too much coin to carry. At least safely.
Looks Koa, like waiting for Koa to respond. I don't know if he just nods or says nothing.
I've already given him the coins.
Koa handed Mikhail the coins. At this point, he's just like,
Yep. Oh, just because he said something to you, so I don't know if Koa responds. The guy's just waiting to see if he responds in any physical or
no,
verbal
Koa
way.
just kind of like nods along to whatever Mikhail just said.
Okay. He says, "I'm really happy to get this done, and I'm looking forward to working with the three of you again. Hey, if you don't mind my asking, how was that, event?"
Oh, out at the vineyard? The night got away from us. It went well, though.
I heard stories, Stories and stories. Oh man. So is Amanda still not seeing anyone? And then kind of the conversation devolves again, and like very much he's trying to pivot his way into buddying with you guys and so on and so forth, right? So
Yeah. We don't have to RP it, but like Mikhail would just kind of chat with him about him, just like tell him about little stuff as he's like obviously getting interested.
yeah. But I also
So
imagine
kinda-
you're not just giving him all the details, you're like tantalizing details, slow rolling it. You know, I get the play here, you know, not overly
Yeah.
being a jerk, like you're not, you know, but it's just make sure you keep this guy on a tight enough leash because he's about to have 150 gold pieces.
Yeah.
You know? Cool. Awesome. Yeah, so your characters are able to leave there. Anything else to do inside of La Chèvre?
Yeah, we'll spend the night here, right, and leaving in the morning.
Yeah.
That is the plan. Why?
I'm gonna rumor monger.
Have you been here long enough?
And I thought I could do it like 3 times a week.
You can, but didn't we say it takes like a week or whatever to propagate afterwards? That's why it's
Yeah,
It
he doesn't
it's
actually have
one
to
Time
stay
come
for that
in.
though.
Yeah.
that's what we
Yeah.
talked about beforehand. It's 1 day of action, but it takes like all the extra time to propagate it. Because how
Yeah, but
powerful
that's
it
just
is.
like how long it. I thought that was just how long it took. He didn't have to actually
to take
be
effect.
there doing it.
Yeah, we were talking about like that he like nourishes that to make it like it's just not the thing he's focused. So like, if you think about like downtime activities, it's a 1 day downtime activity to do the actual action, and then he can do other actions while he's in town to make sure that it properly settles in. That was what we discussed forever ago. Am I crazy? Isn't that you say that hasn't been the case in the past, but that 100% has been the case in the past because
He's been
'Cause when
doing
he
that,
was
but
in-
that wasn't a requirement.
No,
We
because
didn't
when
make
Jake and
that
I
a
talked about
requirement.
this beforehand, when we were in Hod Gwen, we even specifically like picked
Mhm.
what days he was doing it to make sure that he was there for the 6 days afterwards to make sure that it played out. That
Yeah,
was how we
I
did it before.
I think what you're remembering is that's what he's been doing, has been staying and like further propagating it so that it didn't change or twist, so he had more control over it.
No, because
but you didn't have him required to spend the entire week.
The feature's the feature. Once he
Yeah.
rolls, the result of the roll is the result of the roll. But I have had him stay in town to make sure that the rumor actually got spread. Because otherwise, if it's like one night, like literally 1 day of talking became everything, we're like, well, that's pretty extreme. You know, there's like the seeding it here and there while doing other things throughout the week, or you know, making sure like it's properly like. It's like he went through the work of turning the soil, planting the seed, and doing everything as he had to in that first day. But after that, it's just kind of like checking in and pouring a little bit of water on it. But still,
I thought
I
that was
get-
an enhancement to it, right? Not just how what he had to do for it to
Yeah,
work.
by
at
no,
rules,
all.
just
that's what we
one
were
day,
talking about.
isn't
What he
it?
had to do. What's up?
By rule, it's just 1 day, isn't it?
That's what I'm saying. It's 1 day, but then he worked on it.
But
for
the
rest of
actual
time
talent
afterwards.
doesn't say he has to be there for an extra 6 days doing anything, does it?
So I guess the question is, can he do it without staying and propagating it for a week? And what does that mean?
I believe what we came up to beforehand was no. He would do it at the beginning of a week as he went. Just give me 1 second.
In that
here.
case, can it take less than a month to make a chair?
That. Listen, no.
Why do we apply the rules sometimes, but not when they serve
It
us?
can take less than a month to make a chair if you increase the DC and roll well, or if you make a worse chair.
I will be right back.
Yeah, give me 1 second. I'm looking at where we had this written down.
It's been a while since we did it, so I don't fully remember.
I know I'm not crazy on this because we went over.
I just don't know why we would have agreed that, yes, this thing that says it takes 1 day, we should agree it takes a week now. That feels like a bad capitulation by us as players.
That's because you used the word capitulation.
It's a good word.
It is a good word. Give me a second here.
Also, technically, if he rolls well, he can decrease the number of times it takes to propagate by 1d4 days.
We'd have to go back and check that particular session, that one session where he did a whole bunch of these all at once, And I'm pretty sure we explicitly had those go first to make sure that they worked their way through while he was doing the other things around town.
Well, we definitely wanted some to take place before other ones came out. But I don't know why like I said, I think the ability just says you need to do something. It takes a day, and then it takes a week for it to propagate afterward. But it never says you have to be there nurturing it. Maybe we said that was a thing. I don't remember, but I don't know why we would have said. I don't know why we would want.
Yeah, no,
That
it
sounds
wasn't that
terrible for us.
it wasn't that he had to sit there spend time nurturing it. It was just that basically you don't use the ability and instantly the rumor is everywhere in that day. It takes a week.
I'll go back
for it to
and
go
I'm going to let it go this time. And then
Hold on.
I just need to find the session, and then I'll go back and re-listen to that session where
Where's the
all
fun?
those downtimes came through when you guys were in Hod Gwen.
I mean, is it just the rumor monger rogue talent?
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
understand what you're saying, but I'm pretty sure this is the decision that was made because lots of rules have been modified, like how
Yeah.
downtime activities work are more in your favor
Mhm.
now, and so on and so forth.
I get that things can change, but this literally says that the rumor is spread as if it were
Yeah,
fact.
that's if you're reading raw. But like I said, lots of things had changed, and that I'm pretty
Okay.
sure that was something that we had covered. I'll have to go back to that session to confirm that I'm not smoking crack over here. So I'll let it go this time because it's kind of like it's teamed up, and I'm going to obviously
I
being outvoted
don't
here,
remember.
but I'll
it
go
just
back
feels
to
like
confirm.
I don't.
Okay.
Yeah, whatever the decision is, it was Jake's talent, and you two probably made the decision. Just for me, it's like, why the fuck would I want to nerf myself by 6
I'm
days?
I'm just saying what I remember. So yeah, confirm later. I guess just let us know and we'll write it down somewhere so that we're not having to go back and watch a VOD.
Yeah. I'll
What's the
take care of that
DC
afterwards.
What's the DC to spread a rumor?
It's
in the
just
Chev?
a 20, and he like rolls
Isn't
in
it
that
easier?
one, and he gets a 17. So
Isn't it easier in the Chev than it was in Hodgwing because it's a smaller place?
I think it's flat, isn't it?
What's your? Do you have
have
it so
a
that you
thing.
can bloop Jake, or do you have a link that you can share real quick so I can see it?
Yeah, give me
This
a
just
sec.
says the DC is based on the size of the settlement.
That's usually how it goes. Okay,
Oh, yeah,
and
that's
so, technically, I think
It's an
Lechev is
18,
a small
wouldn't it?
town.
Yeah.
It'll be
Let me
eight.
look.
Good God, that's only easy because Jake's ridiculous.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
But
Yeah, you
Aldo
say
is
that now, but
ridiculous.
I'll roll real low.
no, it doesn't matter. Your character has like 3 things that he's really good at. He's actually not good at
Yeah.
combat, right? But he just happens to do well in the handful of times where it was super critical. Population's 1850. I think that technically makes him a small town. That makes Lechev a small town.
Also unrelated, I got my apple juice after being put down about wanting apple juice. Or I peed in this cup and I'm drinking it. Whichever,
Oh, you're dehydrated.
whichever truth you always want to believe.
Yeah, if your pee is that dark, you should probably consult a doctor.
Was it-
Yeah, small town is the size
found
of.
Man, imagine spreading a rumor in Raid. It'd be like free. Population 50 and they're all cousins.
Oh. Oh.
Thanks, Ninja. Jake, we're waiting for you to roll. Oh, sorry. What is the rumor you're looking to spread? And then
Yes.
have you roll.
Okay, so the rumor's going to go something like this. It'll be like, oh, did you hear about the council meeting? Oh, yeah, they voted to look after the people that got hurt defending the town. Oh, but did you hear who was the only one who voted against it? Oh, yeah, it was Rook, wasn't it? Councilman Rook?
Only
Yeah, they say he's only in it, for himself. Maximizing profits or something. I think what he said was that the ones that got injured can just be, left to the wolves. Something like that.
This is like when all the when you have like the handful of Republicans that are like shocked or chagrin as other people are trying to like make these policies go through, but then also vote for them. They just don't talk about it on news and refuse to answer questions about it. It's like that I think there were 3 that voted against it, and 2 of them were like, "Yep, just let him take all the heat," while they also voted for it, and nobody just knows. Like it's so funny.
What
All
was
right.
the name of the councilman who died? Of natural
That was actually
causes?
Greenwood, Elmwood, Woodwood,
Westwood?
Westwood.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the rumor.
Also, I'm stepping
I
away,
love
but I love that rumor.
Love.
Yep, that was great.
Jake's the best.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Rook's one of the only
when
ones
you
on
pass-
Westwood's list, too.
When you pass by 5, it goes faster. Is that how it works? Or when you pass by 10?
Yeah, 5.
For every let's see what it
5,
says.
you beat the DC, isn't it?
If the check succeeds, rumor is practically accepted as fact. Succeeding by 5 or more decreases the time it takes by 1d4 days.
Yep.
Just one.
Only one. So it takes 6 days to settle in or what have you. And that was one of the things that we did before too. Is when you rolled that, I was like, oh, you have more, blah blah blah. Anyways, so cool. You are spread the rumor about this, which is fun because again, it's very much baked in the truth with enough lies inside there. Blah 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 blah. Cool. And eventually, you guys are going to leave town. A cart is stacked up for you guys with a whole bunch of goods, and you're able to roll out. Where is your plan to head next? Obviously, Harrod is immediately south, but what's your plan?
I think we're stopping by and seeing how Ashanti's coming along with
Mikhail needs to
what she's
give her
developing.
notes. Yeah, Mikhail needs to give her notes from Vigil. And she's
And then
crucial
from there,
to the
the crack,
timing
right?
for the curses. Yeah.
And then from the crack to Hodgwen. I think that's a plan.
Okay. I want to say that the goods that you got because of how, man, I cannot believe you have already won. This, your characters. What?
What
I
did we
can't-
win?
I can't believe you guys have already defeated my whole plot line that I had for like seasons from now that I was slowly building towards.
No offense, Scott, but your plan kind of stunk. That's how we defeated it.
No offense. All right, cool. So, you guys are where we going? One of the things I want to say as you're traveling along, I already put it on the sheet for you, so you don't need to write it there. The stuff that you collected from his room, all that stuff together because of the value of it and kind of what kind of goods they are, so on and so forth. Unless you're explicitly using that to decorate your own estate, probably a bad idea inside of Leshev. I just turned it into 2 luxuries. As for kingdom building, which 2
That's kind of crazy. Yeah, that's
is a lot because of like the quality of materials or whatever it is that's there. But you're not going to want to be personally tied to these, so allowing them to be a part of like large trade items makes it so we are allowing it to become that bury the hatchet, let that situation die behind you, so on and so forth, but still giving you a massive boon. Cool. Where were we? We're good. You guys are going to Forvin. You're traveling there. First and foremost, let's go. Hey, you guys are traveling. It's the next day. Are you ready? On your mark is set. Okay. I always forget the travel time between Leshev and Forvin.
What's it going to cost to take all this to Forvin and Herod? Do we have to take this on the boat?
Oh, no, you're not going to want to go on a boat. You're going to want to walk.
Okay. That means we have to be on the other side of the river, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, you just cross the bridge. Carefully.
Can we now?
Yeah, well, very slowly and carefully, but yes.
Okay.
But anyways, yeah. So you are, where were we? Sorry. Away. And so it is going here to here is what, 90 miles. You travel at the slowest horse's speed, 36 a day. So it would take you, on the 3rd day you'd get there. Let me just confirm one more detail. I should probably add cart, to the speeds here.
You
All
should
right.
probably add gold bond to the face.
A gold bond? That sounds awful.
Helps with aging, apparently.
Okay.
As you can tell, I don't use it.
So normally carts or wagons are 16 miles, but you guys are actually on a road, so that doesn't make sense. So we can have it be moving at the horse's speed because this is like a legitimate road. Like it's like a proper trade road, not just like a road, right? And so we'll have you move at the horse's speed. I think that's fine. Or what is a person walking speed? because I can imagine a wagon goes further than faster than a person walking, right? So on the third day you'll get there. So this is day 1 of travel, day 2 of travel, day 3 of travel. You arrive there on day 3 of travel. Now this is important because you arrive there the evening on the third day, evening, just prior to Shahid. Thanks, Geek. I said it first.
Where are we at? This is to get to Forvin or to get to Herod?
That's Forvin.
There's 3 days to get to Forvin?
It's a long trek. Look. 90 miles.
Jesus.
To get to Forvin proper, not the Forvin, not the greater Forvin region, so like the actual inner town of Forvin. Yeah, almost 3 whole days. Yeah.
I don't think we had any business in Forvin, did we?
Nah, I don't think so.
Nope.
So while you're there, you can check in on the situation with the what's it called? The trade of
exchange.
Yeah, the prisoner exchange. And what you'll find out is things are going positively. It's kind of what you were told beforehand. Things are going positively. Sorry it's going so slow, but everybody here wants to keep them here as well, so on and so forth. Da, 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 da. It's one of those things where you know how these things go with the counselors. Money talks. So unless somebody's willing to throw a bunch of coin at this, but then that is kind of, paying to take prisoners who are imprisoned because they were, giving prisoners in exchange for pay. She says, kind of like making a mockery of the situation and so on and so forth. But, it's one of those things where it's like a little too, like y'all are like, huh. Ooh. Wait.
Cleveland was right.
The industrial prison complex where literally businesses are paid to hold prisoners and then they can exchange prisoners between one another for an exchange of funds.
All just so a bunch of rich people could go chill down at Beltran's Island.
Anyways, because it's later on that third day, where would you guys want to be at Shahid? Would you want to be in Forvin or would you want to be in Herod? Or do you not care?
Herod?
Yeah, I'm probably Herod. It's gonna be better. It's gonna be a more important day for Koa.
Yeah, we should be able to get to Herod, right?
If you push it, so if you take a boat, you can get there. If you leave this evening and take a boat, you could be at Herod late morning the next day.
How much is a boat with a cart and 3 or 4 horses?
I mean, in theory, you don't need the cart anymore if you're taking a boat. You can sell the cart and have that go towards the costs.
Don't we still need to transport it from Herod to, like, the luxuries are going to the crack or something, right?
Yeah.
So without a cart, how are they getting there from Herod?
That's a you problem.
So the cart's
So how much is it to transport a cart on a boat?
That means you're going to have a bigger boat, so it becomes a lot more expensive.
Like a barge, right?
Yeah. You're going to have a bigger boat because it's transporting like 17
Come on, the day
horses.
before Martyrs Day, they'll give us a deal.
Yeah, okay. Like 17 horses, 3 people, a cart, and a whole bunch of goods. That's like legitimate cost right there. Like that's in the scale of gold pieces.
I don't think we have 17 horses. I think we have like 4.
Yeah, that's a lot of horses. That's a lot of ass.
A lot less
17 horses. Yeah, I was like, wait, when did we get?
I would call it less than a fourth
bitches?
of 17.
So I would say to transport from there to there. So it's how many animals do you have? Jacobo, Simon, Daisy, and Nightstorm.
Yeah.
I'm so used to you saying it wrong. I almost thought that was wrong again.
I did too. I was
Simone.
like, wait.
And Simone, Jacobo, Simon, Daisy, Simone, and Nightstorm. That's 5 animals, plus 4 people, plus a cart, plus a bunch of goods.
Well, 3.5 Fue.
Oh shit! I forgot about the Hafue too. Jesus Christ!
Water.
Yeah, I'd say
The Fue didn't come with us.
We left them in Leshev?
Yeah, that's why
Oh,
we
yeah,
had
I
that
thought
whole
Aldo was
conversation about
convincing
him
him
being
to.
like
Oh,
a town god.
where are
Or
they
that.
Oh,
staying?
that's right.
I
That's
don't
right.
know.
That's right. But
Okay.
he was
Yeah.
literally the smallest factor out of all this.
Yeah.
Who's the
I-
fourth person with this?
I'd say it costs you
Cleveland.
three gold to
Cleveland,
get
yeah.
on the barge with all of that stuff and move across because they're gonna have to like move. And it's not even for like a long voyage. It's like, hey, all this space, make room for us. We want to go there tonight. We need space for all of this shit tonight to get there. Just like a short voyage. It's gonna end up being 3 gold pieces.
We gotta get there for Shahid.
I took it off my sheet.
Okay.
Okay. And so you guys are able to get to
Appreciate
Herod.
it.
Ko is the one who's like, we got to be somewhere to celebrate Shahid Martyrs Day. So it
Yeah.
makes sense he'd be the one pushing to not be out in the woods on Martyrs Day.
And there you go. It is the holiday of Shahid. Now, Shahid, as we know, is this is for the Paradel calendar, or the common calendar throughout most of Aroth is used. They use the Paradel calendar just because for trade reasons, so on and so forth. It is by no means the only calendar. It's just the most prolific one. So it's the only one really worth tracking, unless you were focusing on a different culture for the campaign. So that being said,
What's the date in the Dale lands?
Shahid is Martyr's Day, effectively. And the martyr is just as big, actually bigger in Adir than she is inside of what's it called? Paradel. So you can imagine that the celebrations that are here are significantly greater. For first and foremost, there are no businesses open today. All businesses are going to be closed, so on and so forth. There's going to be lots of like celebrations inside of the streets, so on and so forth. Sure, some people are going to be misbehaving just because that's opportunistic during like celebratory times. There'll be like hooligans or thieves or whatever it is running around and just being scallywags or what have you. But for the most part, people are actually, this is supposed to be a time of forgiving people of their transgressions. This is supposed to be a time of letting, theoretically, prisoners free that, were otherwise being kept for smaller crimes or whatever it might be. This is supposed to be a very like kind, forgiving, celebratory time of like healing and moving on, et cetera, et cetera. And you very much are going to be getting that vibe inside of, well, first of all, the barge, there is that people are being, very friendly, fast at first. Like, get out of the way. We got to, go
Cheaper
talk.
transport price?
No. Get out of the way. Got to get there fast. But otherwise are going to be, overall kind. There's a request like, there's like, hey, since we're going to be staying in Herod for some time, should we, you mind if we leave the stuff on the boat and take it off tomorrow? And you're like, no. We would like to have it removed per the agreement that we had prior to leaving when you charged me 3 gold pieces for 12 hours. You know what I mean? And, you fucks. And then, they take the shit off the boat or whatever it is for you. But once it's there, your characters are then loading the cart back up. So it's about noon by the time you properly are able to start celebrating yourselves and you have the horses kind of like, taking care. The businesses are closed, but the bustling streets of Herod, that whole few hundred people that live there, of Herod are just legitimately celebrating. There's like the marketplace is filled with everybody. Nobody's selling food. Like legitimately, nobody's even like people that would normally, that's what they do is they make foods and sell them to others. Nobody's selling food. People have almost like potluck style, bringing tons of stuff for people to share to. There's like good luck charms people make and hand about, so on and so forth. And your characters are able to participate in these celebrations and are able to even see with some of your friends or companions they might have in the area, like Jaaek or Ashanti.
She better not be taking the day off.
Seriously?
I'm sorry, just the fate of thousands of souls. Yeah, we should go celebrate instead.
Excuse me. This is an extremely important day to her. She comes all the way from...
What would be more of a contribution to the martyr than helping break the chains of tortured and captured souls?
I mean, you interrupted me as I was going to say a nation that didn't really know who the martyr was, that follows an entirely different calendar, and doesn't
the
have
Tasian
her
tale.
the yeah, like she's not from Paradel. So for
Yeah,
her,
she
it's
better
like
be working.
she'll be like when she gets up and like goes about that day, she's like, "What the fuck is happening? Like this is crazy," because this happens once every 4 years, and she's been out of. She was in Paradel, of course, for one of these during her schooling years. But it would have
Martyr's
been
so
like,
important. They celebrate her once every 4 years
yeah,
in a calendar that has like what 13 months.
yeah.
They don't care about the martyr at all.
Well, who's more important than the martyr? Kraleen, and who's more important than Kraleen? Lady Aravel. Lady Aravel
In
has.
a deer?
I'm talking about in that you follow in the Paradel calendar.
Yeah, but I think in a deer they should probably bump up the martyr to once a year.
I mean, they theoretically they could, they don't.
Okay.
Shahid is specifically. I mean, there are peoples that have more celebrations. It's not only one holiday, but this is the big day, right? It's the crazy day. So
So Ashanti's reacting kind of like, what the fuck is this?
yeah, like it's one of those like, oh, I remember this from like 8 years ago when I was a student and happened to be like when I was an early student in Paradel at the university. And oh wait, guys, hold on. The College for Alchemy is in Paradel, right? Or is that actually in? Did I have that? I don't remember if I have that written down. No,
I
that's
do
right.
not believe I am aware.
No, it's actually not in Paradel. Never mind. So yeah, this would be her first Shahid. So she's reacting like, what is this craziness that's going on here? This is insane. Like I understood like people were preparing for some sort of celebration. This is more than I anticipated. So she's actually like not able to get any work done because she's like, oh, I'm going to go to a place to, oh, okay. So when you guys arrive and you see like Jaaek that's there, Jaaek is out celebrating, of course. When you see Ashanti, she's out walking about and kind of like, and she sees the three of you and she's like, happy Shahid.
Yes, happy Shahid. How are you?
A little confused, but learning to just go with it.
Is
this place
Koa's
really?
first Shahid?
What'd you say?
Koa's second.
Really?
He was up with the Free Folk when he was 14. Do the Free Folk celebrate Shahid?
I mean, that depends. Yeah, I would say yes.
Okay, so that would be his only. Because prior to that, he was. I guess they would have celebrated it in.
Don't think Shahid is being like a big thing amongst the free folk. It's just any opportunity to drink and celebrate, and so it would be amongst the free folk because there are worshippers of, what's her name, a martyr amongst them. It's so close to Paradel's borders. It's within a deer, but this isn't like a big. They don't shut down businesses. The free folk don't fucking have businesses.
Would it have been a big deal in like Eldamar? Not Tazandale, but Eldamar?
No.
So
It's
it really didn't mean
rain
anything to
folk.
Koa either until the Free Folk. It was a little bit of a thing, and this is the first full blown out like.
He's been in the towns for years now, hasn't he?
He
He's
didn't
18, but he's been
he
an
was
adult.
he's 18, so the only time he would have been here for in Adir was when he was 14 for that Shahid, and he was with the Free Folk then. So that's the only time he would have celebrated.
Oh, so this is his first real Shahid.
This is
oh,
his first real Shahid.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair because the time before that he would have been what 10 and maybe not even in.
Yeah, he wouldn't have
Adir
been here.
Okay,
then.
cool.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, this place really seems pretty excited about it.
I've only celebrated once, and it was with the Free Folk, and it was a lot tamer than this. Everyone is participating.
Yeah. Back home, some people make a big deal about it, but mostly just in their own houses or, really. Most of the time, I would remember it was that because, if you were going to do something kind of dickish, then someone would be like, not on Shahid, and then you wouldn't.
I had a different experience. Like every time I was, in Paradel when Shahid was on, everyone was just lining the streets drunk.
Yeah, that's true. There was a lot of
excuse.
drinking. It does just kind of get used as an excuse. I mean, maybe it was just at the colleges. It's like, hey, don't be a jerk. It's Shahid. Hey, don't be mad at me for drinking at 8 a.m. It's Shahid.
Yeah, people on Shahid, they sometimes confess to things and, you just got to forgive them. That's just how it is.
Is that when you started the priest thing? He like leans in, whispering that.
Maybe.
Maybe it's been around for a lot longer.
Diabolical.
Well, we should probably get with the program though. Before everywhere is shut. Luckily, I bring some stuff from Fox's estate, so we got that.
God, he really wanted to get here quick. You said that this is only the first one you've been to that's been this big?
In a first one in a city or town, yes.
Somebody walks up with like a little like twine, like a colored twine, almost like something that they've woven together, and they go up, and as you're saying this, they literally start tying it around your wrist.
No, not falling for that again. This is not the Eiffel Tower visit for Wade.
Oh,
no.
Jesus Christ! You
No.
punched the
Happy
child in the
Shahid.
face.
That'll be 3 gold pieces. No, fuck you.
I'm not paying for this. I'm not paying for this. I'm not paying
Happy
for this.
Shahid.
As
Here's my
they're tying it.
mixtape. That'll be $5. Happy Shahid. Can you fill out this survey talking about how the government sucks? What? Just sign your name here.
Technically, I got to run the first Shahid.
Yes.
Yeah, you did.
There was a lot of drinking.
There was a lot of drinking.
So they come over. They start tying the bracelet around your Koa's wrist.
Koa's wrist? Okay.
I think you're mistaking me for someone.
They go, no, of course not. It's for anyone. They keep going and tie it around your wrist again, unless you like pull your arm away.
What is it? I mean, I know it's a bracelet, but what's it for?
It's to remember the martyr. Look, and they like turn, and they like point to the different colors and the significance of them, including the spot where it's red because it's like soaked in the martyr's blood for the sacrifice she made for the people, and so on and so forth. And it's like
Jolly.
yeah, to remember the martyr.
Did someone possibly forget?
They chuckle and finish tying it off, and then they go to take the next wrist.
Mine or like someone
Mikhail.
else's?
Mikhail will just hold his hand out.
Yeah. Mikhail gives it, then Ashanti gives it, then they go to Aldo.
Yeah, I mean it's just a bracelet.
Yeah. It's just like a simple, like worth less than a Shiv bracelet, you know.
Mhm.
And
These things are cursed, and we are literally being tied to like some horrible entity right now.
well,
Yeah,
so
they're
you
Trying
guys,
to take a moment to describe this. This is 10 times the amount of detail that bartender got.
you guys. Well, first of all, you ask more questions.
10 times 0 is 0. Wait.
You
Also true.
last time you guys fought a demon. This time you're being bound to a devil. It's entirely different. So don't worry about it.
It is different. That is
Yeah.
different.
So they go around and they tie the bracelet around your wrist or whatever it is, and they kind of go walking off or whatever. And you can see there's lots more jovial nature or whatever that's happening here. You guys can kind of see that. You can feel free to get back into RP. Sorry about that.
So, how are things going, Ashanti?
Oh, actually, incredibly well. I've hit so many walls. I've had incredible breakthroughs with each one of those walls. It's going very, very well. I'm looking forward to having a bit more research available to me, she says, looking over to Mikhail, seeing if maybe you have any more books that have been worked through or any more ciphers that I can use to my benefit. But if not, making some really good progress.
A bit. It'll be easier to go over it together than just handing you the notes, since we're here and all. Where have you been working? Wait, where's Elliot?
Elliot is, and she starts like looking around, enjoying him.
You lost him
Oh.
immediately, didn't you?
No, she says, I did, but I found him now. And you see he's like literally standing like kind of like on an elevated platform, and he's dancing with like 6 or 7 other people in this choreographed dance, which honestly looks familiar to Mikhail. He actually knows that dance. He's Perrin, and sorry, he's Del, not Perrin, sorry. He's Del, and so he's like, oh, actually I'm familiar with that dance. It's a pretty customary dance to kind of like use around this holiday, so on and so forth. And you see that Elliot's up there, and well, he's definitely the best dancer up there, like hands down, no question. But he's like having a good time, and dare I say intoxicated? It's noon. Is Elliot drunk at noon? I don't know if you've ever seen that before, aside from that time that Aldo really got him drunk. Like,
That wasn't quite noon, but Yeah, we did have the montage.
Yeah. Well, that was him still drunk from the night beforehand. So, either way, so you see that he's up there and having a good time. She says, "Yeah, he's the one that told me today's not the day for doing work. That I should be out here and celebrating." She shrugs and looks at Koa and says, "I honestly thought if I was going to be doing something in the service of the martyr, I'd be helping to save the people."
I'm a bit torn myself as to what the best approach is, but this is meant to be a day of celebration. Just
You say this. So sorry, wait, I'm interrupting you
No,
intentionally.
you're good.
You say this and you're saying like a day of celebration, and your character kind of like your eyes wander as you see a strange sight. Somebody goes walking, dancing really, because there's like a bunch of bit different areas of dancing, into a crowded area where other people are, just kind of like dancing and jovially going through. But the person looked extremely strange to you. What caught your eye at first was the fact that you had noticed amongst the crowds of people here, two cloven feet, but they were moving to the beat of the music, which was a little strange. But that kind of like caught your eye, and so maybe you like hiccup your words, maybe say one or two more before you looked, and you swear you saw a person with horns on their head kind of disappear into the crowd as well. Before wade back to you, of course.
As celebrating is important and all, but did you all see? I look back and I assume I don't see it anymore.
No.
What was I saying? I'm sorry. I thought I saw something.
You were about to be all guilty about having a day of celebration in the name of the martyr, I think.
Yes. No. Yes. Maybe.
She hands you the wooden cup in her hands and says, "It's a bit early for me, Koa. Maybe this is for you." And you can see that there's some sort of like a wine or whatever inside there. Red wine, of course, customary because of the martyr sacrifice.
Yeah. Drink blood.
Is there any bread?
Very
or just
Catholic.
The flesh of the martyr.
Yeah, it's gonna be unleavened.
Typically a bit early for me as well, but I'll like down it.
Well, that's all the excuse I need to start.
Well,
Is Aldo gonna be gone when I turn around? Turn
I
around.
was thinking about it.
he's dancing with not Cleveland. Yeah, he and Cleveland are dancing with Elliot.
You turn around and Aldo finishes putting his horns on. Dances out with his cloven feet.
Better than his Cleveland feet.
Speaking
Oh.
of
No.
Cleveland, do you get into Shahid too much, or is this kind of a weird thing to you?
He says, "Of course."
Yes, I didn't recognize your celebratory demeanor.
"I forgive you for killing my friend. It was the right thing to do."
God damn
Koa
it,
looks
Cleveland.
around to see if there's another tray of drinks anywhere because he's ready for number 2.
There are.
He grabs a few and he hands one to Mikhail. Aldo's probably already got one, so he hands one to Cleveland and he gets one for himself. Are these free, Scott, or paid?
Free. Everything's free.
Cool.
Yeah. Mikhail accepts it, but he's still looking at Cleveland, and he's like, I'm glad. Thank you. I appreciate the forgiveness. I guess toast to that. To like raise the mug.
Assuming you just handed a drink or whatever it is. He'll
Koa
take it.
said he handed him one.
Yeah. Yeah. And so he'll toast and he'll like cling to
Your
you
friend.
and to Koa, and then look for Aldo, but Aldo's gone already. I'm putting words in your mouth, Jake. You of course play your character.
Oh, you can tell Aldo wants to go, but he's hanging around for the moment. But I'll cheers him.
Well, I suppose I'm at a bit of a loss. This is more than I've ever done on Shahid. Do we just celebrate, or do we actually go and start going over some of the information we have?
I, for one, would like the opportunity to celebrate. says Cleveland.
Right. That makes sense.
I've been working pretty tirelessly for some time. A day of respite wouldn't be so unwanted or unwarranted. She says, "Come on, Koa. You just got in town. You I'm sure you want to relax a little bit. We could always talk in the morning."
Oh, just the weight of the world on my shoulders, that's all. Yes, you're right.
She says, she's doing well. She like leans in and says it low. Like others can hear it, but like it's for Koa.
He like looks at her. I don't want to say like a kid looks up to like an adult or something, but he definitely has like a. He wants to ask more, but he just accepts that for now.
She says, she shrugs slightly and says, Shahid is about, sacrifice and forgiveness. I'm sure we can all find something to forgive, she says to like everybody, right? She says, looking to Koa for a second, and then says to Shahid, and like raises her glass to get everybody else to take a sip. And she's like, but I am thinking about dancing, and Mikhail, I don't want to look a fool next to Elliot. Do you think you can help me? And then goes to like put her arm in Mikhail's.
I'm not much of a. I'm more of a.
I know.
Okay.
And she says, like leading you up. Cleveland standing there with Aldo and Koa, looks between the two of them, and then walks off with Mikhail and this woman.
Yes, my friend and the strange woman he is being abducted by.
He's
this
very
is the
sensitive
party.
to abducting. You know, like
Yeah, fair.
Koa just looks to
By the
Aldo
water.
like not having a fucking clue what to do.
You really haven't done Shahid?
People celebrated in the free folk, but I was 14.
Well, you've got some catching up to do, and he'll give you his his cup or whatever, wooden cup, and he'll just refill it, and then he'll just start drinking from it like a bottle.
How does this forgiveness thing work? Do we do something, or we don't have to answer? He just like as small talk as they wander off, they start drinking.
actually that's a fun question. So Aldo, because this is going to be like technically this is like knowledge local, which we don't really have as a skill, right? But every region has its own way of doing things, so on and so forth. So y'all can pick this up pretty easily just by asking people. The bracelet itself, you're going to remove it when it's time to, when you're at the end of the, like when you're ready to let go to what's bound to you, you're going to be able to break off the bracelet. So more or less, you're going to carry that with you, and then when you're ready to let go of whatever it is, you break the bracelet and get rid of it. Oh, I forgot to say, when Cleveland said that to you earlier, he goes, I forgive you for killing my friend. He breaks the bracelet because it was the right thing to do. And he would like throw it on the ground. That's what I meant to say. My apologies.
So then we would know from that.
Yeah. But with context clues, but then even more so beyond that. But like he had it on him for like, we're talking minutes. And it's already gone.
That sounds about right.
So
He's efficient. We can't argue that. He is efficient.
Mikhail, Ashanti, and Cleveland go over to where the dancing is and start dancing to this. Much to Mikhail's surprise, Cleveland actually knows this dance and can dance well enough to it. You can imagine it's rehearsed. Like it's practiced.
Just Mikhail that looks bad.
Mikhail actually knows the dance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, remember I said that earlier.
I
He's
do.
actually familiar with it. Yeah, because this is, culturally you're Del. So you actually
I
know that.
the dance.
I'm not saying you're not like, that white kid that's trying to do like, whatever dance and you're very much offbeat. Like,
All right, fuck you. What's
could-
the check? Is it a charisma check? Huh?
Technically, it's a perform check, which sounds like charisma if you're not trained.
I'm not trained to dance. No.
Damn, who would be trained in dance?
Oh,
Yeah. Fuck you. I look fucking good.
oh,
Damn.
Like I said, he knows that he's
Tell me I ain't
Del.
got fucking
This is-
rhythm.
Ashanti immediately leaves you to go find Aldo or Koa to dance with.
so actually,
Right?
no. Mikhail does so well that he's actually able to kind of like guide her in the dance, right? Because Mikhail's actually legitimately really good at interacting with other people and bringing them along, whether it be like leading in song or whatever it might be, right? So he actually is a really good counterpart to this. Cleveland, however, is an awkward third rail.
Wheel?
Wheel would make more sense. And at some point in time, obviously Elliot like joins in and he's happy to see you guys, so on and so forth. So like Cleveland and Elliot just start dancing just so that, you know, Cleveland's not by himself, and he realizes like Elliot's, you know, socially sensitive enough to pick up the fact that you have a awkward friend with you here. Like, come on, come with. And so the two of them are able to start dancing together, which is wonderful. That leaves Koa to kind of go off and explore, Shahid himself. And I think Aldo is his Sherpa.
Yep.
That sounds good to me.
Sounds like it's happening to me.
Here's the grift. No.
Oh man. Anytime that Koa has to trust Aldo to lead him through something, I'm worried.
I mean, at this point, I guess, Jake, would you like to describe to us how it is the day plays out for you and your friends? Until, of course, later on in the day, I imagine you end up joining up with others, you know, touch points or whatever. But you're his like grown up years drunkle. You know what I mean? Like you're the one that's supposed to lead your nephew into manhood. You know?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know.
No
With
pressure.
Aldo, there's a lot of like they drink and they drink quick. It's definitely like it's like ordering shots, and there's like a table of shots brought out, but it's just him and Koa there, and Aldo is making Koa drink even more than he is. There's points where Aldo probably says, like, you know, walks into, you know, like you see those people and they bump into people on purpose. And then he does that, and he's like, now Koa, this is what you do. I forgive you for getting in my way. And then like he's like, now you, Koa, you walk into that guy and give him a little shove, you know what I mean? But you gotta forgive him afterwards.
Okay, to figure is this a will save to not fall for it?
Okay. This is a bluff v sense motive. Don't forget, you know him well. Technically, you have a nice big bonus to the sense motive. Normally, it's a plus 10 against your friends, but you're very
I'm
intoxicated.
Oh, there you go.
So you're very intoxicated. So
like a +5, maybe?
yeah, let's do a 5 instead. Yeah.
So it's beatable.
Oh
my God. He
Hold on.
finally sees the truth.
You see through the lie with a natty 1 16 total v natty 20 25 total.
It's not as big a difference as it should be.
Right? I know. The spread is not that wide.
Oh my God.
Oh, here's what happens. Koa drunkenly hears that, and he goes to like play along, and he sees an opportunity where someone's walking nearby, and he shoves Aldo into the person and says, "You should apologize, Aldo, for bumping into him. It is Shahid." And he'll like toss you a wink, like totally showing you he saw through what you were fucking saying to him.
Oh, Aldo's too drunk to pick up on that. He just taking your advice, looks at the guy, he's like, you should forgive me for bumping into you.
Koa just
And then he just rips his bracelet off. He's like, I forgive you. And like throws it on the ground.
How many bracelets has Aldo gone through at this point?
Oh,
A lot.
yeah.
At every
Like
opportunity he's
40 of
getting
them.
yeah.
He has a really good what is it, like
Sleight of hand.
acrobatics and sleight of hand. He's just slipping like 6 of them on and then just taking one off without dropping his sleeve.
Can we just say by the rules that good wins on Shahid?
Yeah, yes, we can see.
Natty 1 for evil, 20 for good.
Yeah, well,
And
I
he
wouldn't say
still
evil.
almost has the same number.
It's good beats chaos. How about that?
+5. Good lord.
And there's definitely points though where Aldo will try and pull Koa up like on something elevated to like dance around people.
Oh, I mean, Koa with innocent things, yeah, Koa's following along. He's like, and I'm sure, hold on, it's flat charisma to dance.
Oh, unless you have
Unless you're
perform
trained to
dance.
perform dance. Yep.
Oh!
Hey,
Drunken Koa is doing okay.
Drunken Koa believes he has a 17.
Nice.
What the effects of the alcohol
How
may
dare
give
you
other
take
people a
this away
different
from me.
impression. Hey, I believed I rolled a 17 before too, and I've
You
seen
know, I will
footage
give you
afterwards.
maybe a -5 to balance out the drunkenness.
but the reason it's flat is because you're a lot more confident. You're just, yeah.
Oh, Koa is brimming with confidence.
I'm sorry, are we going to see how good Aldo dances?
Oh yeah. Mm-mm-mm.
I'm killing it.
Hey,
What?
There you
Fucking
go.
killing
That's-
it, man.
Oh my god. Jake always
He's
has a
actually
character that can
trained.
do the Densho dub.
Yep.
That's
I was
funny.
like, wait, he can't have a +7 charisma, and then I saw the roll, and that's
Yep.
you have it, you have it.
Oh god. Jake in his like obscure roles.
Ugh.
He's like, no, I'm good. I'm good. All right,
Yeah.
that's amazing. Back to where we were. But now we have to answer the most burning question between the two of your characters.
We don't kiss. Well, we might.
I forgive you. Anyways, Aldo.
Aldo dresses up like Gwen and Koa believes.
No, no. He's got the wig and everything. Oh my god. No, oh my god. No, even worse. He has the Chantry outfit. He comes over and Koa's like, oh, I know the Chantry was here. And then he pulls off the mask and it's
No,
Damn,
dude.
man.
Has
You
anyone
gotta
ever
forgive
seen
me.
like the Chantry members like really get down and boogie, like mask on and everything? That's what I want to know.
wait, what?
I said on Shahid, do the Chantry members do they go out in their mask and that and get down with it?
Oh, they do worship the martyr, so absolutely they would celebrate.
No, that's
Full
not funny, though.
costume, like mask and everything? Or they go as normal people?
It depends. Are they on shift?
We know Scott would be doing the Trump dance.
Wow. You know what
There's
makes
not
me
much more of
sad?
an insult I can give you than that.
Albert, today you're on freak dance duty. Oh. I twisted my ankle this morning. Remember the martyr. Yes, ma'am.
I forgive you for twisting your ankle. Now dance.
What makes me sad, because Trump dance literally looks like a toddler
Forgive you for
dancing,
twisting your ankle.
is my toddler dances like that because it's cute because she's 15 months or was 12 or 13 or whatever months at the time doing it. But now when she dances this cute little dance, all I can see is the Trump dance, which
Please
is so
never
upsetting.
let your
That's your
kid hear
fault.
you that when you see them, all you could think of is Trump.
Dance,
Sure.
Mhm.
right?
All right, back to Shahid.
So,
Yeah.
so
What's
the
happening?
most important thing, Aldo, obviously, you're going to get a nice big bonus for this.
Don't ever do
Chat-
that with your mic again. That was terrible.
You let me know if you think it should be a +4 or +5, but you two have to roll a fortitude save to see who can better stomach the alcohol before binging needs to happen, before purging can happen before you keep binging.
He has to. He is a bonus on this, right? Because
Yeah, I said +4 or +5. Chat, what do you think? A
Yeah.
+4 or +5? What's fair for Aldo for his mod?
I think a 5.
Yeah.
I'm gonna influence it. Yeah.
5, 5, 4. Of course, it's Joey. Rasman. Dragrex. 4s have it so far.
That's
Okay, it's
50-50.
tied. 50-50.
Okay.
4s
okay.
have it again.
Can we beat by 2? It's a volleyball rule, so you have to beat by 2. Ah, god
Okay,
damn it.
Tied up
We're
again.
tied up again.
Five's
Five's
ahead.
up. 5's up.
We need we need 3 4s. 3 4s, quick.
Five's up too.
Ah, I couldn't get
Five.
there
Five's up.
fast enough. I couldn't get there fast enough. All right, that wins. That wins. Thank you, Tickler.
All right,
Tickler
so
of
rolling
Dragons.
Fortitude saves, and you get a +5. Jake.
I was like, the name is Tickler of Dragons.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now you've platformed them.
I did.
Yep.
Okay.
So what am I
Lundane,
rolling?
You're too late. All right.
Fortitude.
Yes. You
Rolling
get a
fortitude
+5.
saves, but you get a +5.
Oh, wait, hold on. Before you roll. Sorry. I hope I stopped your time.
I'm not using a hero point.
No. Are we doing 1v1 or are we doing rock, paper, scissors roll? Best out of 3. Let's go best out of 3.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
All right.
That's worse for the higher mod. Or for the
One
lower
for you.
mod.
Okay.
Well, that's a good one for me.
Okay. Oh, it's tied. It's tied. It's tied.
All right.
Oop. Oh, it's pretty solid.
Yeah, this is pretty solid.
Oh,
Oh yeah, because he has such a freaking high.
that includes your plus
God.
5, right?
Yeah.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Mhm.
So Aldo's sitting there drinking, so on and so forth, and Koa actually is able. The 18-year-old buck is actually able to stomach it better than Aldo. Maybe it's the lack of food Aldo had this morning. Maybe it's the what the combination of drinks. Maybe Aldo started early.
Let's be
before they
honest.
even started
It's that
drinking.
fucking teenage metabolism that we've all lost.
I don't know what you're talking
High
about.
ass constitution.
But no, either way, absolutely Koa is beast mode, and Aldo here was not able to keep up, and Aldo ends up purging, and before he goes back to binging, which is kind of good news because that means now again, like a Sherpa, he can make sure Koa knows the ways, so that when Koa eventually has to hurl, Aldo's like, good job, here you go, and like hands him a drink. Like literally as he's spitting the rest of it out of his mouth, he hands him a drink. It's like, ugh. And oh well. When Shahid, Mikhail, for you, what is your character doing to celebrate? Actually, mostly with Ashanti here. I mean, just for transparency here, in case there's any alternative thoughts happening. 100%, of course, platonically. Ashanti here is very much just like having fun with you. It's
Yeah.
not that she doesn't love Elliot. Absolutely does. Elliot's a gem, but being with more or less just Elliot for like weeks on ends, especially when it comes to research, you both do things very differently, and he's bored by alchemy. That is very much. It's nice to be with somebody else who's more in alignment in so many ways. Then you get the idea. So
Yeah.
how is Mikhail doing this?
I mean, normally it would probably take him a little bit to like kind of loosen up, get into this whole thing, but he's like already had a drink and then he gets pulled onto like a dance floor and whatnot. So he'd pretty quickly kind of just go into the like just kind of enjoying himself mode. I don't know if there's like any other particular events or anything going on around, but like once they're like tired of dancing or whatever is happening, like there's a break in it. If there's anything of interest happening, he would probably like gravitate towards that and like be ushering her to like, hey, let's go check this out. What is this? Oh my God, is that a dance? Is that a dancing cat? I don't know. Like, like people have all kinds of crap going on. He'd be like going to interesting attractions or that type of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, I don't know what actually would be happening in here.
That's fine. And this is actually a nice experience for you because like where you spent at least the last 2, if not one, probably 2 Shahids were at the university. So like this is fun because like usually there's lots of magical displays or whatever happening. So it's almost more charming and more enjoyable when there's less like illusionary magic or any type of like a play up of that happening around you because you're at the what's it called? There's music that's being played, but it's more folksy. It feels more raw, more real, much like your childhood, where there was more of that folksy music that you grew up kind of like listening to and playing with or whatever. So all these kind of crazy things happening around you that you're kind of like jumping back and forth to whatever it is. One of the reasons why it like attracts you is because it feels more real than when you were at the university. It almost felt like it had a veneer over it to kind of like play up the instance of what it is because they have the capacity and the budget to be able to do those kinds of things. So you actually kind of feel today more at home in a place that hates the Dell than you on Shahid than you have in a long time, since 12 years ago, really, right? 12 years ago would have been the last time you would have been at home doing this holiday. Either way, so that's kind of a factor. On the Ashanti side, she's of course having a lot of fun with you. You guys are kind of like bouncing around, having a great time. This is a new holiday to her. Loving like the a bunch of details. We're gonna get to something there in a second, but she does pepper you occasionally with questions that maybe Mikhail's drunk enough that he doesn't pick them up right away. But whether it be right away or after some time, he's no fool, and he inevitably picks up what's going on and is welcome to steer things the way that he chooses to do so. But she eventually asks, like, so, do you know if Aldo ever talked about, like, if you want a kid someday?
God.
Like, he seems like the kind of guy that, like, he probably doesn't want to, like, do something like that, right? No, he's like a bachelor for life kind of guy, right?
I don't know. I've never asked him. Aldo's kind of a mystery, but I think he'd be a really.
She says
good
with like a
dad.
dreamy look to her.
Yeah, no, but I think he'd be a really good dad. He cares about stuff.
I know.
You know, he doesn't.
Can you imagine someone's supposed to be a kid at school? He's like, here's what you do. You poison their lunch. Here, put this in it. It'll make him shit all day.
Dude, while this conversation's
Teach
going
him
on,
to
it cuts to
fucking
Aldo,
tease
and Koa's got his arm around him, like holding his hair back while he's just like throwing up all over somebody else's shoes.
He's so mature, isn't he?
You gotta forgive us for this.
Aldo's throwing up on their shoes saying, I forgive you. I forgive you for walking through my blood.
Throwing a bracelet in the vomit.
There's not another.
Kiki, I want to cut back to you,
Yeah.
but just to paint the scene a little bit further and cut back to you. As a reminder, Ashanti is no schoolgirl, right? She's like,
Yeah.
late 20s to early 30s human, so legitimate, like about 30 years old, so about Aldo's age, and somebody who's like well into her career, her profession of being, an alchemist who also studied archaeology and whatnot. So this is an educated, well into the career path, grown adult who just happens to be very intoxicated. Fully encased into a town-wide huge celebration, and so coming off as a bit more silly than usual, but cutting back to, of course, Mikhail, who's able to enjoy this kind of like other side of her. Not that you haven't seen her have fun before, but like this aspect.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Let's see. Yeah, no, he does though. You should just, I don't know, you should ask him. He'd have a better answer than I would. He might be. Go ahead.
She makes a face that kind of like furrows her brow and goes, "You don't just ask a man something like that. Then all of a sudden there's all these strange expectations and things get strange and
Yep.
don't want things getting strange."
I don't know. Maybe you do.
No. Mikhail's like, you're right. Immediate backtrack and backpedal.
Yep.
You should ask him. No, I shouldn't. No, you shouldn't.
I don't know. Maybe strange isn't that bad. Maybe it's just.
I heard that
I drink a lot.
I heard that in Galdaria they don't do the ring custom. The Maltese and Galdarians and Yovance people, they don't do that ring custom, but he always seems to wear a ring.
They don't usually. I don't know what the ring's for. I don't ask him a lot because I don't know, it seems so personal, right? And sometimes he'll tell us things, but I don't want to like pry, He's a private person. But I'm sure it'd be okay if you asked.
Oh yeah. She knows he's Galdarian. Absolutely. It's been so long. Everybody else would be like, "Oh, sweetie, sweetie." Like of course she would have.
I'm just
found that. It's
glad
been
we
months.
didn't have to tell her.
Yeah,
I'm just glad we didn't have to.
I thought he was from the Dale Lands.
Jesus Christ. So at one point in time, as you guys like having, and this is not the central point. It's just you guys are it's touch and go or whatever, and then this is kind of unfolding finally, like where it's so much more obvious at the tail end here or whatever, as opposed to beforehand would have been way more tactful and whatever. So at this point
This is
in time,
like by the time I've picked up on it.
she goes, "You know what?"
Yeah.
She breaks off her bracelet. She goes, "I forgive you for not, asking him yet."
Asking him about kids?
All of it.
Oh, okay. That's fair. Like, look at my own. I realize I still have mine.
She'll put a finger on your chest, like kind of like pointing and say, "I said yet."
Yeah. I forgive you. He pulls it, it doesn't tear. For pulls it again. For not asking him yet either. and I throw it on the ground. It's like stuck to my hand.
Yeah.
It's just,
Oh, it's stuck to your hand? Just that one doesn't count. Look,
it's
stuck.
broken. It's broken.
No,
it's broken.
no, it's stuck. You see,
It's
that
static.
means you don't
It
mean
doesn't
it.
get-
No,
Oh, it's my hair.
That's the martyr knows you don't mean
It's
it.
stuck to my hand.
No, she knows you don't mean it.
Okay, fine. I'll forgive you for something else. Tie it back on.
She goes over it, and it takes entirely too long to retie that thing to the point where by the time it's tied, the subject I imagine would have changed.
Probably. Yeah.
Meanwhile, Koa and Aldo's still throwing up, and Koa's, you can forgive yourself on Mother's Day, while he's mid vomit.
You can forgive anyone.
Oh,
It spits the rest out. I'm sure you can forgive yourself if you can forgive anyone.
That's pretty in deep.
Oh, I have a story for you. I can't believe I haven't even told you yet, but
Yeah,
we'll need Mikhail for this one. So just
Yeah.
remind me when we see him.
he's a good guy.
He is a good guy, you know, and he's not just good. He's a good guy.
He's a good guy.
He is, yeah, very good guy.
Oh, the guy's coming around. Tie bracelets. We'll go again.
You guys think?
I
you
forgive
guys
you
didn't
for
get
that
one
time
yet?
you said Mikhail wasn't a good guy, and Aldo throws it on the ground.
I forgive you for misremembering, because I never said that. He like throws it where the guy's tying on Aldo. Like the bracelet lands on that guy's arm.
oh god, this is far too accurate.
That's a lot of vomit.
Yeah, but you know the good thing about that is now I've got more room to keep going.
I knew you were gonna say that.
It's because I've said it many times before. You know me too well, Koa.
Wait, I need another bracelet too. We can cut back. I just want to interject with the vomiting.
Okay, is it tied? All right, yeah. Okay. This is a big one, Ashanti. Okay, this is a big one. This is a big forgiveness. You're not even paying attention. You're not even looking.
I legit thought Scott was just dead in
Huh?
his chair for a minute.
I'm gonna. It's tied again. Well, the guy came over and got a different one. I'm gonna forgive Beltran.
She like stops for a second, like stops,
He goes,
and like her
"I'm
hand
just
slowly
kidding. Fuck
comes in
that
front
guy.
of her mouth. Like,
Geribald. He tears it.
who's Jaaek?
He's a flute guy. Wait, shit, you don't know. He was the flute guy. He played a flute. He does still, but he's you don't know who Geribald is?
That's okay. It's a bald Jerry.
Oh, don't make me laugh. I drank too much. Okay.
Cut back.
Fucking
Koa and
bald
Aldo just
Jerry.
projectile vomiting. And just cut
Okay,
back.
it's
and
not
add
Family
people.
Guy.
It's
Was
like
it
aimed
Ipecac
at
or-
people.
We
I
forget
bet I
you.
can vomit further than you.
Oh, fuck.
That's gross.
That is
Oh my
just patently
God.
false.
It is not false. You, sir, are a liar.
What are they even throwing up at this point?
I forgive you for saying that. He just holds out his arm at this point. They've got their own guy who just follows them tying bracelets.
Just keeps
He's
taking
just
it out of the
yes
vomit
man.
and tying it back on.
He's just like your group's hype man. He's just like, yeah, you can vomit too far. Yeah, I have more bracelets.
The way they're describing it, I'm not thinking of vomit as just like regular puking. I'm thinking if you've ever seen Pitch Perfect, like that cheerleader girl or whatever it is, like her, like just like like an ocean.
Hey, as
The
someone
fucking
who
cannon.
has been a projectile vomiter in life, listen, you can really make it go far.
I usually just go for the toilet, man.
Me too.
I have seen an impressive projectile vomit. It's still gross,
Sometimes,
but it's like that is a straight beam. That is a
sometimes you're in the back of
Fucking
your
human
high
body's
school
a
girlfriend's
wonder.
car, and your grandma, her grandma, who has like afro permed hair, just happens to be in the wrong spot at the wrong time.
I just like that Keegan's talking about like somebody has meta vomit feats. They can do it as a cone. They can do it as a
Yeah.
line. They can do it as a ray.
Look, Solo Wolf just reloaded.
guys. Please, I just had to reload it.
It's
Now you can practice.
Bring me the canned peaches and the grog.
Bulimic. I'm training. No,
Oh,
that's
God.
fucked up. Anyway.
Damn.
Yeah, I'll probably get canceled for that one. that was not a good joke.
It was a showstopper. All right, so end of the day, we all get together and perform, right?
you find yourselves to each other. You know, like you don't like because you two are way more drunk than the others. The others
yeah.
find their way to you, and you guys are dancing. At one point in time, you look up and you realize you're amongst your friends dancing, or like celebrating or whatever it might be. Like not Mikhail. Mikhail
Holy
knew,
shit!
but
You guys are here?
You look just
Koa!
like Mikhail.
It's the good guy.
Whoa! Oh wait!
You are the
what's
good
that-
guy.
What's all over your? Who threw up on you?
Can
Mikhail.
you fix it?
I like Bruce Almighty clean me, Mikhail.
gross. I don't know if he can cast that right now.
Can't get
He's
it
gonna
up.
try though. He's like, okay, like be still, Koa. Okay, don't quit. You're stumbling all over. He's like wavering. You're stumbling all over the place.
Still.
Oh my god, you've never been less still. Okay.
Concentration check DC 11.
Fudge. He starts casting. And we'll see.
For me to stand
Concentration
still, I
DC
have to cast.
11. Easy work. Hold
Yeah,
on.
I figure, but I have to make a chance of it failing.
Natty 1. Okay.
Oh, okay, yeah, you passed.
I kind of wanted to fail, honestly.
Well, you can choose to fail.
I know, but it didn't.
He
Yeah, I
cleans
didn't wanna
us up and
choose
throws it
I
right at
wanted-
the guy that keeps putting beads on our arms.
Oh,
Poor guy. It's Jeroboam.
Dude, that's vile.
Yeah.
That's truly vile.
Yeah.
no. He's just pulling it off, and it's just, as it's like forming into a ball, he's just like, move. And then just throws it at the emptiest spot he can find. So there just ends up being this like forbidden water balloon spatter on the ground in some space.
All right, my turn now.
All right. Do another one. You're less still than Koa. I thought you could like handle this whole move.
You said don't move.
I was telling
Oh, it's
them,
still standing is still like
Koa, you're clean. Who threw up on you guys? Did you forgive them?
Probably.
It was
Listen, did
Beltran.
I? Oh. Did I ever tell you guys about the time that I had to guard a necromancer's wedding?
What?
Oh, what?
She like nudges Mikhail and says, "Man, a mystery. I got a drink."
Listen.
for you," and hands you a potion.
I didn't know it was
A
a
drink,
necromancer's wedding
Okay.
when we took the job. Oh, it was, when you were studying with Curve Rock and Koa was helping the counselors cross the road?
there was a
Remember?
necromancer getting married then?
It was a
There was
potion
a-
of sobriety. All of a sudden, Mikhail becomes insanely sober. Continue, Jake.
Listen, me and Tony were drinking one night and we noticed there was a notice on
She
the
winks
board,
at you.
right? The notice said discreet security required for a high profile ceremony. And the payment was in gold teeth, which in hindsight should have been the first red flag. The second was there was a skull on the wax seal. And the third, when we got there, the town looked brand new. Right. Tony wanted to turn back, but I said something inspiring. and we just
I
kept
have to
moving.
pee again. How long's the story?
It's the long one.
Shh. It's a good one.
So we show up, right? There's
She nudges
skeleton
Mikhail again.
ushers, floating candles, and a
you
band
take one?
made entirely of undead musicians. There was a bone xylophone. A bone xylophone. You can't buy that kind of atmosphere, Mikhail. And the bride, oh, she was radiant. Eyes like dying stars. Anyway, she had a dress made of black silk. Looked like she was mourning something, to be honest, and a voice like two razors, kissing. I was smitten. But the groom, though, if you believe this, he was definitely dead. He wasn't undead. He's just dead. And he was slumped in the chair, and there was a sign around his neck, and it said, "Do not bring back till after vows." So we're stationed near the buffet. Where else, sipping wine and trying not to make eye contact with anything floating when the Banshee choir hit a sour note and Tony, he hurls a chair. Not at the Banshee, no, that wouldn't have made sense, right? He hits the bride's mother,
I thought
who was
banshees were
unfortunately, she was a lich. Now, it's chaos. Skeletons are
bitch.
rioting. The xylophone's on fire. I started fencing a white with 2 candlesticks and yelling, "Blessed be," like it means something. Tony body slams a ghoul straight through the wedding cake, which I swear made a noise. There was frosting and femurs everywhere. Eventually, the dust settles and the bride, a widow now, I suppose, looks at us like we farted during a funeral and says, "Too much life," cuts our pay in half and throws in a curse for good measure. Now, Tony still sneezes moths on a full moon, but we got out alive. Each of us with a gold tooth and a story and a lingering hatred of bone-based instruments. And you know what, Mikhail? Koa? I'd do it again. With Tony at my side, swinging chairs at the undead and looking surprised when they hit back. Best damn wedding I ever ruined.
I have questions.
And I have answers.
What's his name? Elliot is just like,
But Mikhail's like the only one who notices that Aldo does not have a gold tooth.
Mikhail is fully 100% completely sober, and your friends you've cleaned up. That doesn't fix their breath. Aldo is projecting the scent of vomit at you, vomit and liquor and cheap wine at you, as he's telling this ridiculous story that makes absolutely no sense. And you also realize with some of the questions that Ashanti was asking, you learned lore, stories, crazy things like that, like about like things like liches, a white, a banshee. You know what these things are. She didn't go to that college. Most of those words, she's like, "What is that?" Because why the fuck would an alchemist know what that shit, or an archaeologist know what that shit is, right? Like that makes no sense.
I don't think Koa knows what any of those things are.
They're things that go bump in the night, let me tell you.
Koa grew up with around a fire with a bunch of people drinking, including himself at way too young of an age, to stories of people over-aggrandizing themselves, right?
Okay, maybe some of the words, probably not all of them.
Ashanti, this is the cruelest prank you've ever played.
Oh, to Ashanti?
Yes.
Just no mystery.
I'm so sober, and everyone else is blasted.
Oh, yeah, that might make it hard. She reaches into her pouch and digs around for a second, and she pulls out one and she goes, "I think this is the one you want. I think this is or is it this one?"
No, this is fine. No, I can
Aldo,
handle this.
which one should Mikhail drink?
Both.
She slowly turns to Aldo. Is it Mikhail?
I don't always take his advice, and you shouldn't either.
Then let's go
What
with the
are they?
first
Should
one.
I have one?
Yes. You can have either one you want.
Koa takes the one on the left.
which would have been the second one that she took, because it's your left is her right. So that's the second one she pulled out. So she hands you that potion, hands Mikhail the other one. You guys drink at the same time.
Cheers.
I'm gonna try to identify it.
Happy Shahid.
That takes a whole minute.
By taste.
That takes a whole minute.
Okay.
Koa's is
vamp.
gone.
Oh wow, Koa, that was really quick.
Do you drink it with
What
him
was
or
it
no?
like? What happened?
Wait, hold on. Do you drink it with him or no?
Hell no.
Okay, then
I wasn't ready.
you might not be
When he
willing to
does
drink yours. It's up to you. Koa drinks his, and he's like, "Oh, that like it tasted weird. It tasted like you know black licorice, like the fennel kind of taste. Wait,
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's like ramped up black licorice kind of flavor, which is like really strange. Like, oh, it's a horrible taste. But then you look to see your
I don't mind
friends,
black licorice.
and like you must have fallen again.
Crazy.
You must have fallen again because or stumbled, onto your ass again or whatever it is, because you're definitely like, back on the ground. Because when you look at your friends, you're like staring at their their waist or their belly or whatever. You have to look up to see them, and then you kind of like reach up for one of them to help you up, because you guys see he drinks that whatever it is that she gave him, and within moments, we're talking not even a full second, Koa became the size of a hafue, literally drunk down to half the size that he was before. And he's kind of standing there and looks up at you guys confused and holds up a hand.
I forgive you for lying about your height.
Aldo drops his thing on him.
Hurry up already.
I will help him up.
There's no helping him up. He's not on the ground. He thinks he is because he's short.
Yeah, I'll pick him up.
Oh, you legitimately, Mikhail doesn't help you up. He picks you up and now he's holding you very close to him. It's like,
Kind of like over
Mikhail,
here.
I think your potion made you big.
Yeah. Is that about the height you were at? There you go. Will this one fix him? Holding the other one still.
she goes, no, it'll fix you.
What does that mean?
You said you were too sober.
That one shrunk him. I hope you held that one out too.
I was the second one. I was gut instinct always.
All right, Koa, you got shrunk. You'll be better soon. I set him down.
Does Koa say anything?
I'm a mighty warrior.
Yeah, you still feel pretty strong actually.
Cleaving comes over and looks at you and says, "You're not so imposing, Koa."
Don't say that. Don't say that.
Say that to my face.
Mikhail, his sword shrank.
Did.
And Elliot says, "Ooh."
All right. Well, I just like take a step back.
That's one.
Koa like looks.
Mikhail, you still got that in your hand. Are you drinking it or what?
I don't think I want to.
It would be rude to refuse.
Coward.
All right, I'll drink it, but you got to answer one question truthfully, Aldo.
Always?
Sure.
What is it?
You ever thought about having kids?
Said the thing.
I have, yeah. Yeah, I've thought about it.
Tosses
Sense
back
motive.
the stupid potion.
Everybody sense motive.
Please be a natty one for
I legit rolled a nat 20.
Well,
He was
let's see
lying?
if it actually beats him.
Yes.
Wait, was he lying? Was that a bluff?
Oh, he said sense. Oh, Jake, Aldo, sense
Yeah.
motive. That's funny.
He rolled sense motive, yeah.
I thought you wanted
said
me to roll
everybody.
sense motive. Yeah.
Oh, this is against you. In case
you
you're
lying?
lying. We were preemptively sensing your motive.
Well,
I
you told
guess
us to
so.
roll. I was.
Yeah,
He
yeah.
knows his own motive, or he knows Mikhail's motive.
So you drink the potion, Mikhail? It's the
Yeah.
exact opposite. It's the potion that specifically you were comfortably intoxicated, as if you had a few alcoholic beverages. So you went from being very drunk to stone sober to comfortably intoxicated. However, you
That was a
wasted how
whiplash.
long between drinking potion A and potion B? Aldo's pretty much his whole story.
Yep.
Plus the thing with the Koa and so on. So there's a period of time where the sober is going to wear off and the intoxicated is still going to be on while you're actually intoxicated. So it's going to get like really bad for several minutes.
Oof.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess I have at least a few minutes to live, so I'll enjoy them somehow. But I don't know what
Mikhail
was the result
probably
of the
wouldn't
sense
make
motives?
that realization at the. Oh, just
Yeah,
to see if
probably
Aldo was lying, but apparently Aldo was telling the truth. And I legit rolled that 20, which is nice. And so when he says that, she waits until Aldo's distracted for half a second or whatever, and nudges to Mikhail. Aldo, you probably do pick up that, she nudges Mikhail afterwards, and probably noticed put two and two together of other things that happened. I don't know if your character with his blackout state now is able to realize this kind of at the moment, or this gets put together
Probably not.
later the next day, or I'll leave that to you. But you rolled high enough that you would be able to pick up, because she's not exactly dropping 20s on her own bluff checks or whatever. It's a hide her motive here, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
Cool. Any more moments with Koa being small before he gets big again? Because it only lasts for about 3 minutes or something like that.
Well, I suppose. That work at all? That come through?
It just sounded kind of choppy.
Yeah, that's not coming through right. I was trying to get it right. Damn it. Really hard to high pitch Thor voice.
Right.
All right.
So Koa's just
Well.
walking around trying to get another drink, but clearly probably being ignored a lot more because he's smaller.
I mean, does he have a beard or is he clean shaven?
He's got a little beard going on, yeah.
He's like
He doesn't look like a
goatee
child.
thing.
Yeah. So if you have a beard, you would come off as being a weird looking Hafue,
Yeah.
Mhm.
right? Or very weird looking. No,
Weird looking Hafue. Yeah.
right? Because he's just a smaller human. He's
Yeah.
How
not
long
a-
does this
he's a smaller
last?
human. Yeah, everything
Few
shrinks.
minutes.
Everything that's he's holding. Actually, a fun tactic, Scribbles, is you could do things like steal somebody else's item, and then drink a potion to make it too big or too small, and then it stays that way. Because I don't think as soon as it leaves your person, it gets bigger or smaller afterwards. Because then,
Not as soon as it leaves. Yeah.
yeah, because then your ranged weapon would do normal damage even though you're smaller, right?
Mhm.
So for as long as the potion lasts, the spell is in effect unless somebody
Oh,
dispels
yeah. How
it
long
in
does
some
this
way.
last?
3 minutes. So I mean, but that's one of those funny things where legitimately if you have a rogue steal somebody's weapon, and then toss and drink a potion and make themselves bigger or smaller, that weapon is now useless to the person they stole it from, right? Anyways, back to I've seen things like that. We've done shit like that with you trying to keep somebody from getting into a door. So you grab the key out of their hand and you make it too big or too small to work in the lock, shit like that. Anyways, moving on.
Yeah.
So you get back to Koa is of course going around, and people are drunk, so I don't necessarily notice it is not a way, but you guys are able to continue to have fun. We kind of cut into the evening, and things kind of play out. Shahid goes into the night, everybody has a good time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Next morning, needless to say, everybody is very hungover. Very, very hungover. It is not an early start of the day. It is a day where Koa wakes up after only because of how late he stayed up drinking. He wakes up after only 3 hours of sleep, and he tells himself he's going to get up. And after he gets up, he realizes he's not going to get up, and he goes back to bed for another 4 hours of sleep and starts his day very late for Koa. Everybody here is in a heavy struggle. So the next day is effectively half wasted, as you guys are just trying to get to a point of functioning brain before we move on. But then finally, when you all are able to make yourselves function, we're able to be in the next day. So yay, it is the next day, probably early afternoon, 1 o'clock. And we can kind of go from there. Aldo, I imagine you hear the dog that bit you, so you have a bit more spring to your step. Mikhail actually drank less than Koa, so Mikhail is, shall we say, okay. I know there was like a several minute moment where magic made it so you thought you were going to die, but you worked your way through it. She's like, I got a potion for that, and you're like, why do you have these on you?
Right.
And Koa is again like struggling or whatever, but you'll be fine. The whole crew is able to get together. I don't know if any research is going to be able to be done today, but you should be able to RP through important things, kind of getting caught up on details if that's what you want to do.
We don't have to necessarily RP through it, but if even if we're not doing research, Mikhail would make sure to at least do like touch points of what he learned in Vigil with Ashanti, just kind of going over it briefly so that she's at least sort of familiar with it and we actually dive into it once we're not half dead. Just that like kind of cursory review of things.
Which I don't remember what you got in Vigil that you would share with her, because some of it's secret,
God.
some of it you can share.
Like some of it's secret. I don't think any of it was secret from Ashanti, was it? Hold on.
I mean, technically, some of
check.
it's secret from everybody because it's like shit from there. But
There's a few people who know everything, and I gotta figure out who it is. Oh, it's Leon, Elliot, and Gwen.
Shanti's got to be pretty close. I don't know if she knows about the Elder, but
She
Probably knows about
doesn't
everything
know the Elder yet. Then
I'm assuming at this point she knows everything else. Other
yeah,
than what we've learned since.
she knows about the curses, but not the Elder. I think Joey's right. So, insofar as we've learned about the curses, but not like this exactly the stuff with the Elder. Oof. Okay.
okay, you share with her what you can, obviously.
Yeah. I don't think any of it was directly attached to him, but yeah. I don't 100% remember everything I got from that because that was the time my computer blue screen and I lost all those notes. So I'll have to go back and watch that episode and actually rewrite those.
But so you give the details that you can though, and let me give you some counter details back because you're gonna have to RP through it. She's been doing some really good like making progress of what she is able to kind of like understand and kind of like keeping her notes together and working through where she can. She says her setup here is not anywhere near as good as it was in the crack. She can do a lot more work there, but obviously she understands there's limitations and she has to adhere to those. If only there was a place around here that had a proper setup, but again, you're not going to be able to make use of any of those safely, securely. This is just the best way to keep her nearby, and keep all of your materials nearby. He, however, Elliot is not really working directly on alchemy anymore. If you remember, he's actually kind of pivoted over to looking through research of other books and how it is that it can help with the alchemical aspect. Which he didn't go to military.
I think it was the court. I think it was the green
Court. That's right. To try to make understanding of the items and whatnot, like kind of like the regalia of each court or whatever that was there, and kind of like any details that can come from it. And so that's what he was trying to offer to it. But yeah, she says to you, she's like, I truly believe I'm going to be able to accomplish this. Put together a material that would be able to break down this goo. And she says, I don't just mean filtrate to separate the two of them. I mean truly allow it to break down into. I mean it's ooze, right? And ooze is, as far as we all understand, it's a combination of earth and water. But when you break it down to even more baser materials, the ooze will effectively, like any water that's heated, evaporate, effectively becoming air, removing everything. It might leave behind some amount of trace material, and we'll have to deal with that when we get there, but this should break down the ooze. It's not whether or not I can accomplish this. I know I'm going to be able to. That's not the concern. I have two concerns that I need to accomplish. One, I need a catalyst that I'm going to be able to deploy to get this started without requiring all the equipment that I have inside of a lab. Because right now, the amount of heat that I have to apply to this, I mean, I suppose if we had an evoker, but considering I've not seen a mage in years, I don't think we're going to be able to get our hands on that kind of heat. So I need a catalyst to bring to make the reaction start, more easily. And then secondly, I need something to like, whether it be some accelerant. That's what I'm looking for. An accelerant to cause this to be more of a chain reaction. We can't have my experiment go off and it's localized and it clears off a pockmark of the sea of goo that you've described to me. We need it to not just start, but then continue and to run its course through everything. Those are the two details I'm looking for. But breaking it down, I know I can do that.
Catalyst and an accelerant. Okay. Any kind of ideas what materials might work for those?
What about oil?
What'd you say?
What about oil?
Oil?
Like a lot of it burns, right?
Oh, I need hotter.
Hotter and more concentrated.
Yeah.
Huh.
But ideas for it. She says, honestly, I have a strong feeling that much like everything else, as Elliot keeps discovering inside the book here, is everything seems to be so associated with the electrum. I'm wondering if the electrum would be able to be used as one or both of these. But electrum is not just a simple. I'm no metallurgist here, Mikhail. I mean, I understand metallurgy is mixing, but that's outside of my wheelhouse.
Right.
Maybe in Drazstone you can find somebody who understands that kind of detail better. If you had somebody who understood how to mix metals, or hell, even a smith might have some basic understanding of this stuff, if not more than me either way. But metallurgy, the electrum is not just a metal. It's not like gold. It's not a raw material. Electrum's an alloy. It's an amalgamation of different metals together. And there's different alloys you can make with it. That's about the extent of my knowledge. Maybe there's different alloys that you would have to use for catalyst versus accelerant. But to me, it just sounds like the key would have to be, electrum would have to be at least one of those. It only makes sense.
We freed a fire elemental in Hard Gwen. Would that be good enough for the fire? The stones, the fire stones?
How big was this
A
elemental?
lot of. I kind of like indicate with my hands about how big it was. About this size, but the stone itself gave off enough fire to, adequately engulf that whole brazier thing that we were looking at.
There's more than one.
An enclosed
too.
one. Yeah, there were several. And the stones themselves are very small. Pretty dangerous, though. We destroyed the one that we were trying to handle, but there were others.
Well, if you did something like that, if you were able to get your hands on that, let's assume we had all of them. We're not going to take any chances. This is a one shot to save Gwen, right? So if
it like perks up.
If we're going to do that, we would use all of them. That would circumvent our need for a catalyst, because that would provide the necessary heat that you can do without having to have a catalyst to make the process easier, right? She stops for a second. She looks at Koa and she says, a catalyst more or less just kind of kicks things off easier. You were talking about burning oil. Koa, you probably know that oil doesn't set fire very easily. The hotter the oil is, the easier it is to light it on fire. Cold oil doesn't burn, right? So in this case, the oil being hot would be like a catalyst, because it makes it easier than trying to burn the oil when it's cold. It's not a really good analogy because it's a state or whatever of the oil itself, rather than an object being introduced. Like, let's say if you introduce hemp rope into the oil and you burn that rope, now the oil will catch flame. Because around the burning rope, the oil heats. And then once the oil heats around where the rope is burning, then the oil catches. And around where the oil is caught, the oil heats, and that oil catches. So in that analogy, the hemp rope inside the oil is your catalyst. Fire on oil, bad, unless big fire. Hemp rope and fire, good. Right?
Sure, no, that makes sense. We could, before the time we actually do this, we could take you to see the place and see these things, right?
She looks to Mikhail.
Suppose we could.
Now,
Yeah.
if I ate some, she says, looking at Mikhail, like kind of like jokingly because he had some before and the effects. But she said it jokingly because she's like having like a moment with Mikhail, then instantly regrets it because Koa is right there.
Yeah. Kind of
Like her face drops while still looking at Mikhail. Like, he didn't hear that, did he?
He
yeah.
heard
It's just, yeah, of course not. But no, you can come. We could show it to you. The problem with it is it just constantly gives off flame. I don't know a good way to contain and transport it.
Maybe if she wore the crown while thinking this through, it could help.
Maybe the the crown does protect against certain aspects of planes, but I don't know if it would protect against a direct blast of fire like those were giving off.
No, I was just thinking the smart part.
Oh. Well, that's something. Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I think if all we need is these stones, if we can figure out a way to contain them and transport them, then it kind of solves our problem.
Well, we tried to get the fire one out, and it didn't go over so well, so we'd have to be better at that this time around. We would need more precise tools or something.
Yeah. Like those calipers.
I don't know if these are fireproof. They're really nice calipers, but I don't want to risk damaging them.
I guess we could just be more careful. Or, I mean, heck, I could try to... If I could get a view of it, I could grab it remotely with Mage Hand. It was just that I couldn't quite see it. Aldo was able to spot it, though.
Actually, that Koa
Oh,
was
shit.
going to give those calipers to what's her name, but didn't. Go ahead.
I was going to give them
Oh.
to who?
Hinta.
Why would I give them to her? She looked at them. I got to see them.
Yeah, she was excited for them and so on and so forth. Maybe that part, the level of excitement got muted because my personal health state, but she was like, ancient mall, crafting tool, crafting. Yeah, you get the idea. Anyways, keep going.
It's an NPC, dude. What the fuck? My calendar.
Uh,
They spoke to me. They didn't
what
say,
were we
"Hey,
talking
who's that
about?
lady you're walking with?" They said, "Oh, Koa."
What were we talking
What you working with?
Tools? Tools? Oh, the fire things, yeah. But then again, yeah, Aldo he can handle flame now, it seems. So maybe it'll be a pretty easy process.
I
Aldo
would
can
just
handle
rather be-
flame?
The mysterious
yeah.
fellow.
It's
I
a
mean,
ring.
if that's the case, it might be beneficial for him to work on this with me.
Well, the plan was for both of you to be in Haunt Gwen when all this goes down, right?
Yeah, that's true, because we're gonna be elsewhere.
Minta and I are going to go to Wraithblade.
Before we get too far ahead here, there was another thing I wanted to get to. Now that we're talking about catalysts and Guinevere, that spell I'm working on, it's pretty much done. I just need some of those dream catchers. I think once we get to Hot Gwen, if we're able to grab some of those, maybe out of the Chantry, especially if they've stopped using them or discarding them.
we're kind of getting off topic here, Mikhail.
Well, it's somewhat related, right? The whole reason that you can't go back to the crack is because you're working with this ooze, and we're afraid that it could act as a temptation.
More than that,
This-
it will be. How is that? Never mind.
This control being exerted over Gwen, that's when she's asleep, right? That's when the spell protects her. If I can keep her safe while she's asleep, especially if you stay with her, all I have to do is check in 3 or 4 hours or so in and cast it again. But between that protection and you being around her, we may be able to circumvent the risks of having them in the same place. You could work in the lab again.
Did Koa realize that obviously Gwen is Gwen during the day, and Slimmer Queen is Slimmer Queen at night? That literally has only happened when she was asleep. Did
No, I
Koa
don't
make
think so.
that distinction that Mikhail
Koa?
just
No,
laid
I
out
don't
so
think
clearly?
so.
I think that would be a revelation that Koa would
Mm.
slap himself on the forehead for not realize. You know what I mean? Continue.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, well, yeah. He just totally like. He does not look hungover for a minute while this realization is setting in.
You're okay? I thought that might be good news.
It's while she's asleep. Slumbering Queen comes out when she's asleep.
That's how it sounded when you talked about it. About what you
It just
experienced.
hadn't clicked because everyone was asleep. Everyone was asleep. Ashanti was sleepwalking the goo right to her because she had full control of sleep.
Yeah. It's basically her domain. Has been for some time.
But does that mean there's still another soul inside of her?
I don't know. I don't think we can know right now. The important thing is suppressing whatever it is, allowing Gwen some freedom, some comfort, some safety, getting this stuff out of here. Break this ooze down, make sure it's freed away from the place, passed on where it's supposed to go.
If something goes wrong and this doesn't work, and she's able to come back and get powered up by any of this ooze, she
We'll
put the
all be
entire
there.
crack to sleep.
Weakened, right? Because of the lack of the ooze.
Yes, so imagine if she had a fresh bite.
Imagine how much weaker she'll be after going this long without it.
Stop! You're spiraling.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to destroy the ooze, and that way she can't power up again. She says, using your words, and then we'll worry about what to do with her next. My current method, the need for the catalyst and the accelerant, is to make sure that we are able to activate this without requiring so much effort, though your crystals might do the trick for the catalyst part, and the accelerant to make sure we can get a lot of it at once. But please understand, the materials that I'm working with, like I said, I can get this done. But if I keep playing with my composition, I might be able to make sure the materials that I'm working with are as close to non-toxic as possible. In which case, all I would need is a catalyst and not an accelerant, without requiring these crystals, to have Gwen ingest this and have it work through her body as well. And Mikhail, anybody else who may have I don't know what it would do to her.
I
But-
cannot make that decision.
No, Koa, I know because we don't know if it would kill her. But at the end of
not
the day,
even because of that, but I've already turned too much like her father and trying to experiment. To
oh,
fix
you're
her. It
still
has to
talking
be-
about Gwen. Oh, I'm sorry. I switched.
Yes, about
I thought we were talking
the
about the-
person we were threatening to possibly kill.
There's more than one person that has a bunch of ooze in them.
Yeah.
A bunch.
So I gotta look-
Enough that I don't run out of my cantrips.
Oh, Mikhail, I mean, sure, you as well, but yours was what, like a drop or something?
But
Guys,
it was
Reem.
enough to do that. But well, Reem is
She is.
yeah.
She was resistant to. She didn't fall asleep. But yes, I don't know how much she has. She has a.
That crystallized
crystal.
portion of it, something condensed. I mean, oof.
I don't know that that's as nearly what Guinevere's ingested. Nothing close. But I cannot make the decision for what happens to Guinevere. If she wishes to be experimented on, that's up to her, but I will not become her father. I will not continue to push her toward things like that. If I'm going to ask her to be better, then I have to be better too.
I don't think she's at risk, at fatal risk of what Ashanti's proposing.
Anything that she might construe as being experimented upon, I will not decide for her.
That's fine.
But it
Yeah.
isn't, regardless of what happens to. He'll kind of look guilty as he says this. Those that have ingested it, we do have to get rid of it. If we. Wait, can we even fully break the curse if not all of the ooze is present?
I can't chime in here, but Elliot, so she can't chime in, but Elliot does. He goes, remember the details around the curse. It explicitly says that it needs to be gone, right? Well,
I suppose
gone
if it's
could have
not
just
there
been
already.
ejecting it from the temple itself, or from the ruins. From the ruins themselves. So breaking them down while they're there just makes sure it doesn't flood the waterways, as you kept saying beforehand. So yeah, so long as Mikhail's not there, then it should work because Mikhail has some inside of him, and so long as Reem isn't there, or Gwen, or anybody else who's ingested any of this, I believe the plan is for it to be. He gestures at Ashanti, for it to be Ashanti and Aldo, right? And aside from Aldo taking too fucking long to come back with that food, I'm going to murder him. I am starving. I think the two of them are clean and clear of any crimes. I am really going to kill him.
Yeah, he's probably here.
Aldo walks in the door, and he's got the food for everybody.
Shoots Elliot. Just
Oh, Elliot, they ran out of yours, so I figure you go out and get your own.
Pretty on brand.
The
Oh, that was your taco? Oh shit! I thought it was mine. I ate it. Anyway.
the souls
Good.
themselves we think are fused with some kind of water elemental. So whenever we do go to interact with it, it did have violent tendencies, like it was trying to get to us and attack us. Will that complicate destroying it?
You mean you think it's sapient?
nothing quite that advanced.
I mean,
But-
Aldo last night was telling stories about living dead things. She says, looking over at Aldo. If
That was plural stories. It's kind of like one really long one made of like 20.
I was a little drunk.
Point
And then-
being is,
Yes.
yes, we do believe this thing is fused with an elemental. So at least he looks to Mikhail like knowing he's saying the right words, but having no fucking clue how smart they are or anything else.
Some base level of instinct and it's drawn to things.
It's fine.
Right?
It's fine.
Stimuli.
Assuming I have the correct catalyst, so long as I get trigger, and so long as I have the correct accelerant, then things should run through it so rapidly, it should dissipate so rapidly, even if it does have some animation, and it's able to react. Aldo here has fought banshees and whites and all that. He'd be able to keep the two of us safe for the short period of time while it's running its course. So
How precise is your timing? Because the timing for us has to be extraordinarily precise. We have to time up 3 of these within minutes of each other.
rapidly, Koa. I mean rapidly. Have you ever seen how quickly oil, like an oil field burns? Like rapidly degrading what this is.
I have not.
Oh. Either way, it'll run through it rapidly. It'll break down rapidly. I don't know how big the volume is to know for certain, but she kind of like goes over and she does like a quick calculation. She goes, right now, my current calculation is, and she says some amount of volume for time. And she goes, but that's clearly not fast enough. But, and then she says another amount of volume per time is what I think I can get it up to with the right accelerant. And that will hopefully do the job. Mikhail, however, does understand what she's saying. You can go ahead and roll an intelligence check real quick because you don't have alchemy or anything. Well, intelligence would be all it is.
Yeah, I was gonna say I have mole alchemy, but intelligence.
Mikhail is able to follow along, and you're thinking to yourself, with what she believes she can get it up to, you're like, if she can hit those numbers, you're confident that it'll run fast enough. The part that's scaring you here is if she's only able to get up to 3/4 of those numbers, that already gets to the level of frightening for timing. You know, if she's only able to get to half of those numbers, then you're like, I think we've already lost. So with that being said, if you put aside the idea that she needs a catalyst because she can use the crystals you're talking about, she needs the focus right now. Leave her alone to build her. She needs some sort of accelerant, whatever it is.
What if... Is it possible we get another sample of it and we leave that sample in the keep and we just go ahead and get rid of the majority of it ahead of time, so that way when the time comes there's only a little bit to destroy?
Didn't you say there's large vats of this? Like
Yes.
wine barrels of it?
Yes, but if it was destroyed ahead of time and there was just a little bit left that wasn't ejected, wouldn't that still...
Oh, you mean, so instead of like removing barrels and barrels of wine, you mean removing one barrel, destroying the rest of it ahead of time, and only having one barrel left? Oh my God, Koa. I have been... That is so... I am literally flushing right now with embarrassment. That is so fucking brilliant.
Oh,
Rather
thank
than
God. I thought it
trying
was
to
thank
race the
gods.
clock, why don't we just...
So that was a good idea?
Yes, Ko, it was a very good idea.
Oh my God, I think I'm nauseous. She sits down. I think I'm nauseous with how much I've been working to solve a problem when I just needed to change the problem I was going to solve.
Well, the only
Nauseated,
reason it
but
even
yes.
came to mind is because people keep removing small bits of it, and I was worried about those small bits being removed. But if only a small bit needs to be left, then yes, that...
Her
Perhaps
head's
we
between her
should-
knees.
I wonder if there needs to be a certain amount for it to still be enough for the curse to... Or does any amount matter?
Elliot says, we can choose what the volume is. You know, kind of like coming over and rubbing her back and giving me a look like, maybe don't press the point too much. And he's kind of like looking down at her empathetically.
We should get you there then to see the place and work through it. I mean, you are the one that's been brilliant enough to come up with an idea of how to even begin, so I think that you seeing the place would make a difference too.
She's continuing to like steady herself, but otherwise she gives like a you know, like a quick kind of like like a hummed almost response, because she's not speaking at the moment. They're literally her head between her legs as she's controlling her breathing. And Elliot kind of, you know, rubs her back for a second and then walks over and whispers to Koa. Other people I'm sure might be able to hear, but he's like, I don't think you understand how long she's been working on this problem, Koa.
I do, because I the one who told her to stop working on it.
No. I get that. I mean, specifically, she's been burning the candle from both ends since she got to Harrod, trying to solve this particular problem, and you kind of stupidly did it in minutes. No, that's seconds. Let's just give her a minute. I can hear you, Elliot, she says, as like her voice is legitimately strained, and she'll start slowly picking her head up from between her knees, and kind of like still clearly swooned from like how a bit dizzy from how much time she realized she wasted, like 200 hours, who knows, literally trying to crunch numbers to get to this, and it was literally just have less numbers.
Koa looks at Mikhail and like just mouths, "I'm sorry." Like seeing the result of this, like he feels bad for even suggesting a good idea.
He just kind of shakes his head and kind of gives like the "don't worry about it."
Koa does have a 12 intelligence.
Yeah, Koa's not stupid. Wade just plays him as a naive child that
He
grew
is
up
a naive child.
in the middle of nowhere in a world that has education. So
He never had
anyways,
any education and he can't write.
yeah, which makes sense. So back to, so she sits up and she says, "I agree with you, Koa. You're right. We don't know how much is the minimum to hit the threshold. Let's get rid of most of it. I'm just going to propose a number here. We can change it as we go. 5 wine barrels. We'll keep 5 wine barrels there. You described this place before. You said that there is a bunch leaking into the sewer, and there's a bunch inside of a well. Why don't
The
we have
sewer was worse the last time I was there.
Let's destroy the sewer and just keep the 5 wine barrels to the side, then dump them into the well for the time that we need to enact this. I'll still need an accelerant just to make sure things burn fast enough. Let's not play with numbers." She looks over the numbers again, stops to steady herself, then says like the time by volume, and looks to Mikhail and says, "Honestly, that's probably more than safe enough to burn through the barrels. But if I add an accelerant to get even a tenth the numbers that I can get over here, then this would go so fast it doesn't matter." Oh, God, I cannot believe. Okay, yeah.
Sorry.
And that's working with 5 wine barrels full. If we went with
Okay.
less, we're being guarded here, right?
Yeah, that does change the problem. Gets rid of a lot. Wow. Now that buys a lot of breathing room, doesn't it? How
Maybe we
fast
should
do
go
need it to
trim the
burn?
trees at Twisted Grove.
Oh, the good news is if we're going to burn this stuff in advance, like just break it down in advance, Aldo, it doesn't just have to be you there to keep us safe.
What?
Yeah, all of you could be there to keep us safe as the thing tries to kill
Oh.
us.
Yeah, I don't know how much animation it really had.
Mm.
There were other times when we were walking pretty close to it. It never really, made for us.
But you never tried to destroy it before. She shrugs and says, "Safe.
Sure.
Let's put the safeties in place." Okay, I need an accelerant, and I need those crystals, and or a catalyst. Catalyst will be important down the line. The crystals will solve the primary issue. All right, I need a directive because I am ravenous. I need food. I need a directive. So tell me, what am I researching next? Am I looking into a catalyst so we can start finding a way to make this possible to be done easier in case the crystals don't work? Am I trying to look into an accelerant, but I honestly think this is going to be outside of my hands without having some sort of metallurgist on hand to be able to reference with? Or am I going to start trying to play the materials to see if I can get them as non-toxic as possible for the sake of interacting with people?
Would do you think Henta would know anything about the metallurgy problem?
She could. She's apparently quite skilled at it. I mean, not as her specialty, but we don't really know anyone else.
We could try to
and she
send word
will
and
be
have her
this
meet us
direction.
here.
No, she's gonna meet us somewhere down here anyway. I guess this is maybe one of the better places.
Jim Smith said he may only need a few days on the crystal, so it's possible within a week or two he hopefully would be ready.
Okay.
So if
yeah,
we can
we
have
can-
her come and help with the metallurgy problem, then perhaps we focus on one of the other ones until she gets here to help with that.
Yeah.
So then, if you're saying this Hinta can help with that, wherever you're pulling these people from, wonderful. Then it's either a redundancy, in case your crystals don't work, we have a different catalyst, or we start pivoting to human consumption. And I do mean human because it'll react differently for non-humans than it is humans. Everybody's system's a bit different. It's something that we have to take into account every time you make a potion, because you learn very early in potion crafting and alchemy that if you use the wrong ingredients, it works great for a human, but then a hafue is yakking a minute later. That's not really a marketable product.
I think the most important thing is breaking the curses, and I have too much involved in this, and I shouldn't make this decision.
Oh yeah, kind of like that mutagen thing we picked up. Wonder how they made it to where everyone else could consume it. Anyway, sorry, I'm getting sidetracked.
What?
Oh, I'll take the mutagen out of my bag to show it to her. Like, yeah, we found this in wherever we found it. I believe it was one of the ruins. So it's definitely a mold make, but with just a couple of tests, rub on the skin and a quick taste and everything, like no ill effects from any of us.
Wait, a mutagen, as in a bio she's like struggling for a second here because like she's still hungover.
I will.
This
I
is
just
going
set
to
it in front
physically
of her.
recreate your body. It's
I
going
like
to
as she's
mutate your
talking,
body and has no ill effects.
set it in front of her, and also whatever food Aldo brought for people will like also place that next to her and say, I mean, I imagine the general expected drawback of consuming one, but typically aren't these made for like a single person rather than just whoever gets a hold of it?
She nods slowly and says, yes, it's there's a lot of trade secrets here I can't get into, but generally speaking, the person that crafts it is the only person that can consume it.
Right. Okay. I believe it's overcome that.
There are ways that you can do that are dangerous, but they're also, you know how there's certain laws that you learned, right? Like you don't mix, oh God, I'm so bad with the schools. What is it? Divination with enchantment or something? I don't know. You're not supposed to mix them because like your foot will turn into a frog or whatever they say.
It can have a backlash. Yeah.
What was that?
It can have a backlash, of course.
She said, there's certain rules you have to follow. This is one of those rules that you always follow. So the fact that somebody didn't follow it and made it stable and safe.
I mean, it could be useful, but is it something you can make use of? More than we could just drinking it and becoming dexterous?
I just want to let you know, if you told me this before, Shahid, I could have forgiven you for having this distraction sitting in front of me when I am currently very busy. But since Shahid was yesterday, Mikhail, you can go fuck yourself.
So this isn't helpful for our current project.
She snatches it before you take it away. Consider this a payment. And I do mean She like quickly goes over and puts it with her stuff.
Okay. Sheesh.
I can't believe they turned a mutagen into an infusion. So it's kind of like coming over and sitting down, but then I imagine speaking for Koa will say, again, I probably shouldn't be the one to make this decision. Looking to Aldo, Mikhail, Elliot, what's her name? Ashanti, and would Cleven be in here?
I don't think so.
Probably, unless
You think so?
I'd be fine with Cleven just spending the entire day recovering because he doesn't drink ever.
like probably not in the same room. I imagine if we're in like a building, he might be in the same building.
Yeah, but not in here. Yeah, cool.
Yeah, not in here for this conversation since we were talking about other stuff.
So Koa would throw back to you four to decide what's up with making the decision of is she working on redundancy with Catalyst or working on being able to use on people, more or less on Gwen. Taking this back a step, Ashanti says, I'm not making this decision either. I'm gonna, and she literally just starts like stuffing her face with food.
So between those two options, so one of them makes it so we can get it out of people. The other does what?
It's a redundancy. It's a catalyst in case the crystals don't do the trick.
In case the crystals don't. She was pretty confident in the crystals.
Well, she was confident in a lot of heat being what does the trick. You guys said the crystals do XYZ. She's like, that sounds great, but obviously she's never even seen them.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, just even me and probably Mikhail thinking it's like to have a very small point that releases that much heat. Like he can't think of another one that would be anything close to that. So, being able to like funnel that and direct it to be concentrated would be like a shitload of heat. I don't know. Mikhail would say I'm leaning towards the second one, the human consumption portion. Several of us are affected by it, and there may even be more than we know. That might be something we need to have available in the future.
What does Aldo say?
The only thing is they're hard to get. Like the crystals that we know of, they're in the braziers, right? And I tried to get one out and it broke, and that's what caused the problem we had.
That's true. I mean, you learned quite a bit since we've been there, and at the very least, I think that that flame resistance you get. How many times? How often does that work? Have we tested it?
I think it's once a day.
I think I identified it, didn't I?
You did.
Yeah. Once a day. So at the very least, we can get one, because getting one out without having to worry about the flames is gonna be a lot easier than having to use tools.
Elliot goes, hello? We're talking about Gwen here. I mean, we're going to be able to test the crystals, and if they don't work, we don't use them. Because we're going to be doing it in two parts, right? Unless the crystals burn up when you use them. Oh, that would suck. But we're going to be able to test the crystals. We can't exactly test with Gwen, and she has a limited time. I think we all understand this. So why don't we focus on Gwen? Because that time constraint is far greater than whenever we want to get around to the curse thing.
It's more of a matter if we cross one bridge, do we burn it? Does it burn the other?
You're being way too logical on this. It's Gwen.
What? Way too logical.
Koa's standing right there. He says, gesturing at Koa.
I know Koa's standing. Look. I'm already leaning that way. Okay? It does make the most sense, but Aldo's right that there is a chance of failure. Not just that the crystals don't work, that we could fail to get a hold of them.
What's more important? Ending this curse that's been around for a few hundred years? Or Gwen?
Elliot knows everything.
No. He does, but he's asking you, like, posing it to you. What's more important to you?
Mikhail kind of glares at him. He's like, don't put that ultimatum on me.
It's not an ultimatum. It is the literal choice at hand.
I rejoined at a weird time because everyone went dead fucking silent when I put my
Yeah.
headphones on.
Yeah, it's just weird time. I had nothing to do here.
That's asking what's more important. Stopping many past and future generations of people from being cursed, or my friend.
But one of them's been around for hundreds of years, and we're just going to do it like a week later anyways. And what's her name? Ashanti says, let's not be so sure about that. It could take me months to come up with one of those answers.
Not only that, the fact of the matter is that the thing with Beltran, the sword, and that could be on a time limit.
He crosses his arms and says, you asked me my opinion. My opinion is simple. We take care of Gwen. I'm not saying that's the direction that Ashanti's going to go, and she apparently needs to be led by a leash. She's not willing to make up her own mind here. So I'll just sit down because I've said my piece. And with that, I stand up to go pee.
What the hell did I miss?
Ashanti's also not making the decision that Koa refused to make.
Oh, yeah.
Joey, Elliot's being a dick because Scott had to pee and couldn't bother to actually RP him. So,
That's probably accurate. So Elliot was advocating for what? Trying to research
the
Guinevere?
human consumption part, which is what Mikhail was already leaning towards. But Aldo brought up the point of, okay, but that requires that we kind of bank on these crystals working because we're not sitting here researching catalyst. And there's a chance that like we could break all those fucking crystals trying to get them out.
Yeah.
Except it's likely we can for sure get one of them, but what if one's not enough?
How heavy
Then-
are the braziers themselves?
I don't know how heavy they are. They were big.
Maybe.
They looked like they were pretty big, and I think they were like stone. There were a few that were like knocked over and broken.
Yeah, I just didn't know if like we could move them while they were just lit the whole brazier rather than try to take the stones out.
I also remember them being somewhat enclosed because I couldn't like actually just see the crystal thing. And they
Yeah.
had they weren't like an open.
It's like a mirror and
brazier
stuff, didn't we?
They were like we had to use a mirror and. We have a larger fire crystal. Do we? Is one of them
we
fire?
have a crystal. I don't know. Well, we have a crystal that potentially could contain. Maybe it was. I'll have to ask Scott to remind me.
I also don't know that the Elder can infuse with fire. I think he can only do negative.
I would assume he's only negative.
And we don't know. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just thinking. As far as Aldo is concerned, like it's important. It's important to Koa, right? But everything we've been doing to now has been to get rid of this curse, and we're in the final stage here. Whereas either Beltran is going to, kind of win out, and then we're screwed, or we're gonna get that sword somehow, and then we've got to like make it happen.
Mm-hmm.
So
Koa would not be. Maybe your guys' surprised. He would not be arguing to help Gwen at all during this conversation. He is saying like he's very much like the company man, where it's the most important thing is we take care of these curses, and then she could decide what happens to her. It's kind of like his approach today. That
should
probably
she
comes
not-
off as strange, but he is really, he will not say one thing advocating for helping her over doing anything for the curses.
No. I think Aldo would take Mikhail aside and just kind of step away.
He'll walk with you.
Yeah. And Aldo would just be like, no, Elliot's Elliot's not wrong in one retrospect, right? Like, Koa's our boy and Gwen's our friend, and like it's important. It's important we do whatever we can. I'm just I am concerned that right up at the end, if we go the wrong way, we'll have lost our chance altogether.
Yeah.
Does that make me
It's
a
a f-
bad person for thinking that?
No, I don't think so. I think it's important to consider these things in these moments. I mean, does it bother you?
It does. It does bother me. I feel like, in one way, that the right thing to do is to stand with Koa and Gwen. You know, if we don't solve this, well, maybe someone else will, right? I don't know.
Yeah. On another hand, though, that's the selfish thing, right? Just help
It
you and
is.
yours.
Yeah. I am selfish though, so tracks.
Well, you didn't ask me if you were a selfish person,
Hmm.
but I think you're less of that than you think, too.
Well,
It's a
what's the
good thing
right
to
play here?
consider. I I think we still focus on helping Gwen. There's practical reasons as well. There's there's a few avenues to the other thing. If we do need to get a catalyst, I mean, as much as Ashanti's the one studying this, it's not like it's not something that we can find out on our own. And we do have other crystals that can be infused. There are other places attuned to these elements. We could make new crystals if needed. Or we just find another accelerant that works. It doesn't have to be these. There's many more potential options for that thread than there are for the other. I feel like one is giving up much more than the other. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
You know,
don't think there's other options.
everything hinges on Beltran here too, though.
Yeah.
Everything needs to be in play when we get that sword.
Yeah. I think it can. And
Well, I guess
truthfully,
before, yeah,
I mean, getting down to where those crystals are is not, that's a pain. It's not the hardest thing.
Hmm.
If need be, it's possible we can get them or and get them back. Like if we get them and get them back to her, we're set. If we break all of them, we can always rush back to Herod and tell her to change tack. Right?
yeah, yeah. So you think maybe we'll go past the crack. I don't think we should spend much time there, and then just go straight to Hod Gwen, try and get into the keep, and first thing we should do really is try and get these right.
Yeah, I think that's the case
Yeah.
because, yeah, we get them, we're golden. And if we break them, then it's there's a bit of backtracking to do. But I keep remembering Koa talking about how Gwen doesn't have a lot of time,
Mm.
and I know everything's on a crunch, but I don't like how nebulous that is.
Mm.
And the practical aspect of it, just the part that won't be quiet. I have to have something. Um, Even if we break the curses, if in the process of that, as hard as we try, it ends up sacrificing Guinevere, uh, I don't know what kind of Koa comes out of that.
Yeah. No, I've had the same thoughts.
I don't know what kind of Ashanti comes out of that. I don't know what other bonds she's made while she's been there. I think it could be I think it could cause catastrophe in another way.
Yeah, I can see that. It looks like we have our answer then.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think so. And it's an answer that may be a little selfish, but I don't think we'll get too many arguments for.
Agreed. Well, Koa should be happy.
Or at least relieved.
Yeah.
Watch, he's going to have the audacity to be conflicted.
Problem, isn't it?
God. This was like having a sibling.
Hmm.
If you have kids,
I
just
think
have
so.
one. Just one.
Yeah, well, who knows what's on the cards in the future, hey?
Start walking back.
Yeah.
Who's
Well.
prey? Oh. Well,
Scott's still going.
what kind of pee is he taking? He fell asleep on the fucking toilet. He was like, I'll just sit down for a second.
He's old, so
He
it's
was
like one of those
gone.
Austin Powers moments where it's just going trickle spray, you know.
It is weird when you have like an excessively long pee, though.
Yeah.
Where
Especially whenever it's like you don't
uh,
actually feel like you have to pee that bad and then it turns into that. Whereas
yeah,
like the times you feel like you really have to pee and you can't hold it any longer, it's like done. What the
Yeah.
why couldn't
there's times where you're like, dude, this has to have been like over a minute. What's going on? Am I sick? Am I gonna die? Is this ever
Yeah.
gonna stop? Do I live here? Oh, I'm done. You know.
you picture like one of the Indiana Jones movie where the guy just like ages and shrivels up into himself? It's like there must be no liquid left in my body.
Truly, the curse has visited itself upon me. All right. Man, I've been very gradually working on a Photoshop over here. I keep forgetting about it. And then I'll like
What is it
randomly
of?
look over. Well, I can't spoil it. You'll see it when it's done. You'll see it when it's done.
What was the end all of your guys' discussion? It was well, I guess I'll find out in RP.
Okay.
You have to tell me.
Well, I mean, I guess we could come RP with just Koa for some reason.
Yeah, I mean the rest are there, right? They're just not doing anything.
They're just T-posing, basically.
Yeah.
Was the getting rid of most of the ooze really that big brain of a thought? It felt kind of like I don't know.
It was more like, are we gonna research the catalyst stuff in case the crystals don't work or in case we can't get them, or are we gonna have our focus on tuning it so that like it can be consumed by people?
No, that's fair. I
So
was
that
just
way we
more
can
looking for a
actually
pat on the
purge
back
folks.
for the getting rid of most of the catalyst or most of the ooze ahead of time.
It was a very simple solution to the time crunch of being like, okay, we have to make sure this dissolves exactly at this time. And just be like, well, what if we just have a barrel of it and we just save that
Yeah.
barrel and dissolve the rest of it? Then this will go fast. And it's just like, oh my fucking god.
Yeah,
I've been trying to solve this problem for like a week. And
Dude,
you just came in here and we're like,
that never occurred
what if you
to
just
me in or
cut
out of
the
game
knot
until
in
just
half?
now. I also
Why are you
had
trying
that
to
thought.
untie it? Just cut it. You gotta use a sword. There you go.
Kind of proud of myself for that one.
Whoever Gordian is kind of an idiot. I don't know why nobody else thought of this.
Just burn or cut the
Stupid
rope,
tying
idiot.
knots.
If you
Yeah.
guys want to RP with me, you're more than welcome to, but we can also just wait. I don't know if you have anything to say to Koa. In theory, Scott will be coming back.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's starting to get less and less convinced, honestly.
So
Well, I
Zero, I
guess I
think
could-
we all were. Like literally, I had not out of game. We hadn't discussed. I don't know if you guys had thought about it, but we had not out of game discussed removing most of the ooze ahead of time.
We really hadn't. I think we'd like discussed doing like that with like the sword or whatever, being like, okay, don't break it till the last second, but then like not with anything else.
Yeah, we were like, we could damage it a bit. Well, the trees we couldn't really do a whole lot with because, like, even those
That's true.
they had like some kind of power over them where we couldn't even really like cut a root. So we can't really go with like the medieval chainsaw and trim the branches.
Yeah.
No, Twisted Grove is on the list of ones to do. We had a whole 2-hour RP on stream going through
Yep.
the plan. And the plan was Hodgwyn, Wraithblade, Twisted Grove.
And we started off being like, which one were we like, fuck this one, we're not doing this one?
It was Grove originally.
I think it was Grove, yeah. And that ended up being kind of the linchpin. I think that was Jake's.
Lundane, we had never in game really considered taking the free folk to help with Beltran. It's been talked about by chat and like out of game a little bit, but no, that's never been like a major consideration for us.
Yeah. Hasn't quite come up.
Scott, how was your old man P?
Yeah, I wish. So I'm going upstairs. As I'm walking upstairs, I hear crying, but not like the crying of a baby. I hear my wife crying. Why is my wife crying? Because the baby was crying, and so it woke her up. So she got up to go get the baby, but the dogs need to go outside. So she's walking to bring the dogs outside. Bratwurst already pissed and shit all over the floor. So she stepped in that while taking care of a crying baby, throwing her pacifier onto the ground into piss, which then splattered up onto her.
Oh,
Because my dog just shits and pisses everywhere all the time now. And so I come upstairs right as she's getting splattered with pee, stepping in pee, holding a crying baby, or the baby had just stopped crying because mommy's crying. So she's like, "What's this?" So that's what I went upstairs to. So I helped clean up. So first I took the baby, so Brittany cleaned herself up.
Fucking
And
hell.
then I cleaned
dude.
up the mess. I took care of the baby. And then finally I got to go pee. You know, I was like,
This
I really
is where
have to
we
pee 'cause-
find out, like, a couple months from now that Scott's been framing the dog this whole time.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, and it's every day. There's so much piss and so much shit, and it's just
I've got
like
an 18-year-old cat doing the same thing. I get it.
I'm just like, I love Brody. I cannot wait until my house doesn't smell like piss and shit. Oh my god, it's so
Yeah.
gross. Because like when you have a baby, the baby just wants to touch everything, and it's like, no, you can't pet that
Nope.
dog because then we need to wash you because the dog is so gross. Ugh, it's so much. Ugh. Okay.
All right, so RP.
You good?
No, R, not P. R, continence, not R, incontinence. So,
God, I hate when you get my real laugh out of me.
you're welcome. I don't even know where we were. Can someone please remind me?
Mikhail and Aldo stepped aside to have a discussion about the decision of whether to go with the catalyst or basically the options Ashanti was considering as to what to research next.
Okay,
Yeah.
that leaves Ashanti in the room with Elliot and Koa.
Koa.
Elliot, you weren't there for most of it, Wade. But Elliot was more or less like, this isn't a choice. It's obvious what we do. 700-year-old curse, or like a person that's dying now. You know, like it's clearly the obvious. So you, Wade, weren't there for that, but that was Elliot's
Which way did
take.
he go? What was the obvious answer? The curse?
Very obviously take care of Gwen. You know, he's
To him.
he's
Yeah.
friends
Oh,
with Gwen.
okay. The way
Yeah.
you framed that, I thought he was like one person versus a 700-year-old
No,
curse.
like a curse that's been around for forever and
Oh,
sure it'll be
okay.
fine for another couple of months versus like a person's dying now, you know? So he very much is like, this isn't even a choice. And Mikhail was like, don't frame it like that. That's pretty douche. And so that was kind of like what
Yeah,
happened.
Koa actually does stay silent through all of that.
Yeah, which makes sense. And then so when they do it, step out and the whole room's like silent. After like 5 seconds of them being silent, Elliot's gonna be like, "You fucking kidding me?" Whatever, that's fine. And he looks to Ashanti and says, "You should have just made a decision. It would be so much easier if you just made a decision. And she's like, it's not exactly an easy decision to make. I agree. It's not an easy decision to make, but you could have just made the decision and then it would be over with. And she goes, what if I made a decision that you didn't like? He goes, well, you're the one doing the research. At least we can all respect why you went that way instead of cowardly handing it off to somebody else. She goes, they're both the right choice. He goes, one's more right than the other, but I guess we could agree to disagree. You know what? I feel like shit too. I think I'm just going to leave for the rest of the day. And like, he'll actually like go to walk out of the room. And if they're in the hallway, you know, he's not going to listen to what they're saying. Maybe they get quiet for a second as he walks by, but he's just going to go to leave. And so unless Mikhail and Aldo stop him, Elliot's just going to leave.
Aldo,
Where you going, Elliot?
He says, long night, long day. I'm taking the rest off.
You don't want to hear the decision?
He says, nope, and leaves.
Hold on a second. Mikhail actually starts to follow him. You made all that fuss about how important this is and how easy it should be, and you're going to just walk out?
He says, because there's only one choice. I already know what the answer is. He's go unless you're following him. He's going to leave.
All right. You turn around and walk off then.
Yeah.
Before you two walk back in, Koa will say to Ashanti, since it was just the two of them and Elliot kind of walked out like that.
Mhm.
It's a very difficult decision. I don't blame you for not just making it. The weight of this decision should not be on any one person or group of people.
She says, no, yeah. The choice should be democratized, but maybe we have some voices here that matter less and we're missing some voices that matter more. But this is who we have. And I don't think I should be the one to call the shot. And I agree. You shouldn't either.
Agree to agree.
And she'll sit there and not say anything.
Koa
And then
won't
they
let
come back in.
The hell happened? Why'd Elliot go full dick mode?
He was very upset about Shanti not making an impossible decision because he thought it was a very easy decision. He yelled and got fed up and seemed like he was done for the day.
Whatever, he can stay fucking done. We're gonna help Gwen. That's the priority. There's other options when it comes to the catalyst. There's other ways around that problem if it doesn't go right. The human consumption angle, it seems like there's less avenues to explore if we don't take the chance. And Gwen doesn't have forever.
I only ask that whatever that entails, you bring her in on it and allow her to have free will on the decisions.
I have to know what we're bringing her first.
I meant more communication-wise, less physically.
Yeah, no, of course. It's just more of a, it's better to have it in hand to offer it than show the potential and then never have results.
Well, I didn't want to add any extra elements to this. So, since you've made your decision, she stands up and says, for me to continue that kind of experimenting, it's more than just theoretical. I need to have actual ingredients on hand. Coincidentally, we happen to know where a bunch of those ingredients are.
So all
Well,
roads
elaborate.
lead to Hot Gwen.
we can head there. We can check out the volume. Maybe grab a couple of wine crates. At least get that out of the way, and we can start searching through what supplies she has inside of her shop left behind. If we're stopping by the crack on the way, maybe we can grab some supplies that are left there. Everything that I have in hand is more than I have to work with. And if there's something I need that is not readily on hand, it's more likely that it's going to pass through Hardgwen than it will Harrod.
Fair points.
So,
Guinevere herself, depending on her levels of cooperation, she has worked with this for quite some time and has developed different ways of ingesting.
and her books are in her house.
But she may have knowledge even outside of those.
She looks to Mikhail and Aldo and says, "Do you think that we should incorporate her to the research? Obviously, she was immeasurably valuable before. A lot of my accomplishments I've made these past several weeks are built off the shoulders of stuff that we worked on together. But am I speaking to Gwen? Or am I speaking to somebody else?"
I can't be sure of that, nor can I say for sure we can trust, especially if there's any of those ingredients near her. But I will not make the decision. I would be cautious.
It may be a bit too risky for now.
Agreed.
Much as I'm sure she'd love something to do.
Aldo, you may have to get in and open the door. Or we may have to get in, 2 or 3 of us to get in and open the door, but I don't think we should try to get 4 or 5 people through the main opening.
Yeah. We have a potion, right?
Do we have one?
I thought we did have a meld into stone, and that door is not a. Doesn't have any electrum through it.
Mm-hmm.
I think we only had the one meld into stone, didn't we?
We had the
Yeah.
one that was like the beefed up one where you could.
Rip out the other
No,
side.
we got another one.
yeah.
In
We have a
the-
traditional one as well.
We do. Yeah, we do have a regular one. Okay.
Yeah. So we can get in there fine.
We may need to do it multiple times. Is it possible? Ashanti, can you replicate this?
It's a 3rd level potion. I have to look at my third thing. So you grab that potion, you hand it to her. She has to spend a minute analyzing it, because I think it takes a minute even for an alchemist to identify what the potion is. But she'll be able to instantly do so. She can't fail that check. And would say, "Ooh, I might be able to do so. With time, again, in Hard Gwen, I'd be more than happy to look into this."
Well, the only problem is if we need to use it when we get to Hot Gwen. It's either we have to go a really complicated, dangerous method of getting in, or we use this, walk through a stone door, open the door, and then we can all go in through the normally an exit only.
Well, I need to see the whole setup anyways, don't I?
That's also true. We may need to all go in the main way to begin. She does need to see the room that it's in and gets ejected into, as well as the tubes or tunnels.
It can be done in parts. It doesn't have to be done at once. But inevitably, I will have to see everything. So that gives time for when we have to use this potion. Maybe we do the first way first. Give me time to replicate this. And then we can do the other way later on if need be.
So dangerous
work.
way first.
We do also have one volumizer remaining to duplicate a single potion.
Yeah, but a volumizer... Oh, wait. It duplicates, and the duplicate is temporary. The original remains. Yeah, that could work.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we tried to argue that last time, and Scott said they both became temporary and kind of fucked us, didn't he?
Yeah, he kind of did, but we were going to use them both anyway.
That's
We were going to
volumizer.
save one, but then he was like, he said that, and we're like, yeah, fuck it, we'll just use them both now anyway. That was when we were IDing items. So we just did one big pile instead of waiting for some. But you are correct. He did do that.
Okay, cool. Then that makes more sense because more or less what you're doing is you're pouring the volumizer into it, and it's like spilling over, and you got to drink both of them because it's like almost like you're foaming it up.
Or you're pouring a little bit of the potion into the volumizer, and the volumizer becomes the new one, and your regular potion stays a fucking normal potion. Wouldn't that make way more sense
No,
than be
sure.
like, no, let me ruin the original?
Because
Why would you not pour the original into the other one?
not a duplicator.
It duplicates a potion, is what it does.
No,
That is how you
volumizer.
described it, is that it duplicates a single potion. Must be used within 24 hours, cannot double up.
But so hold on. Do you want to go the dangerous way or the not dangerous way? It sounds like you
Dangerous
guys
way first because she needs to see the whole system anyway.
Yeah.
So, with 3 of us, we made a decent amount of noise trying to get in. We either need to make sure that nobody's home or that we have a distraction in place to get in. Thoughts on that?
That can be dealt with later. Let's get over to Hodgwen first.
Before we do, one other thing. When we were in Rid, Ashanti, we came across well, I assume we have the ledger and the alchemy supplies that were amongst the giant crate of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
We wanted her to look over that ledger, I remember.
She goes, ooh, actually, there's some supplies in here that I don't even think Guinevere would have had. If you were to leave me here, I could get some amount of research. I'm not saying I have what I need, but I could theoretically stay here for at least a few more days, if not a week or two, of research I could do just with this material. It's probably beneficial for me to have more on hand, anyways. We're all going that way, anyways. Shrugs. But this could be very useful. It will be useful for the research, whether or not I end up using it in the end. Where'd you get this from?
It was in Rid.
There was a
Yeah.
group of people that were trying to get into one of the keeps, the Twisted Grove, and on one of their
They
persons
stashed
there was
it.
a note about a stash, and the stash was in Rid, and this was what was there.
Oh. So this is like not somebody of some small podunk town. This is somebody traveling
No.
through.
Yeah. Likely some kind of supply cache that they had hidden.
Yeah, it makes sense. Okay. Okay, yeah, I can use this. This will make things easier. Well, more to look into. She says, trying to give zero extra hope to anybody.
Right. Well, do we go to the crack next, or do we go straight to Hodgwen?
I think it might be a good idea to swing by and say hi to certain peoples. Morale in that
Fine.
place always boosts when you guys come through.
We'll have to pass by the crack after Hodgwyn, so it's either we do both or whatever the most efficient thing is time-wise, because we are pushing the limits now. In case things go terribly with Beltran and Hodgwyn, though, it might be best to know that the crack's ready.
Would. So yeah, I guess we're stopping by the crack.
Cool. She says, it'll take me the rest of the night to collect my things. Unless, Mikhail, if you're not busy, do you mind helping me?
I'm not busy. That's fine.
Koa looks to Aldo like a little bit like this is the second time she's like in 2 days where she's been wanting to spend time with Mikhail instead of Aldo. So Aldo, he just gives Aldo a look like kind of like, you know what's going on? Kind of the look.
Aldo doesn't seem phased at all, and when he sees you giving him a weird look, he just looks at you and shrugs.
Koa just shakes it off then.
So did you guys talk after yesterday?
Shadi, I thought I was actually going to die. I soiled myself.
She says, "Yeah, I know, but you magicked your way afterwards. How do you do that
Yeah.
so easily when you're so drunk?"
I don't know. I've blocked most of it out. No, we didn't talk.
Oh, well, ever the man of mystery, though. You certainly don't leave much to be questioned.
But okay, look, I was on. That is not fair.
She's just like chuckle, and you guys will kind of like have friendly conversation or whatever. I imagine at some point in time, the conversation does steer back towards more relevant topics at hand, and like when you're near done cleaning up, she'll kind of stop, and she'll look to you and she'll say, "Did you agree with Elliot? Not his stomping around, but did you agree with his reasoning, or did you come to that conclusion for a different reason?"
Thought Elliot was being a bit childish.
Again, the stomping around aside.
I don't even mean that. I even mean the way that he went about deciding it, saying it was the only option. That maybe that was performative. I'm not sure, but it doesn't really make me think he put any thought into it, which doesn't respect the gravity of the choice. I can't agree with his reasoning. I can agree that Guinevere's a friend and that if we're, even if it's one life, weighing it against all of this other stuff that's been going on this long, it does hold a certain amount of additional sway. And I'm biased. My friends care about this person. This person is also my friend. But even outside of those things, that wouldn't have been enough to decide it for me.
So why did you choose Gwen?
Frankly, we have alternatives if the crystals fail. We may be able to find another catalyst or other accelerants. It's not going to just be these crystals. We can do other things. If we break all of them on accident, we can always double back and rush over to you or get a letter to you immediately to let you know to switch to the other plan. There's just alternative options. Whereas if we pass up the opportunity for being able to use this on people, and then the next thing on the list is we break the curse, this ooze is not here anymore, maybe we lose that chance. If we don't have anything to experiment with. It seems a more likely dead end than the other way.
Unless I saved some of it for later on research. Again, we can carry buckets.
Which is true. It's possible. But, I mean, even that has its own risks, right?
Yeah. No, you're right. Roll me a sense motive, by the way. To be clear, this is a hunch.
20. Looking for 20. Let's see. There it is.
She kind of goes back to her cleaning or whatever it is she's doing. So bringing things down. You get the impression she's like wants to say more, but is kind of like holding back. You get the impression like she's bringing up this conversation obviously for a reason, but and it's not done. But she can't push it anymore. What is that you're sensing on her? Guilt? Doubt? Definitely something negative.
Okay. So when she seems to try to leave it, he'll go, wait, that's it? You didn't bring that up just to hear my opinion, did you? You have thoughts on it.
No, you're just so brilliant. trust your judgment. She says, like, over waxingly, very much meant to like throw you off. Like you got it. Like she's being playful, but you also know she's intentionally being overbalancing to let the subject, shift. And for somebody who's like more easily swayed, that would work. But Mikhail knows what she's doing. He can hold the beat if he wanted.
Yeah, after your comment earlier, I'm not quite buying it. Why are you being shy all of a sudden?
She says, your comment earlier, not buying it, she'll like throw something at you, just be like playful or whatever. And she's like, all right. It's just, I'm glad you made the decision you did as a group, however it's deliberated. Because I love Gwen. I do. She's very quickly become my touchstone, right? She's home here. I had to leave behind everything that I know and love to come and make a name for myself, do my research, so on. But I would not have made that choice.
Yeah?
I agreed with Koa, neither of us should vote, because I knew we would just neutralize each other's vote, and it's better to allow us to do so in silence than to have any feelings hurt.
So why would you have chosen the other way?
Oh, this sounds so... what's what I'm looking for here? It sounds so cold. Might as well throw him in the ice wall. It's the pragmatic choice. It's what we're taught. When you're an alchemist, you can't just have an experiment and run with it. You do that in the lab, and that's great in the lab. But in the field, you have to have redundancies. If a chain reaction goes wrong because you didn't, adequately prepare, what if my the crystals don't work, and this thing actually is to some degree sapient or mobile or what have you, and we can't get away from it because there is no immediate backup that's going to function. You have no redundancy. Or what if the crystals do work, but in our first test burns through them, and now once again we have no redundancy to get the rest of the job done? Or we burn through them in doing the massive vats, but not the wine kegs later. And all the while, Beltran is running loose, doing the horrors that he's doing. The curses are wreaking havoc across the area. I mean, redundancy. When you want to accomplish a task, make sure you measure twice and you cut once. You're not always going to have another slab of wood or whatever metaphor you want to use.
Yeah. Yeah, you could call it the pragmatic choice.
I did.
I mean, I guess I could agree with you there, then. To an extent, though, I still think it does ignore several factors. If the crystals don't work, that doesn't mean that avenue closes off. We haven't really put much thought into the other things because I brought that up. You had other ideas of catalysts and accelerants already, didn't you?
Yes, but I said I need a lot of heat. I didn't say I need fire. Fire and heat can do different things. What if fire causes a different runaway reaction that actually doesn't break this down, but instead vaporizes it, and now we have this in an aerosol form. So sure, you don't have to eat it, but you can inhale it, and now all of a sudden we're breathing in the chemical instead of needing to eat. And then next thing we know, Aldo and I are I don't know what would be the slumbering king, and I don't know. I'm not really good at that kind of creativity. She says, like, trying to think of some other thing, but still hungover.
Yeah. That just ventures so far in all the what ifs. But I can understand it. I guess I don't know if it even being pragmatic is the most sensible choice.
She shrugs and says, like I said, I'm happy you made the decision. It goes against everything I was taught.
He kind of chuckles and says, Was there a touch of reactance in that? Going against what you want as kind of an anti-bias?
Maybe. I don't know. I'm also very hungover. And I blame you for that. You could have just asked him the questions.
It is absolutely your fault.
She'll chuckle. She says, so how many kids do you think he'd want?
I told him he should only have one. If Koa is what like having a sibling is like, I don't think people should have siblings. If I became, the owner,
Damn.
the ruler of this country, it'd be one baby maximum. He's like really like putting on making it clear he's just kidding.
Yeah. Shows that's really a strategy to ensure that you get, what am I looking for? Seceded by seceded is annexed.
Usurped.
Yeah, that's really a way of confirming that you're going to get annexed by Paradel, because they do the exact opposite. You're having like 11 babies per couple.
Okay, not exactly true, but they do kind of encourage having multiple children based on the whole Metahina thing. But regardless,
Wait, you're Del.
At least
Do you not have siblings?
No.
Did your parents not love each other?
My parents suffered some tragedies.
Oh,
my
sorry.
my parents are down to parent, and he has a lot of trouble getting around after the cave-in.
Well,
So
nice way to darken the mood there, Mikhail. Not like
you
that.
asked. Like, don't ask about people's parents. This could happen. You could find dead parents.
She
You could do
says,
this.
that's a really good point. Moving forward, save your friends, not the world, and never ask about parents. The
Fucking
lessons
finally
that you
she
learn in
gets
your
it.
college.
You're so smart, but it's taking you so long to get it. It's crazy.
My apologies, she says, standing up. Is that rigidity that we teach up in the mountains of Taziendale.
I wonder if that's what I'm going to be like when I get old.
She very heavily puts down the things that you have there and starts chasing you. Turns into a funny scene. Anyways, moving on. Eventually, you guys are going to have to pack things up and leave. And you're going to have to tell, like, Cleveland and Elliot, let's go. Except, is your plan to actually bring Cleveland back to the crack?
No.
No. I don't think we were going to. I still don't know where we're going to put him.
It's either here or the crack. We can't. Hodgwin's not exactly going to be an uplifting place for him right now,
No, Hodgwin would be bad.
and
for
the
him.
crack would not probably be so good for him right now either, considering his history there.
It's pretty much here or Westwood.
Mm.
I don't know if we want to go all the way to freaking Westwood. It's not that far, but
So let's have it
Jack
in
find him,
RP then.
Something to do.
When you find them, the two of them are sitting there having a conversation. That's Cleveland and Elliot. They're chatting.
Serious
About
or like jovial or what's
Like
the term?
jovial, like well, as jovial as Cleveland gets. About yesterday's festivities. And
Maybe Elliot would be good for Cleveland.
And so you guys kind of like come in. Let's assume everybody swarms at once, all together, except for what's her face. She'll be, kind of like packing things up in whatever wagon it is that you're going to be using to move stuff because there's a lot to move. So,
Oh, we do have a cart.
Mhm.
Oh yeah, we have to stop at the crack. We're not taking that cart. The hut going.
so anyways, you guys go approach
Yeah.
them, and Cleveland says, "The group of you approaching at once. Generally speaking, that means you're leaving."
We were planning on it, but
You're wearing your travel boots, Mikhail.
well, yeah. Usually these are what I wear. They're good for walking.
I think that's what they're called, travel boots, Mikhail.
Yes. So we have to figure out where you're going to go, right? Where we're headed isn't exactly a great place for you. This place is safe, but I don't know if you know anyone here.
He says, "I know Elliot."
You could hang around with them. Elliot's gonna be quite busy. What were you two talking about anyway?
Elliot says, "Wow, nosy."
Don't have to tell me.
Cleveland says, "It's by no means a secret. We were discussing yesterday's festivities and how they're kind of ludicrous down here in Herod. It's a very small town, but the festivities seem pretty grand compared to what we have back in Leshev."
Yeah. The 2 times I thought I was going to die. Really didn't expect one of them to be on Shahid for about 6 minutes.
I don't
Elliot,
really remember Shahid.
with that, Elliot will chuckle when you say that. And Elliot looks at Cleveland and says, "The only reason why you think the festivities here are so much more grand than you have in Leshev is because in Leshev you didn't participate. You'd probably stay hid up inside of your house like some little, like a craven crone. Like, did you even get out there? Did you go downtown? Did you engage?" And he's like, "No." Then yeah, the festivities here seemed a little bit more grand because you didn't have a hole to crawl into. It was point taken.
Yeah, funny how that works.
Elliot then
So-
looks at you and says, "Well, I'm staying here either way."
Yeah.
I'm assuming
I'll
you're doing the
admit-
loop.
Well, yeah, we didn't have much of a plan here. I know we are heading further east, and we'll be only coming part way back. I don't know if we're going to come as far as Herod.
He shrugs and says, "You'll need to come back this way if you need to check in on the research I'm doing, which I'll send you a letter if I hear anything interesting happen, if I get anything that's worth noting to you, or if you find a new book for me to look into. Otherwise, I don't really want to go back in that hole. And I really don't want to be anywhere near Hodgwen. So this is a nice little haven that I can stay in for a little while, and we can kind of touch base as we need to."
If only we all had such a choice.
He doesn't respond to that. He does feel bad for you.
Oh, you'll be happy to know we picked the second option.
He goes, "Oh," and tries not to make anything of it. It's like, leave it alone.
Like Mikhail's like kind of giving him a look that they probably share for a second, where he like is deciding not to make anything of it, and Mikhail's look is kind of like, "Dude, don't."
Cleveland chimes in and says, "Wouldn't you be a bit more celebratory than that? You did say that you were... what words did you use? You don't need to repeat those." "Well, either way, that was the decision you wanted, wasn't it?" "Thanks."
Hmm.
"Yes, thank you. It was the right choice." He says that, kind of defeated, if you will, from Cleveland, turning to the group of you.
Let's hope that it is.
He'll kind of look at the other two, say, like, I don't think it's the worst thing for Cleveland to stay here. Elliot and Ashanti are good people who, and he looks at Elliot, who are pretty good about not sharing too many details of the work that they're doing.
And they could remove each other's sticks in their asses.
Seem to be doing all right so far.
It's like, excuse.
So he just kind of like smiles to himself and looks away.
Seem to be doing all right so far, and frankly, I can't think of a better place. Not right now.
No.
It is what it is. Probably the most. It's probably the best spot for him to be at the moment, I guess.
All right. Well, before we head out, Cleveland, a word. Away.
He just stands up and walks off with you.
So once we're kind of away from the group, let's say, all right. So this whole thing, you leaving home, all of that's behind you, us taking all this stuff, the closet. Your father told you what was happening? That it's going away?
Unfortunately.
Do you understand what that means to him?
Yes.
How great a shame that is?
Yes.
Do you get why he's doing it?
Mikhail. Yes.
I'm not going to assume anything. Tell me, why is he doing it?
Even if I wasn't able to piece it together myself, he certainly spent quite the long speech explaining it to me piece by piece.
I want to hear what you got from it. What do you think?
You want me to try to repeat the speech?
No, I want to know what you think, Cleveland. Why do you believe he's doing it?
You think it's the right choice to help me? He says, he doesn't roll his eyes, but he has a face that says he wants to roll his eyes. He says to help me, and because he actually believes in the things that I was trying to do back in Leshev, but didn't agree with the methods I was using to accomplish those tasks. So, by revealing what I was working on, it unravels all of the good that I was in fact putting into place, and just fills it with a whole bunch of destruction. He needs to build off of the blocks that I set in place, and not fall backwards and lose his position. Also, I'm sure there's a degree of self-preservation in there as well, but he wouldn't admit to that.
He had very little when we spoke to him.
Self-preservation?
Yes.
Maybe I misread into it. Or maybe he was just very good at...
His concerns were not for his position at all. He was torn between his, not just his duty, but his new home, and the fact that he's your father. That as much as it was galling for him to hear that you felt alone and were drawn into all of these things after he worked so hard to build that life for you, Cleveland, this is all to give you a second chance.
I understand.
You have an incredible potential. I think some part of you has to know that.
Well, I believe you in that. Something I heard quite frequently recently.
That creature preyed on it and manipulated it. You're free from that, but it means you have to figure out what that is.
What most parents do.
Help you
Manipulate
find
their
those things
children.
out? No. At least not good ones. They empower them.
Hmm.
Sometimes it's going to be a firm hand, and yes, they make mistakes, but we're not talking about his parenting. We're talking about what he's putting at stake, the morals that he's setting aside because you're more important.
Yes, I understand. Again, even if I didn't truly understand, I certainly could echo his words.
I'm not trying to make you feel bad. That's not what this is, Cleveland. I'm trying to make you understand how much at least one person cares about you.
I know.
Okay.
He told me how it is that our bond is incredibly strong. I agree with him. I do see you as a close friend. And I'm sorry to have tried to replace you with that thing.
I definitely accept that apology because I can't imagine what things a toad has over me. But no, I didn't just mean me, even though, yes, I do see you as a close friend. I would do a lot for you. But I also do mean your father. This isn't my sacrifice. This is his. I don't think anyone else can make it for you. You can't fall into the clutches of some whispering, promising entity again. You have to be your own man.
Yes,
That
I
doesn't mean
understand.
being alone.
But I also
all right?
understand that when I was told that I'm going to have to spend some time to discover who I am before I can perfect my craft. Well, I'm looking forward to that time to discovering who I am. I'm not sure what that means, how to accomplish it, and I don't know what craft I'm going to attempt to perfect. But I'm prepared for discovery, and considering Elliot is somebody who's already well equipped for how to do research, perhaps he can help me in researching introspection.
Good. He's going to give you a lot of shit on the way, so you'll end up having to get used to that. More than I will. So, you're in good hands. These are trustworthy people.
There's also no alternative. If I wasn't to stay here with Elliot, not to denigrate him, he actually seems truly kind, a very warm person. But I could go with you to that place, or I can go to Hod Glen, where supposedly the guards are murdering people for fun. There's not exactly many options here. I suppose the other option would be to fall back to Forvin, where I can hang on the docks, where I last got collected, or I can go over to Westwood, where I believe boredom would take me.
Believe it or not, I had very similar thoughts when considering this is probably the best place for you to be.
Well, then you were great to have planned for there to be someone here to spend that time with.
All right. I hope it turns out that it's an enlightening experience.
Same. Can I ask you a question? You give me an honest answer.
I think I've always been honest with you.
In my experience, people are kind to one another because they want something. Perhaps it's a union of contract businesses, a deal being made with the council, perhaps in matrimony, whatever the reason may be. That creature, it was kind to me because it wanted something from me. Helped me to accomplish my goals, but supposedly to its own end, whatever those were. Perhaps we will never know. You're kind to me. Is that because you're looking for patronage?
No. When we first met, it was just there was a familiarity, right? We both know Del culture. When I had mostly heard that seemingly used as a slur for the past several hours since I had arrived, for having my things stolen and being left in the woods, heedless of whether or not I'd be taken by a plains cat or starved to death, lost because I immediately was. After that introduction and being chased with some pitchforks, and learning about our Sugo, and walking a very long way, you were the first person who was kind to me here. It only felt right to pay that back. And following that seemed like that was a pretty accurate choice.
I'm glad to hear it. Do you mind if I give you a hug?
Yes. But I'll endure it. Like, hold his arms out.
He says, "No, I won't put you through that."
I'm joking, Cleveland. I don't mind at all.
Are you certain?
But he'll just lean in and give him a hug.
You end up getting like a fifth of a hug back because you threw it off with your joke, which is fine. And he says, as you're like pulling away from the hug, he says, "Thank you for saving my life." Or soul?
What are friends for? That. They're for helping when you're in need.
Oh,
That's
don't
that's
expect
really good
me to
thing.
return that favor.
Duly noted. He'll kind of clap him on the shoulder once. Say, stay safe, Cleveland. We'll see each other soon.
Is there a third time? I've often heard third time's a charm. You've saved my life twice. Is there a third time?
Let's hope not, and that's empty superstition.
I would have preferred that had I not met a demon. Now I'm not so certain. I'll see if Elliot
Third
knows.
time presents itself, then I'll save you again.
I'll give you. He'll say thank you.
But not a fourth. As he's walking away.
He has, you walk back or whatever it is. He's actually going to walk up to Aldo and he's going to stand in front of Aldo. And Aldo, Cleveland's going to have this like strange look on his face standing directly in front of you.
Aldo just looks at him and is like, "Yes, Cleveland."
Another second and a half passes, and he leans in and gives you like a hug.
Aldo just hugging back.
I mean, it's one of those, it comes off as a bit awkward, especially like because his arm is going in such a way that it's not really easy for Aldo to give like a super easy hug back. But then I'll take a step back from that and say, "Thank you."
You're welcome.
You killed it. And we wouldn't be here if you hadn't. Thank you.
Yeah. No worries.
And then he goes over and he sits down with Elliot and doesn't say anything to Koa.
That's fair.
Wow.
Sorry.
I mean, Koa didn't do anything that
Fucking
particular
wow.
night, so like, and Cleveland does not seem the type to have like just manners. So like, cool.
He actually has impeccable manners.
Really.
Straight back.
Very little tact, but yeah.
He uses the correct fork every time.
Jesus. All right, he's hugged everyone who matters.
Yep.
All the important people have been hugged by Cleveland.
Okay. I guess that's it. I guess we leave.
Yes. Say goodbye, whatever it is that you leave. Cool.
When we're walking out, Koa will say to Aldo and Mikhail, "Well, we'll have to come up with a name for you two for being the hero of Cleveland, hero of Leshev." He'll like gesture to himself. Perhaps you can be heroes of the hearth, heroes of the fireplace, the
It doesn't have to.
chimney cleaners.
Doesn't have to have a title. Koa.
Jealousy doesn't look good on you, Koa. I'll just pat you on the shoulder.
I could have taken it in one swing.
But you didn't.
Guess we'll never know.
There'll be others.
Let's hope not.
Let's really hope not.
I also hope not, unless I get a chance to swing at it.
No.
The valiant chimney sweeps.
With that, you guys are going to make your way downtown, walking slow as the cart goes.
Okay.
I feel like Aldo, Koa, and Mikhail singing drunk off their asses on Shahid sounded better than that.
Probably.
Yep.
I actually feel bad for my daughters. They both like it when I sing to them when they go to bed, even 10-year-old. And unfortunately, like
I also feel bad for them.
I can't sing. I'm a terrible singer, but now I physically
Really? Holy
Yeah.
shit!
Yeah,
thought you
I
sounded
know.
I would have
better
never
than
guessed.
I know. I know.
Blown away.
I know. I just love.
Very little lamb.
I usually sing both of them. Love Bohemian Rhapsody. Like when I was on the play with Gwen, I would sing Bohemian Rhapsody over and over and over and over again.
Uh-huh.
Like not even joking.
I believe you.
It was a lot. Sitting there and you're like Scaramouche, where you do that, you know, like.
Listen, it's a great song, but like, it's not breaking news that your white children love Bohemian Rhapsody. I'm just saying.
Excuse
It's
me.
like not really. It's
Did you
not
imagine
really a
Scott
surprise.
singing
You did-
Bohemian Rhapsody to his
Did
kids
you
as they
see
go to
the
sleep?
sign from Gwen's birthday? It literally said for her favorite music that Kendrick Lamar was her favorite artist. Thank you very much.
That is fine. I believe that. I'm just
Thank
saying
you.
it's not surprising.
But Bohemian Rhapsody is a great song and has nothing to
I
do with
led with
ethnicity.
that. I led with the fact that
It has
Listen
to
to
do
the
with
lives.
AIDS.
Listen to the lives from 1981 Montreal.
It does. Bohemian Rhapsody is about AIDS. What about Live from Montreal?
Their songs when they performed in Montreal in 1981. I think they're better than a lot of the studio versions.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah, Queen's live stuff's actually
Yeah,
really
their
dope.
lives are like, yeah. Some of their studio versions, I'm like, that's decent. That's a decent song. And then I hear the live, and I'm like, oh my god, that's a great song.
There's a handful of bands that like I'll say it time
which
and
is
time
a
again.
rarity.
Like what is it, Mudvayne? Like I like Mudvayne's music. I'm not saying it's great, but I love Mudvayne's music. But hearing it live, like being there, it is 1,000 times better than the studio version. Like it's so much more.
I can believe that.
Yeah,
What was it like seeing Elvis live?
They're like 5 decades apart. And Elvis is boring as shit. It's like Beatles. It's just boring. It's just snooze music.
Oh,
Like-
okay. I thought maybe he was better in person, but I mean, I wasn't there. So
Neither was I. What year did Elvis die? What year did
Is that the session?
die? Yeah. He died. Date of death 1977. August of 1977. So we're
When
talking
you were when you were in like the prime of your
10th
youth,
grade, yeah.
you know?
But my mom would have been 15. So not pregnant with my brother yet. Soon though.
Younger brother?
Older, obviously. Thank you. He died in August 16th of 1977. My mom would have been 15. Yeah, no, I was not there. But all right, or 14 actually. She would have been 15 2 months later.
That's
Yeah.
crazy.
I know, right? So, okay. Is there anything else, boys? Anything, or are we just heading to the crack? Cool.
Heading to the
that's it,
crack.
just heading to the crack.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, heading to the
Well,
crack.
that was a good session. We got out of the chef.
We
Yeah.
celebrated Shahid. Origin's free.
Yeah. That's what it's about. They all
That's
know.
why they got it. They were the guards. They were like, but it's Shahid. We should let him go.
Yeah, it's a celebration of Arjun. Scott forgot to show the actual traditional celebration where people stab each other with rubber knives, and it's just all in good fun, especially in the back. Just did I don't know why he didn't do it. We must have ran out of time.
What? I think I know what you're referencing.
Hmm.
You know what I haven't played in forever? Abiotic
What a relevant
Factor.
comment, whatever this is going to be.
It is, because I'm rating somebody. Abiotic
Oh.
Factor. I haven't played that
Oh,
game
yeah.
in like
I still have that
6
installed.
months.
Good game.
Pretty good.
I never even finished his pre-release stuff.
I did not get super far.
I'm almost some of the pre-release stuff, but I never actually officially completed it.
It was fun though.
Yeah, it's a great game.
Been playing Nier Automata finally. Automata.
I'm hoping to
The music in
finish
that game is great.
chapter 1 of Baldur's Gate eventually, but like
You were never finishing that game.
I've not played any of the Game of the Year recommendations, I don't think.
I
Except
haven't
Arc
either.
Raiders.
Oh.
Which isn't on Game of the Year. It's only
It's
on
not.
Trials.
Apparently, Expedition 33 is super good. I haven't even touched
I've
it.
only heard good things.
Yeah. I've seen some people I did not expect to even play that game play it and be like, this game is fucking amazing. So, guess I'll have to pick it up at some point.
Yeah.
Sounds like a cool ride.
and
Not played
Bird-
Hollow Knight either,
Bird
but I
is
hear good things
struggling.
about Silk Song.
Say what?
So I've not played